Comme il est 11.
It being 11:02 a.m., the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business, according to the order on today's order paper.
Debate on motion M166, postal banking system, in the name of Ms. Matheson.
Debate the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Services. No? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Services and Procurement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to have the opportunity to participate in this debate on motion 166 regarding postal banking. The motion calls for the creation of a special committee to conduct hearings and develop a plan for a postal banking system to be administered by the Canada Post Corporation. Mr. Speaker, let me explain why the government opposes this motion. I listened with care to the presentation made by the member from London Fanshawe on why she moved this particular motion. I was disappointed that she gave so little attention to the hard work of her colleagues on the Standing Committee on Government Operations and Estimates, who completed a review of Canada Post less than 2 years ago. Il vaut la peine de rappeler à la...
It's important to remind the member for London Fanshawe that the committee held hearings in 22 communities in all of the regions of our great country, from Surrey to St. John, from Yellowknife to Montreal, and to many other places in between. Our colleagues on the committee met with over 200 witnesses, Mr. Speaker, who expressed their point of view about the future of Canada Post. The committee directly heard the comments of communities, associations, unions, businesses, and individual Canadians on a whole range of subjects, including postal banking. The committee also had an online survey, which was another way for Canadians to express their views on this. More than 5,000 individuals and nearly 200 businesses responded to the survey. Mr. Speaker, in addition to these efforts to raise awareness, some of our House colleagues organized open discussion sessions to give their voters a forum to participate in the process. This comment was conveyed to the committee. We know that committee members have carefully examined all of the evidence presented to them when they wrote their detailed report, which included no less than 45 recommendations. This is probably one of the vastest consultations ever undertaken on the future of Canada Post. The evidence showed... Now, I apologize to the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Apparently there was some confusion, and I should have asked the Honourable Member for Edmonton West to make his speech before the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary's speech. I sincerely apologize for that.
West is ready, having had to wait improperly or with my apologies. I'll call upon him to speak now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was content to have my colleague finish his, because it's a momentous moment when myself and the Parliamentary Secretary for Procurement actually agree on an item, and this being one of them. Rising today on today's motion 166 to establish a committee to study and propose postal banking. Now, it's not to actually study it, it's to actually study and propose putting the cart before the horse. Now, I have a lot of problems with this motion, the largest of which is I seem to be the party's point person on Canada Post, and I would be afraid I'd be stuck on such committee if it actually went ahead. Now, this motion is well-intentioned, but it's proposing an 80s solution to a 60s problem. Now, a lot of this postal banking push, of course, comes from the LEAP manifesto, delivering community power. Now, it's quite odd watching the NDP carry the postal workers' water here, mostly because postal workers basically abandoned the NDP in the last election to support the Liberals and, of course, in their promise to restore door-to-door delivery. It's also ironic that we're discussing M166 postal banking on a day where the postal workers are starting rotating strikes across the country right now. Now, of course, how did we get here with Canada Post right now? Well, my colleagues across the way promised a return to door-to-door delivery if they got elected. Now, of course, the Liberals would say, well, that's not what we promised, that's not what we intended. But actually, we heard during our Canada Post tour, the Member of Parliament from Charlottetown actually testified, yes, that's what the government meant. The Liberals meant a complete return to door-to-door service, and he actually said to say otherwise would be lying. Interesting. Now, what happened, of course, the Liberals do get elected, but oops, they find Canada Post is in deep trouble.
Must be lying.
Door-to-door delivery is dropping. Of course, massively underfunded pension. And the only thing actually keeping Canada Post marginally in the black was the changes Canada Post made with the 5 points, including the change to community mailboxes, raising the price of stamps, and a few other issues. So what does the Liberal government do whenever there's a crisis? Let's propose a study. So they strike a task force, and the task force comes out with a report called Canada Post in a Digital Age. Now here's another ironic thing here, a funny thing. Minister Foote, when she struck the committee, and we found this through discussions and interviews and ATEPs, actually directed the task force to find a way to justify postal banking in their study. But the 4-person task force actually ignored the political interference, and they did their job. And what they found with Canada Post was quite worrying. They found from 2016, projecting forward to 2026, that Canada Post would be net $3.4 billion in the hole cash and would be losing $750 million every single year. Now, these aren't numbers pulled out of the air by the task force. These are audited numbers from major, well-respected international auditing firm. And this $750 million loss every year includes about $250,000 to $400 million a year they're saving from the community mailbox conversion. Now, the big problem is door-to-door delivery is dropping and is being replaced by, of course, a rush from Amazon, parcel delivery. The problem with that is the profit on door-to-door stamp sale delivery is about 70 cents on the dollar. For parcel delivery, it's marginal, cutthroat because of competition. So on top of the fact that their main profit driver is dropping and their heavy cost parcel delivery is rising, we have an $8 billion unfunded pension liability. Now, we know about the Sears issue. We know about Nortel. You add that, or you double that, and you still would not dent what the size of the Canada Post pension problem is. And that's even with Canada Post being on a pension holiday, not having to address this with added money for the last 4 years, and they're still on that pension holiday. Now, what did the task force come up with? Well, they came up with basically some of the Liberals didn't want to hear. They said stick to the original 5-point plan that Canada Post had before. Continue with the mailbox conversions. Convert corporate stores to franchise stores, not in the rural areas, but in the big cities. There's a Canada Post-owned store about 10 minutes from where I live. Between where I live and that 10-minute drive, there's over 30 franchise stores. So they're talking about let's convert those to franchise as well. And what did the report say on postal banking? Well, it says, according to experts and stakeholders, Canada's financial environment is not conducive to the establishment of postal banking. Postal banking is not going to succeed in Canada as a result of the existence of a mature and competitive banking environment, as well as the extensive market coverage of credit unions. Canadians in all economic circumstances in all regions of the country already have access to one of the best, most inclusive financial systems in the world. Canada has 99% of its population actually have bank accounts. Canada in the developed world has the highest amount of bank accounts among those who live in the below 40% income percentile. So we're very well served. We don't get great service, but we are well served by the banking industry. The report continues as entering the banking system, it's a highly competitive market, expensive endeavor requiring significant investments in infrastructure, security, new skill sets, IT. Now we're thinking that the same people who came up with Phoenix and shared services is going to somehow roll out a banking system to Canada Post. Postal banking is unlikely to generate a profit. Furthermore, having a government entity competing in the financial sector would contravene Canada's trade agreements. Payday loan services require customers to have bank accounts. Adding a postal bank is not going to provide any alternative. So in light of the conclusive report from the task force, the Liberals say, let's do another study. So they sent the operations committee out on the road, and we traveled from Surrey to St. John's, learning about Canada Post and postal banking. Now, in case anyone thinks it's glamorous travel, my colleague from St. John's East, who is coming with us, we were on a plane once so small that for the 7 of us, he actually had to sit on the toilet in the plane, although it did have seat belts, and I'm sure he could have used the seat as a life support device. Now, from the experts we heard on the road, payday loans, it's a dying industry, and most are within blocks of a bank anyway, so doing postal banking is not going to do anything with that. Some post outlets get as little as 2 visitors a day, so not exactly a thriving business if we've made it a bank. As I mentioned, over 99% of Canadians have bank accounts. Bank outlets are actually growing in the country, and 1/3 are in rural towns already. Credit unions are thriving with 10 million members, and we have the highest ATM per capita in the world. So Canadians are well served. Now at the meetings, of course, postal workers, CUPW, stacked our meetings to give their side of the story. And of course, they talked about what other countries have postal banking. We know, well, every single one except New Zealand that we could see that actually had postal banking had privatized their postal services. So we said, well, do you want to privatize it then? Well, no, of course not. We're discussing the payday loans. We said, well, how are we going to do payday loans? Payday loans, of course, are predatory, high cost. Well, we'll do free checking. Well, how are you going to make money to support Canada Post with free checking? Well, we don't know. Well, what would happen the first time we lend money to Johnny Lunchbox and we have to repossess his truck? Oh, well, we'll forgive the loan. Well, what happens when Grandma doesn't pay her mortgage? Oh, we'll just forgive her loan. Well, we mentioned, well, setting a bank is going to be very expensive. How will we capitalize the bank? Will you put forward the pension from the postal workers? Well, of course not. Taxpayers would do that. So what we see here, we have a situation where Canada Post is in dire situation financially. We recognize that. But having a postal bank run on basically unicorns and fairy dust is not going to change things. We have a very robust, very competitive banking system that will be near impossible for outside competition, U.S. competition, to establish and set up properly a bricks and mortar banking system in Canada, much less a system like Canada Post, which does not have the expertise. Somehow they think people are going to walk in, perhaps, as the LEAP manifesto says, we'll put charging stations at every post office. So I can imagine some guy pulls up in his Tesla, plugs in his Tesla, walks into Canada Post, buys some stamps to send a Christmas card to his mom, and then takes out a $2 billion derivative trade. It's not going to happen. What we need to address Canada Post is action from this government, not sticking its head in the sand and hoping the problem goes away until the next election. We need action to address its pension issues. We need action as proposed by the committee the task force put together, real day action, not action to address issues from the 60s or issues from perhaps some fantasy land. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Jonquière. Oh, excuse me. No, sorry about that. Didn't want to let you jump the queue there. Just a minute.
Oui, alors,
Okay, so I was right. It is the member from Jonquière who is next on the list. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm very pleased to be able to speak to my colleague's bill, and I'd like to thank my colleague for tabling the motion in this House. That's motion 166 concerning a committee study and a study of a Canada postal banking system and implementation of that system. Now, this is something I dealt with in my last career, so it's something I'm very pleased to speak about. I also studied the issue, And the NDP even tabled a motion to study this study that was done on Canada Post a few years ago. Unfortunately, we weren't able to do the in-depth study that we would have liked to do because we ended up with a report that was almost entirely redacted, and we were not able to have a full vision of the situation in Canada Post. Now, concerning M166, which aims to create a committee to set up a postal banking system in Canada, I'm going to talk a little bit about the services that could be offered under the system. In Canada, there are more post offices than Tim Hortons at the moment. In a number of municipalities, there are already buildings where people go to pick up their mail and their packages, and there are already employees on site. Given the current situation, I heard a lot of my colleagues talk about this. We really need to innovate, and we need to find a way to fund the system. We are heading towards a package delivery system, which works well, and we have people who work every single day to provide this delivery service. But it's generally in post offices where people actually go to pick up their packages or to get services from Canada Post. So why not provide banking services? There are employees who are already there on site. They're qualified, they're well trained, they have their security clearances, and this would also allow them to diversify their products and services. They could offer financial services, and this would allow them to diversify their products. But they could also offer other financial services. In fact, the Canada Post Act says that postal service should adapt to the needs of the future as those needs evolve. In the colonial era, Canada had a postal bank, a postal service that provided services that were adequate for that time. But now we're calling for the return of the postal banking system. The people who work there have all the qualifications they need to provide banking services. We could also look at what's happening in other countries. There are a number of countries that innovated and that diversified their banking services. For example, in the UK, in France, New Zealand, and Italy. The Postal Service there provides financial services to people with low incomes and people in far-flung areas, and this provides them with more stability. In Russia, China, and India, postal services also provide banking services. And so it proves that there is a need in those countries and that it can be done. In Japan, they expanded the range of services provided by the post offices. In committee, when we met with citizens, unions, and organizations, it was proposed that Canada Post should diversify its services, notably by providing a home mail delivery service for seniors. In Japan, they even deliver food to people's homes and provide other services to seniors.
As you know, in Canada, our population is increasing. Our seniors' population is increasing, and mailmen, mailwomen, when they pass out the mail, they can also provide more services, as they do now in Japan. In Switzerland, the postal services allows businesses to facilitate online payments, especially in rural areas. Germany also has a public postal service which is building electric vehicles in 3 different sizes, so they've decided to go green. And in fact, the postal union in Germany was on board with that. In Australia, the postal service also offers an online payment service which competes with PayPal. In Italy, the public postal service also offers e-commerce options to the private sector. And in France, the postal service, it wasn't very easy to bring it about in the year 2000, but demand increased, and so sometimes it's difficult for citizens to open an account at a financial institution, but the public postal service offers services to everyone, every citizen, so anyone can open a bank account with the post office. In France, all partners participated in this project, and it was a success. So, Madam Speaker, at this point, I would like to talk about the workers. A little earlier, my colleague was saying that there are fewer postal outlets and services, and some credit unions offer services. In my region, Lac-Saint-Jean, it has, as with elsewhere in Quebec, many credit unions are shutting down their bricks and mortar buildings, but there are still tellers. And there are more and more of these teller services because increasingly Canadians have to travel greater distances to get to a bank, to deal with their own bank. But if there is a postal outlet nearby, it makes things a lot easier. As I said earlier, there are more postal outlets than Tim Hortons in Canada. Let me give you a specific example. In Wellspool, New Brunswick, some people have to take the ferry to the USA and to come back into Canada. So when someone has to take a ferry, go across the border, come back into the country to get to their own bank, that's ridiculous. And this is a real example from New Brunswick. But in this person's town, there is a post office, and so if the post office offered banking services, this person could go directly to the post office and would not have to plan a day around going to the bank, having to take the ferry and cross the border. Canada Post has been forced to reduce its hours. But if Canada Post could diversify its service offer, it could stay open longer and thus provide more services to all Canadians. This would help people who need to pick up parcels and receive other services. So I think it is a win for all Canadians if we support this motion and decide to conduct a real study on the possibility of Canada Post offering banking services. I believe that there is a public interest, and I certainly hope that my colleagues in this chamber will support this motion. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of Public Services and Procurement. I know everyone has been waiting for this speech, Madam Speaker. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity.
Participate in this debate on motion 166 regarding postal banking. The motion, as now is well known, calls for the creation of a special committee to conduct hearings and develop a plan for a postal banking system that would be administered by the Canada Post Corporation. Let me explain, Madam Speaker, why the government opposes this motion. I listened with care to the presentations made by my friend from London Fanshawe and her colleagues, as well as the critic for the official opposition on Canada Post, and their rationales for either variously supporting or opposing this motion. I was, I must say, disappointed that the mover gave so little attention to the hard work of her colleagues, as was detailed by my friend from the official opposition, the hard work of the Standing Committee on Government Operations and Estimates, who completed a review of Canada Post less than 2 years ago. Il vaut la peine de rappeler à la
It is worth reminding the mover that the committee held hearings in 22 communities throughout our beautiful country, from Surrey to St. John's, from Yellowknife to Montreal, and places in between. Our committee colleagues met with over 200 witnesses who gave their opinions on the future of Canada Post. It was the widest consultation in recent memory on this topic, Madam Speaker. We heard directly from associations, communities, unions, companies, and individual Canadians on many topics, including the Canada Post Corporation. In short, Madam Speaker, such a study has already been carried out, which the sponsor is asking for. The committee also held an online survey, which was another way for Canadians to express their views. Over 5,000 Canadians and 195 companies responded to the survey. Madam Speaker, apart from the awareness work carried out by the committee, there were open discussion sessions in writing so constituents could also take part in the debate, and all of this feedback was sent back to the committee. We know that committee members carefully studied all the evidence when they drafted their study, and the study included 45 recommendations, and the work was also a study was carried out by an independent group made up of 5 eminent members, and this independent working group also met with representatives from unions, experts, communities, and other stakeholders, including banking associations and credit unions. These members studied best practices throughout the world and analyzed possible options for the future of Canada Post. The working group also hired experts in various fields, such as financial analysis and postal services abroad. They heard from Oliver Wyman, which is a world consultancy specializing in business opportunities, including postal banking. The working group also did a public opinion survey to understand Canadians' point of view, and then it drew conclusions from all this evidence. The working group also asked Canadians about what they thought of a postal banking system, and all of this work was included in a document entitled Canada Post in the Digital Age. And in Chapter 7 of the document, I would encourage all of my colleagues in this chamber to read that report. I would like to underscore the work and the contribution of this independent group, which undertook a detailed study and covered every region of the country.
Recommendations of the Standing Committee on Government Operations and Estimates and the in-depth analysis conducted by the Independent Task Force. Let me share with my colleagues what the committee and the Independent Task Force had to say about postal banking. I begin with the Independent Task Force. It found that Canada has a mature and competitive banking system, with approximately 99% of Canadians having bank accounts and 69% paying their bills online rather than through the mail. It also found that Canada has over 6,300 branches operated by 80 banks, along with nearly 3,000 branches operated by more than 600 credit unions, as well as over 65,000 automated banking machines. The Standing Committee on Government Operations also studied postal banking, hearing much of the same evidence as the Independent Task Force. In addition to hearing that 99% of Canadians have a bank account, the committee heard that 55% of the Canadians use the internet to do most of their banking. The committee also heard that the number of credit union members who use their branches in rural areas has dropped significantly in recent years, as more and more members conduct their financial transactions online or using smartphone applications. Moreover, it has been stated that Canada Post did not sufficiently pursue postal banking as a potential line of business. In fact, the Standing Committee had the opportunity to consider the evidence and recommended that, and I quote, Canada Post focus on its core competencies to help Canada meet the challenges of the 21st century. It is fair to say, Madam Speaker, that the matter of postal banking has been properly examined and consulted on, and that there is substantial evidence to support the conclusions reached by Canadians, the Independent Task Force, and the Standing Committee. In response to this motion from the member from London Fanshawe, I asked, do we really need further hearings and study on this matter? Madam Speaker, the short answer, we believe, is no. Comme le sait la Chambre, le gouvernement a déjà...
As this House knows, the government has already defined a new vision for Canada Post. The government's priority is to renew Canada Post to ensure that it remains relevant and viable in the long term, and that it continues to provide good jobs to the middle class and good services to Canadians. A new vision based on service is essential if Canada Post is to be renewed, and it also means that Canada Post will provide quality services at a reasonable price to Canadians regardless of where they live. The government has already taken measures to permanently put a stop to the process of home delivery by building community mailboxes. Promise made, promise kept. We are also reacting to the many concerns these community mailboxes pose for seniors and people with mobility issues. Again, promise made, promise kept. Canada Post is developing a delivery program which is more efficient and which will improve service to tens of thousands of Canadians.
Significant changes are needed to ensure the long-term relevance and financial sustainability of Canada Post. And that is why, as part of this renewal, the government has asked Canada Post to embrace innovation, experimentation and pilot projects, including in the area of some financial-related services, to adopt best practices and address market trends, new technologies and shifts in the needs and expectations of Canadians. For instance, as more Canadians move to online shopping, more convenient parcel delivery options may be needed. We also need to be innovative in exploring partnership opportunities with the federal government, other jurisdictions, and communities to leverage the unique retail network of Canada Post in line with the advice of the Independent Task Force and the Standing Committee. And indeed, Canada Post's new leadership now has the direction from government to work with its dedicated employees, the private sector, and the communities in which it operates to explore good ideas for how it can support the services Canadians need in the years to come, including in the area of financial services, as I said, among many others. And that is what they're doing, Madam Speaker. That is where the action should be, not in more talk in Parliament. With 3,800 corporate post offices and 2,500 franchise post offices, Canada Post has one of the largest retail networks in Canada. And in some communities, particularly in rural Canada, Canada Post is the only federal presence. In short, Canada Post is in a unique position to drive this innovation and change. A more innovative culture and collaboration requires new leadership at Canada Post, and that is what we've also delivered, Madam Speaker, with the appointment of Jessica McDonald as Chair of the Board of Directors. In short, and in conclusion, Madam Speaker, we've embraced change at Canada Post. We've broken with the ways of the past. We've brought forward innovative solutions, and we now need to enable Canada Post and its employees to move forward together into an innovative future. Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for London Fanshawe for introducing this important motion, M166. Her work on helping low-income Canadians and her other work in this House have made her an invaluable member of Parliament. And I'd like to take a moment to thank her for her service to our nation since 2006. That's 12 years in this House, Madam Speaker. Postal banking is a concept that seems new but is really very old. Some of our earliest banks were run by Canada's Post Office, and it has always provided a secure, low-cost alternative to the commercial banks. The cost of banking in Canada is a serious issue. We often identify the payday lenders as the worst culprits. After all, they charge extremely high fees for cashing checks and charge ridiculous interest rates for short and long-term loans. They open up in low-income neighborhoods where the working poor live. These are people who work hard, but who receive such a low rate of pay that they live a hand-to-mouth, paycheck-to-paycheck existence. Less than 2 blocks from Parliament Hill, a payday loan company is charging $45 for a $300 loan for a 2-week period. That's a 15% interest rate over 14 days. And they promise that no matter how poor your credit, you can get a loan. Why would someone go there instead of to one of the big 5 commercial banks? Because they'll cash your paycheck today. Banks will sit on it for 5 business days waiting for it to clear. The 2017 Ipsos survey found that more than half of Canadians are living within $200 per month of not being able to pay all of their bills or to meet their debt obligations. Our working poor, half of all Canadians, can't wait a week for their pay to be cashed. That would mean unpaid rent, no groceries, no school supplies, no bus passes. Let me reiterate, we're talking about more than half of all Canadians. Sure, we can discuss financial literacy and the need for savings, etc., but none of that is part of today's reality, and the big banks often don't help. When I was young, people looked at banks to see who would pay the best interest rate, even on small deposits. That's how we comparison shopped. At that time, consumers were considered to be valuable clients of the banks. That has changed today. Now we compare how exorbitant the bank's fees will be if we want to withdraw our own money. Will an overdraft cost $50 or $70? Do I need to pay extra for online banking? How good does my credit rating have to be to get a credit card? And then we have credit card interest, which can be 20% or more. If the payday loan companies are engaged in usury, what can we say about credit card companies? Out of interest, why don't we check on what the good book has to say about money lending? The Bible is not at all shy about taking a position on charging interest. Ezekiel 18, verse 13, he lends at interest and takes profit. Shall he then live? He shall not live. He has done all these abominations. He shall surely die. His blood shall be upon himself. I agree that's a little harsh, but you get the idea. Deuteronomy 23, verse 19, you shall not charge interest on loans to your brother, interest on money, interest on food, interest on anything that may be loaned at interest. We are no longer the valued clients we once were. Now banks see consumers as a resource to be tapped, holding our money so that they can leverage it for profit, while charging us again so that they profit again. Banks often don't work for us. There's already one good alternative to the commercial banks. Credit unions work with the community and are run by their members, but they're limited in many ways by federal financial rules, and we've recently seen attempts to make it even harder for credit unions to do their work. Last year, the current government attempted to ban credit unions from using such commonplace words as bank and banking, and that fight is still not over. We're expecting the government's final decision on the matter within a few months. So what can we do? One very good option is postal banking. Until 1968, Canadians could go to their local post office to deposit or withdraw money. They could transfer funds to another person. Today, we see the role of Canada Post changing. Few people receive their bills by mail. Few people mail anything at all except holiday cards and packages. There are opportunities to expand the mandate of Canada Post into new areas. In fact, earlier this week, I attended a government-sponsored meeting on the issue of bus transportation in Western Canada over the cancellation of Greyhound service. Over 75% of post office managers have offered to extend their services to include being bus depots, an excellent use of existing facilities and infrastructure. Similarly, we should reinstate the use of post offices as banks. Postal banking is a sustainable solution that provides accessible banking services across Canada where no service is currently available, and to those who cannot afford corporate bank fees. Today, thousands of towns and villages across our country do not have a bank, including many smaller communities in my riding of Kootenay, Columbia. Many of these do have a post office that could provide access to financial and banking services. Over 139 countries around the world have postal banking, including the United Kingdom, France, Italy, Switzerland, and New Zealand. This is not a new idea. Canada has the existing resources and the infrastructure needed to bring back postal banking. We certainly have the need because our current financial institutions are failing many Canadians. And then, Madam Speaker, if you look at the report released recently by the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, we are a country, a world in crisis. And postal banking, being able to use your local post office to do banking, reduces greenhouse gases and helps the environment for those citizens that have to drive in order to get to a bank. I'd like to close by quoting from a study conducted on behalf of the Canadian Postmasters and Assistants Association, and I quote, "The government wants to help boost women's economic empowerment. Postal banking is the natural fit. Our members from the Canadian Postmasters Assistants Association are 95% women who operate 3,260 rural post offices. Our study showed that there are almost 1,200 rural communities in Canada that have a post office, but no financial services. Worst yet, only 54 Indigenous communities out of 615 in the entire country have a banking outlet. These community members are at the mercy of corner stores, subject to exploitation, or must travel long distances to the closest bank. Postal banking is good for communities, it's good for the environment, it's good for local businesses, as well as maintaining and creating good jobs in rural communities where employment with fair living wages and benefits is often difficult to find. Let's get postal banking back on track. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's a great pleasure to stand here and rise. I rise in support of this motion. This is an issue that has been raised at countless times in my riding by the people of Winnipeg Centre. They have raised this issue because they believe it is important to have equity in our communities, not only in communities which are related to the suburbs and the middle class, but really in communities which are Indigenous, rural communities, and inner city communities, people who often do not have as much access to banking services as others. So, postal banking is an excellent idea. I have literally hundreds of communications with my citizens from Winnipeg Centre. We've conducted town halls on this issue, and time and time again, people have come out and said that they want this for Canadians and for our community in Winnipeg Centre. Now, over the last 2 decades, we have seen a major decline in the number of branches and locations for banks and credit unions. In 1990, there were almost 8,000 branches, or 7,964. And by 2002, that number had fallen to 5,908, a decline of 26%. This is not a good thing for Canadians. This is not a good thing for rural Canadians. And if you live in a rural area, you should be asking your MPs to be looking into this issue to a greater extent, whether they are Conservative, Liberal, or even NDP. The decline of branch banking is not only linked to banks rationalizing their brick-and-mortar locations, it is also linked to the rise of ATMs and internet and telephone banking. But we must also not forget, even though that there is greater access to internet, there are many rural communities that do not have access to any internet at all, or any high-speed internet, which is often required for the use of online banking. This is also true for inner-city communities. I know many people that while they might have a cell phone, do not have access to free internet service, and it takes a long time for them, and at great expense, to actually access online banking services. Now, today there are more than 58,000 ATMs across Canada, and 61% of them are so-called white machines owned by non-bank companies. Online banking has grown at the tremendous rate in recent years, with 67% of Canadians now using this form of banking, according to a CBA study. This study also noted that 47% of Canadians now use the internet as their main means of banking, up from 8% 12 years ago. But this is, while it's a good thing for many Canadians, this does not include all Canadians. And what we need is an inclusive way of banking for all Canadians. For instance, if we look at some of the things on the fringe financial institutions, there are many institutions that are on the fringes, such as payday loans, but also, for instance, the Wonga website or Zippy Cash, which can offer loans for 30 days at a rate of, with an interest rate of $40.10 or a rate of over $240 per, or 240% per year, which is an incredible amount of interest in a year. Now, there are a number of Canadians that do not have access to a bank account. If we take the lowest figure of 3%, which is often put forward, that's estimated to be 842,000 people in 2005. Today, that number of unbanked using the same method of calculation would approach 910,000 people. Aboriginal communities remain largely without banks or credit unions across our country. Over the past decade, Aboriginal population has increased dramatically, growing by 20.1% between 2006 and 2011. Some 1.4 million people are now identified as Aboriginal people, or 4.3% of the Canadian population. But banks and credit unions lag behind in providing services. While the major banks all have Aboriginal services, there are very few branches on reserve. And there are at least 615 First Nation communities in Canada today, and many other Métis and non-status communities. A quick tally of the branches of banks and credit unions on reserves only shows 54, Madam Speaker. 54. That is an abysmal figure, and that is an abysmal service on behalf of the banks, who make an incredible amount of profit year after year after year in this country. And I believe it was $32 billion last year by all the major banks combined. Yet they offer no services to many Canadians who need them. How are you supposed to have economic development if you don't have access to banking services? How are you supposed to cash the checks that you might receive from the band office if you don't have access to a banking service? And this is extremely important, not only on reserves, but it's important in inner city communities. We have many people that cannot or do not have a bank because they do not sometimes have the proper identification. But if they could cash a check and make sure they could find a place to cash a check at a very low rate of interest, instead of having a large charge, maybe they would be better off in the long term. Now, postal banking has deep roots internationally, and it is entering a period of expansion of services. This has been shown in a major global study of postal banking recently carried out in 2012 by researchers of the Universal Postal Union, of which Canada is a member. The UPU report shows that after banks, postal operators and their postal financial subsidiaries are the second biggest worldwide contributor to financial inclusion, far ahead of microfinance institutions, money transfer organizations, cooperatives, insurance companies, mobile money operators, and all other providers of financial services. This is important around the world, and it can be important here in Canada. There are many large and important postal banking operations around the world, from Japan Post Bank, the world's largest depositor holder, with 203 trillion yen, or 2.15 trillion Canadian in assets, to the Postal Savings Bank of China, the fifth largest commercial bank in China with over 400 million customers, to Deutsche Post Bank, which is now owned by the Deutsche Bank, but remains one of the largest in Germany with its own network of over 100 branches and 4,500 postal outlets. The study does not examine these banks, but rather looks at 5 successful models in industrialized countries, the United Kingdom, France, Italy, Switzerland, and New Zealand, which all have maintained an important relationship between the financial services offered through postal office outlets and the post office. These countries have been chosen because of their relevance to Canadian operations. Now, postal banking is extremely important. First, there are many Canadians living in large parts of Canada who lack physical access to banks or credit unions. The number of banks and credit union branches has shrunk over the past 2 decades. In rural Canada, many branches have closed in small towns, and while credit unions have purchased some of these branches, this process has slowed markedly in recent years. Because postal outlets are present in both rural communities and inner city neighborhoods, new postal banking could offer to citizens and businesses in many communities banking services which do not currently exist. In northern and rural Canada, or on Aboriginal reserves, and in 3 northern territories, there have always been fewer banks and credit unions than are needed. There are no credit unions in the territories. Second, it is estimated that some 3 to 8% of Canadians do not have a bank account. This represents a potential of more than 1 million new customers for postal financial services, and many Canadians use fringe financial services at a high personal cost. New postal banking services could be combined with legislation requiring the immediate rollback of FFI interest rates to bring them in line with existing banking rates. The Kiwi Bank and the Banque Postale in France are both excellent examples of how a postal bank can offer special services to low-income people, such as home mortgages, rent-to-buy, or even social housing loans. Now, there are, in the last minute that's remaining to me, Madam Speaker, Canada Post has the largest network of retail outlets already in place across Canada. Canada Post has a total of almost 6,400 postal outlets in 2012. 3,800 Canada Post outlets, 60%, are in rural areas where there are fewer banks and credit unions. The post office in these locations could provide key services for individuals, but also for local businesses. Some communities in Canada have a postal outlet, but no other or limited banking services, especially since the closure of 1,700 bank branches and hundreds of credit unions over the last 2 decades. Canada Post has a high trust factor among Canadians and an already existing skilled and stable workforce of 68,000 employees, some of whom could easily be trained to handle limited financial services. Thus, it would not mean starting from scratch, but rather building on what already exists. Also, Madam Speaker, as I finish off with my closing, a lot of newcomers, it would allow them greater access to service in order to remit their monies back to home countries like the Philippines or to India or China to make sure that they have access to excellent services as well. So in closing, I would just like to highlight that there are literally hundreds of people, such as Candace Philberg. Postal banking is a very smart business plan. Jonathan Klassen, this is an excellent idea. Norris Norden, yes, after further, banks and all credit unions must do more and allow for greater accounting. And in the last 10 seconds that I have, Madam Speaker, I would like to say this is a fantastic idea from Helen Provencher and Mr. Ballaston. So thank you very much, and tapuya kikitwam, hi.
Resuming debate. Before I go to the next speaker, I just want to advise the speaker that she'll only have about 4 minutes to make her comments known, to do her speech, in order to allow the member. We can go to resuming debate, and the member has about 4 minutes to speak before we have to go for the right of reply. The honourable member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm very privileged to rise today and have a moment on behalf of the residents where I live in Windsor and Tecumseh. People are very astute and they look around and shake their heads at a legislator's approach many times. Canada Post is a perfect example of an infrastructure that has been built and developed across this country, in every corner of this country, and it is not being maximized. As a matter of fact, private sector is looking at the profit-making areas of Canada Post, and in a very predatory fashion, they're eroding Canada Post. We have a perfect example today of how we should be maximizing this infrastructure that we have. We have over 2 million Canadians who do not have access to a community with a bank. We have people that are subjected to predatory lending. They have to go to cash payday places because banks have actually decreased the number of bank branches in their communities, actually by some 20%. We have 45% of the rural communities that have a post office do not have a bank branch. And here we have today, we know of Canadians who have to take their government check to a payday loan operation and pay an exorbitant fee to have a government check cashed. There is something wrong with this, Madam Speaker, and the fact of the matter is many of the comments today are being based on a task force that was done years ago, 2 years ago, and there has been evidence that has criticized this task force and the premise with which it approached postal banking in order to recommend that it not be pursued. Number one, the premise of that task force was not how do we improve Canada Post, it was How do we cut costs? How do we cut services at Canada Post? There's a key distinction there. The second premise is this task force went into studying postal banking, saying that the private banking sector was serving Canadians in a very efficient manner. As a matter of fact, they called it great service. Those two premises for this task force were wrong. They were erroneous. We have expertise, we have evidence from over 60 countries with successful banking. And we also have evidence and experience. People know that postal banking could be a springboard. We all go to, even when we're on vacation and we want to mail a postcard home, we're in these rural communities. Canadians who live in the real world, our wheels get turning, and we see how that service could be maximized, that space. It could be a kiosk for Service Canada. It could be a starting point for Nutrition North delivery. There's all kinds of things that our government does that we could be maximizing Canada Post. The problem that we have is that we are looking at everything in silos. Postal banking is a perfect example of how we can be increasing the well-being of Canadians, because that social cost, when we remove it, does become ultimately an economic cost. Thank you.
Resuming debate for the right of reply, the honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. There is no better time to make investments in Canada Post that will ensure healthy profits for the corporation than now and into the future. Postal banking under Canada Post would provide profits and a secure source of revenue to enable this government to actually keep its campaign promises to restore home delivery to those who lost it under the previous Conservative government. A promise kept. Imagine that, Madam Speaker. What a switch. Corporate banks have abandoned rural and urban Canada, leaving too many without access to a bank or credit union. Fewer than 10% of Indigenous communities have a bank or credit union branch. Thousands of bank branches have been closed over the last 20 years, and nearly 400 since 2012, and more every day. Without access to services, people in rural communities must travel hours to access their own money or rely on private business owners to provide check cashing services at their discretion and at a high premium. In urban areas, payday lenders prey on people of low income who cannot afford the service fees charged by the banks. Access to our own money is not a privilege, Madam Speaker. It is a right that no Canadian should be denied. Postal banking works. We know this from the experience of countries whose economies are similar to Canada's. In the UK, New Zealand, France, Italy, and even Switzerland, postal banking is part of the community, and it's profitable. Over the past few months, I've received overwhelming support for Motion 166, support from municipalities and individuals across the country in urban and rural communities alike. I've received thousands of postcards in support of reinstating postal banking in Canada from constituents represented by 136 members of this House. And I'm certain that every MP in this House has received postcards from the Canadian Union of Postal Workers in support of M166. The Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives and the National Pensioners Federation support postal banking because it's good policy. Yet, we've heard reservations from members who fear credit unions and banks will experience unfair competition. They seem to overlook the fact that banks and even credit unions are already gone from rural and low-income communities. I've even heard reservations from Liberal and Conservative members who object to the word banking in the proposal. But consider this, Madam Speaker. Switzerland has a postal bank. If the banking mecca of the world doesn't object to the name bank, why should we? And M166 provides flexibility for the committee to propose a name, perhaps something like Canada Post Financial Services or Canada Post Savings and Loan. I urge members of this House to avoid getting caught up in semantics and misinformation that we've heard today, and examine the true merits of providing financial services to those who have been abandoned by banks. People in Indigenous, rural, and urban communities deserve affordable services. Access to personal finances is an undeniable right, Madam Speaker, a right that should be protected in a functioning democracy by providing it as a public service. Finally, we've heard from some Liberal Party members who claim to support the idea of postal banking but can't support the motion because it's somehow technically flawed and therefore not worthy of support. Well, Madam Speaker, I've yet to hear what exactly that flaw is, except perhaps that postal banking is a progressive idea that did not originate with this government. In the past 3 years, this Parliament has heard NDP proposals to enshrine housing as a human right, implement a poverty strategy, and an NDP motion to close loopholes in the conflict of interest. There's no real problem with these NDP ideas, except that they didn't come from Liberal benches. And, Madam Speaker, expect to see these same NDP proposals as part of a 2019 Liberal platform. Sadly, Canadians can't wait until 2019 and beyond. We're still waiting for the 2015 broken Liberal promises to be honoured. We can't wait anymore. And finally, I'd like to remind members of this House of the Prime Minister's October 2017 letter to the Minister of Public Procurement, which stated, "We made a commitment to growing our economy, strengthen the middle class, and helping those working hard to join it. We committed to offer more to those who need it and less to those who do not. We committed to public investment to spur economic growth, job creation, and broad-based prosperity. I expect Canadians to hold us accountable for delivering these commitments to improve economic opportunity and security for Canadians." Once again,
unfortunately, the time is up. The question is as follows. Ms. Matheson, seconded by Ms. Blaney, North Island Powell River, moved that a special committee of the House be appointed with the purpose of conducting hearings and proposing a plan for a postal banking system administered under the Canada Post Corporation. Should I dispense? No? That this committee consists of 10 members, of which 6 shall be from the government party, 3 from the official opposition, and 1 from the New Democratic Party, provided that the chair is from the government party. That in addition to the chair, there would be 1 vice chair from each of the recognized opposition parties, that the committee have all the powers of a standing committee as follows. Committee as provided in the standing orders, that the members to serve on the said committee be appointed by the whip of each party by depositing with the clerk of the House a list of his or her party's members of the committee no later than the week after the adoption of the said motion, that the quorum of the standing committee be as provided for in Standing Order 118, provided that at least 1 member of each recognized party be present. That membership substitutions be permitted from time to time if required in the manner provided for in Standing Order 114 sub 2, and that the committee report to the House no later than 12 months after the adoption of this motion. Plaît-il à la Chambre d'adopter cette motion?
The pleasure of the House to adopt the motion.
Que tous ceux qui...
All those in favor of the motion, please say yay.
Que tous ceux qui...
All those opposed, please say nay.
À mon avis,
in my opinion, the nays have it. Pursuant to Standing Order 93, the division stands deferred until Wednesday, October 24th, 2018, immediately before the time provided for private members' business.
Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Government orders, business of supply, débat sur une motion d'opposition.
Debate on the opposition motion on terrorism, standing in the name of Mr. Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus, appuie.
Mr. Paulus, seconded by Ms. Rempel, moved that the House support the sentiments expressed by Nadia Murad, Nobel Peace Prize laureate, who, in her book entitled The Last Girl, My Story of Captivity and My Fight Against the Islamic State, stated, "I dream about one day bringing all the militants to justice, not just the leaders like Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi, but all the guards and slave owners, every man who pulled a trigger and pushed my brothers' bodies into their mass grave, every fighter who tried to brainwash young boys into hating their mothers for being Yazidi, every Iraqi who welcomed the terrorists into their cities and helped them, thinking to themselves, finally we can be rid of those non-believers. They should all be put on trial before the entire world, like the Nazi leaders after World War II, and not given a chance to hide. And to call on the government to A,
repeating the past mistakes of paying terrorists with taxpayers' dollars or trying to reintegrate returning terrorists back into Canadian society, and B, table within 45 days after the adoption of this motion a plan to immediately bring to justice anyone who has fought as an ISIS terrorist or participated in any terrorist activity, including those who are in Canada or have Canadian citizenship. L'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Thank you, Madam Speaker. First of all, I'd like to mention that I'll be sharing my time with the member for Calgary-Nose Hill. Madam Speaker, you just read the motion that we tabled today, the motion that we will be debating all day. And straight off, you can see that the motion mentions testimony from Ms. Mourad, the Nobel Peace Prize winner. She describes what the Islamic State terrorists did. It was an act of genocide, and it should be punished with the entire force of the law. Now, currently, Madam Speaker, the problem is that we have a Prime Minister who does not show the political will necessary to bring these people to justice. And he doesn't really show... I mean, now, these traitors in Canada, there are 160 Canadians, most of them born in Canada, who decided to go to Syria and Iraq and to fight with the Islamic State and commit atrocities and genocide. There are currently 60 of those people that we know have come back to Canada, and only 4 of them have been formally accused. It's been 2 years. We don't know where these 60 people are. We don't know what's happening with them. Recently, we learned that Muhammad Ali, who was captured by the Syrian army and who is going to be sent back, will probably not be accused. That's what we learned from the RCMP. So this is the type of news, the type of information that just makes Canadians have goosebumps. That we don't understand how these traitors against our country and against our allies would be able to come back to Canada and continue their lives as though nothing had happened. Worse yet, some of them are actually saying that they're the victims, that, well, they didn't really know what they wanted to do, and actually they're the victims in the end. Let's remember that the Liberals used to answer our questions by saying, well, we at least accused 4 people and you, the Conservatives, didn't do any. Well, I would remind everyone in this House that we were bombing the Islamic State. And the only thing that this government did, that this Prime Minister did, was withdraw our CF-18s. Why? Well, we never got an answer to that, Madam Speaker. Now, when we ask very specific questions today, clear questions from all of the members on this side, and, you know, when we ask, what are you doing? What are you doing to bring these traitors to justice? We don't get answers. We say, what are you doing to make the victims feel like they are being heard? We don't see that anything is happening. So the Conservatives are calling for immediate measures to bring these Islamic State terrorists to justice. The Conservatives are calling on the Liberals to recognize that the vast majority of Canadians understand that if someone travels abroad to commit acts of genocide or terrorist acts, they should suffer the consequences of international law and of those countries. Conservatives clearly defend this principle. First, we need to focus our efforts to bring the perpetrators of these actions to justice. That means protecting Canadians from people who are suspected terrorists or people who have come back to Canada. So we need to ensure that our security forces have the tools they need to monitor these people in Canada. We need to encourage security forces to use all of these tools to monitor these suspects. For example, using wiretapping, monitoring of their residence at certain hours, and controlling their use of social media. The Liberals are making it harder for security officials to monitor these people by changing the rules. We are calling on the Liberals to look at ways of reforming the justice system to ensure that the courts have access to the evidence they need against suspected terrorists. We're also calling for the procedures to bring these people to justice be accelerated because they're too slow and they shouldn't allow people to come back into their communities. We're calling on the Liberal government to have Canada lead worldwide initiatives to make this happen. We're also asking them to support initiatives and take concrete steps to help women who have been raped as a weapon of war, and to recognize that the Islamic State committed atrocities against a number of religious and ethnic minorities, including Christian Iraqis, Yazidis, Coptic Christians, and other Shia groups. We're calling on them to support investigators in the UN to hold the Islamic State responsible for war crimes, crimes against humanity, and genocide. To take measures to respect Parliament's unanimous decision to ensure that the Yazidi victims of genocide are helped, and to support Premier Doug Ford in preventing terrorists from coming back to Canada and benefiting from social assistance. Now, Madam Speaker, I'm very pleased this morning, or I was very pleased this morning, to see an article in Le Devoir talking about this issue. And I'm going to quote part of her article that really shows what's happening today. She says, there are around 190 Canadians who are active in Syria and Iraq, fighting for groups like the Islamic State. Around 60 of them have already come back to the country, but only 4 have actually been formally accused. 3 Canadian jihadis and their families are currently held by Kurdish authorities, and they are not being sent back to Canada, where they may or may not be judged. Kyle Matthews from Montreal says that Canada should not allow for these Canadian fighters to come back to Canada without ensuring that they are held responsible for their actions. They need to be brought to justice to discourage the perpetuation of these crimes. Mr. Matthews says that the Trudeau government, can I say Trudeau because it's in the article, seems to lack the political will to prosecute these people who have come back to Canada. And they're focusing more on monitoring and rehabilitation or reintegration. So that's the end of that quotation. So this morning in Le Devoir, which is certainly not seen as a right-wing newspaper. In fact, they're seen as a left-wing newspaper. But, you know, Manon Cormenier, the journalist, just can't understand how this is happening. And we also don't understand the government's lack of action on this file. Now, the government MPs may or may not think the same as us. There are 40 Liberal Quebec MPs, and I think they need to take action. And I'm sure that their offices are receiving a lot of emails about this. But the Liberals won't dare to really face this issue as they should. So, Madam Speaker, to continue on what I was saying earlier, as I said at the beginning, we have information about the Islamic State fighters, and we've had it for 2 years. There was a report saying that there were 60 people who had come back to Canada, so there may or may not be others who have also come back. The government won't say. There may be some who are still abroad. It's hard to know, but we should at least try to find out. Why doesn't the minister want to give a full update on the situation? Why is the minister still hiding whenever we talk about Islamic State terrorists, particularly Canadians who have fought with them? We should have that information from CSIS. CSIS and the RCMP undoubtedly have that information, but the government doesn't want to be transparent. So, we are calling on the government to take steps to be transparent with Canadians, to tell us what's happening and what we can do to bring these war criminals to justice and to finally stand and speak on behalf of victims. Because the victims don't understand how the government of Canada could be so nice with these terrorists. Thank you. Before I move to questions and comments, I would just remind the member that even if he is quoting an article, he still cannot use the name of a member or a sitting prime minister. Questions and comments?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague for his speech. I was wondering if he could tell me how many returning terrorists were charged under the previous government. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman, let his colleague answer. I know that he's got a lot of experience in the House, but his colleague is quite inept to be able to answer that.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, the Parliamentary Secretary's question is what reflects what they normally say when we ask them questions in question period. They're trying to deflect responsibility by saying, well, the Conservatives didn't do this back in the day. Well, the Liberals have been in power for 3 years, okay? When we were in the government, we were leading a bombing campaign against the Islamic State. Now there are people over there who are afraid and they want to come back to Canada, and now it's their job to bring them to justice. Thank you. Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his question. The NDP voted in favour of the Conservative motion, recognizing that the Islamic State had committed genocide, because these are odious, atrocious crimes that are happening over there. That said, of course we want to see them behind bars, but, you know, there's a process that is in place and evidence is required. So I want to know, how can we solve this problem? For example, the RCMP can't go overseas and use information that was obtained when an Islamic State fighter was detained abroad. There are all sorts of problems with that. And I'm not the one saying that, Madam Speaker. A lawyer, Mr. Freeman, that my colleague knows, said that if we want to maximize our chances of getting those terrorists behind bars, we do have to recognize that there are issues in terms of the RCMP getting evidence. So I want to know what my colleague would do if he were in government. What would he do to solve this problem of getting the evidence required according to lawful procedures? The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my NDP colleague for his question. I believe that that is precisely the challenge. We both sit on the Public Security Committee. We studied Bill C-159 to amend C-51, and the new piece of legislation will make it even harder for our law enforcement authorities. But we have international agreements. We can work. Colleagues, I don't believe that we cannot send teams of RCMP officers abroad to work on the ground with authorities on the ground in other countries. So we're asking our government to take the legal measures to help us resolve this problem. And it seems that this government is not interested in finding a solution. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Louis-Saint-Laurent. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for the quality of his speech and the fact that he remained fairly contained, because this issue affects us all, and especially the member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. He's a veteran. He's been a man in uniform, and he, with honor and dignity, has served this country. So, Madam Speaker, my question to my colleague is as follows. How can this veteran or rather, how would veterans feel when the Prime Minister said that the terrorists which threatened the lives of our troops, that they could be rehabilitated through poetry classes? The honourable member for Charlesbourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Thank you to my colleague for his question. Yes, indeed, I am a veteran, but I am not the only one. There are thousands of Canadian soldiers who have fought in Afghanistan. So many have told me, telling me they are disappointed with this government. We lost 155 troops in Afghanistan. Countless others were injured. And they don't understand why this Prime Minister can actually say that fighters who have fought with the Islamic State can be rehabilitated through poetry classes. Nobody can understand this, and even Manon Cornelier from Le Devoir doesn't understand it.
The honourable member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The world has rightly feted Nadia Murad, one of the strongest women in the world, with the Nobel Peace Prize for the work she has accomplished in bringing attention to the need to eradicate one of humanity's oldest and most potent weapons in any conflict, rape. While on behalf of Canadian Parliament today I congratulate her on this achievement, I can't help but feel as though we in this place are letting it ring hollow. Vanity Fair magazine, after learning of Murad's prize, ran a story entitled, "This year's Nobel Peace Prize reflects the Me Too era." They couldn't be more wrong. The key difference between those who have been under the spotlight of Me Too, the long list of Hollywood actresses, political staffers, and most recently Christine Blasey Ford, have presented their stories, and the Western media and lawmakers have reacted, from marches in the streets to high-profile trials to bills here in this place to change our own sexual harassment code of conduct. Those who have come forward in Me Too have seen, while arguably imperfect, some sort of movement on the part of our legislatures, courts, and society to acknowledge their plight and act to remedy. The same cannot be said for Murad and her people. What of justice for them? There has been none. That is because in our position of privilege here in this place, in the glittering halls of Hollywood institutions, in our newsrooms, and in our Western academic halls, and in elite think tank gatherings, it has been easier for us to give Nadia an award for her courage and link her to the people, the women of her and her people, to the Me Too movement, rather than to take action to bring justice. And that is wrong. Rape and sexual violence in war is a weapon that we rarely acknowledge, much less take action to end. So to all who believe that Me Too has somehow begun to shift our nation towards a more gender equitable society, one where there is less sexual violence and more empowerment for women, then why are we not in Canada doing everything in our power to bring those complicit in the use of rape as a weapon against Nadia and her people to justice? To bring them justice, Canada must first lead the charge in condemning rape as the most potent weapon known to mankind. Time magazine recently recounted a story of a doctor who treats the survivors of rape in a war zone. She has stitched up the tears, and she has retrieved inserted objects. She has repaired flesh seared by the heat of a bullet fired inside a vagina that by some miracle or curse didn't kill but crippled for life. Her work is vital. Women with fistulas, tears between the vagina, the anus, the bladder, and the bowel, from rape cannot retain their urine or feces. And no matter how often they clean, they smell. They are shunned by their communities, and they are unwelcome in church. Like a dirty bomb, rape as a weapon of war is so much more powerful than the immediate damage that it yields. Rape as a weapon of war spreads venereal disease. Rape as a weapon of war renders women sterile. It ends childhoods. Rape as a weapon of war results in children who bear the stigma of rejection of their mothers, their communities, and constant reminders of the conditions of their conception and of their bloodlines. Rape as a weapon of war results in women being ostracized from their communities as impure, as having done enough to resist it, as if having somehow have asked for it, or worst, implied that they enjoyed it. Rape as a weapon of war disconnects women from their faith communities. It destroys marriages, with husbands being unable to cope with children conceived in rape, so-called impure wives, wives who are suffering from the trauma of sexual violence, being unable to participate in intercourse without being re-traumatized. It kills, and when it doesn't, many of its wide-ranging victims wish it had. It causes suicide. And rape as a weapon of war is a means to genocide. Sherry Russell Brown in the Berkeley Law Review summarized rape as genocide as follows. Genocidal rape is not rape out of control. It is rape under control. It is also rape unto death, rape as massacre, rape to kill, and to make the victims wish they are dead. It is to be seen and heard and watched as told to others, rape as spectacle. It is rape to drive a wedge through a community, to shatter a society, and to destroy a people. And this is the rape that Nadia and her people have suffered. Yet there are those who are complicit in using this weapon who walk free in Canada as though nothing has happened. Where is the outrage of Me Too and our so-called Canadian feminist-in-chief for them? To end rape as being used as a weapon of war, Canada must first acknowledge it as such. Then we must destroy it as a weapon. And we do that by bringing those who use that weapon or who are complicit in its usage to swift and immediate justice. Dr. Denis Mukwege, Nadia Murad's co-Nobel Peace Prize laureate, states that establishing and implementing laws that hold perpetrators accountable is one of the most important ways to de-arm those who consider using this weapon. His foundation states, law serves as an effective tool to end and prevent rape as a weapon of war. When laws are implemented and enforced, more survivors are able to access justice and more perpetrators will be held accountable. Law enforcement can deter perpetrators and may help end the cycle of impunity, which otherwise fuels future crimes. If perpetrators fear punishment, they are more likely to end the practice of using rape as a weapon of war. Legitimate law and legal structures also give victims confidence to demand their rights and feel less wronged. Yet here in Canada, our government has taken precious little action to acknowledge this truth, much less action to enforce it. Every time one of us stands in here and minimizes the need to place justice first, or worse, places the reintegrations or feelings of an ISIS terrorist ahead of the need to de-weaponize genocidal rape, we fail its victims. And make no mistake, every person who chose to act as an ISIS terrorist is complicit in the use of this weapon. In her book, Nadia bluntly outlines every person, every Canadian who chose to act as an ISIS terrorist is complicit in the genocidal rape of her and her people. And she is right. I dream about one day bringing all the militants to justice, not just the leaders, but all the guards and slave owners. Ali Shamu Aldi, a young Yazidi survivor, said, "When I see other countries of the free world take charge and stand with humanity, it means that justice will be served, and those of us who survived will have some relief." Canada can do so much more. Today, Conservatives issued a statement calling on the government to take several specific actions to bring immediate justice to the survivors of ISIS, and so many of my colleagues will talk about them. But I'd like to focus on one specific item. Processes, both here in Canada and in the courts of international law, to bring perpetrators of atrocity crimes to justice are slow and rarely work. They fail victims and prevent them from returning home. Canada should lead reforms to ensure justice is swift, both within our own domestic policy and abroad. We can't purport to stand for human rights as Canadians without demanding change to the processes that allow those who use rape as a weapon of war to go unpunished. This isn't just about one singular bad guy or leader. This is about the fact that state actors are no longer the heads of conflict. And those who go, as Nadia said, and willingly choose to participate, to fight, to turn a blind eye to sexual slavery, first and foremost only deserve one thing, and that is justice. We can't sit here and look into the eyes of these women and do anything other than commit to them with the bottom of our hearts as human beings that we will bring them justice. That is what each and every one of us should do. And for 3 years, this government has stood here and failed to acknowledge that it is incumbent upon them to do so. If laws need to be changed, then change the laws. If processes need to be changed, then change the processes. If the international community needs to change, then it needs to change. We cannot be complacent. Canada should also support initiatives which are taking concrete action to bring justice to women whose bodies through rapes have been used as a weapon of war. And Canada should acknowledge Nadia and Ali's truth, that every person who took up arms with ISIS is as complicit as its leaders and must face justice. If never again is not to ring hollow, if it's not just a phrase that we utter when convenient, then we must act. If we are to end rape as a weapon of genocide, we cannot allow those who supported ISIS in its genocidal rape to roam our country with impunity as though nothing happened. If we are to call ourselves feminists, then Me Too has to bring justice to every Yazidi, to every woman and every man and every village and every town and every religious community and family that has been destroyed by weaponized rape. For Nadia and her people, justice will only be final when those who wield rape as a weapon of war suffer greater consequences than those who are subject to its abuses. It falls to us here today to see that this happens.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for her speech, and I agree with her. I agree that women's voices are so very important, and that violence against women is a way to silence those voices. So, for me, I want to know why the spending even just was cut for women's groups here in Canada. Even to hear those women's voices here in Canada under the previous government, that was made far more difficult. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
Our government increased funding to the RCMP and national security agencies from the period that we were in government. We sent our men and women in uniform to stop the genocide that was happening against ISIS, and we strengthened laws to close the intelligence to evidentiary gaps to ensure that people would be brought to justice. What is extremely disheartening for me and extremely disgusting for my colleague opposite is to stand here with crocodile tears and purport to stand up for this and blame this on another government rather than looking inwardly at herself and asking what she could do in her government appointment to force her government through her own courage to do something. This government has done nothing. She's had colleagues in a moment where every single other one of her colleagues stood up and voted against a motion to declare this genocide happen. A few of them did, and I commend them for their courage. But her question today is an abdication of responsibility. We can't stand here and purport to be feminists. We can't stand here and support to say, wrap ourselves in the cloak of Me Too, point to a previous government after 3 years have passed and refuse to take action. And that's why this motion is in front of Parliament today. It's to say that this government has a fiduciary responsibility to protecting human rights by tabling a plan to bring these people to justice. And for her to not stand up here, and I hope she redeems herself in her speech by saying what she will do, what she will push her government to do to recognize the fact that there are problems in our law, there are problems in our processes that allow these people to not come to justice.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Belleuil-Chambly.
Questions and comments? The member for Belleuil-Chambly.
And indeed, we supported the motion that she mentioned, recognizing the genocide being committed by ISIS, and certainly share the objective that more needs to be done to put these criminals, these terrorists behind bars. That being said, she mentioned something in her speech about needing, if laws needed to be changed, then change them, which is certainly a fair sentiment and one that we agree with. So my question would be this. When we look at, for example, some of the changes in law that have happened over the last number of years, in particular relating to the work that CSIS does to keep Canadians safe, and I'm thinking specifically of threat reduction powers, and some have put forward this notion that I agree with, which is to say that obtaining these threat reduction powers with the judicial authorization, which would allow CSIS to breach the charter with the approval of a judge. Some have said that that makes it more challenging for law enforcement to do its job to collect evidence that it requires to facilitate prosecution of these individuals. And so that's where that intelligence to evidence gap that she mentions is actually widened, not closed. And so I'm just wondering what my colleague believes the government should be doing in terms of legislation to close that intelligence to evidence gap that has actually, in my opinion, widened over the last number of years.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
Much of the processes that were put in place to bring actors of genocide and atrocity crimes to justice were put in place in the wake of World War II, when state actors were at the head of violence, and that is no longer the case. ISIS is not a state actor. It is a network of terrorists that not only committed genocide against the Yazidi people in Iraq, but have carried out threats to the Western world. So our processes need to reflect this reality. This is why I'm deeply concerned that the government has made it harder and put roadblocks in place, for example, for the RCMP or the judiciary to use tools such as peace bonds to stop people who are highly suspected of terrorism. They've actually made that more difficult. Bill C-59, which is currently being considered in the other place, actually reduces the powers in many ways of Canadian security agencies to information share to act quickly to stop threats of these people when they arise. This is not, and this flies in the face of testimony of experts on how we deal with this. So to me, the government is going in the opposite direction. Rather than looking at a new global context, the reality of what conflict looks today, they're saying there's nothing to see here, folks, and actually reducing the powers of our law enforcement agencies to be able to keep Canadians safe and bring the perpetrators of atrocity crimes to justice.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And before I begin, I'd like to recognize that today is the 4th anniversary of the attack on Parliament Hill and the loss of Corporal Nathan Cirillo. And so today we pay tribute to both Corporal Cirillo and to Warrant Officer Patrice Vincent, who served their country with dedication and honor, and our thoughts and our prayers are with family and friends today. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I appreciate this opportunity to take part in the debate introduced by the honourable member for Charlesbourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. We all support the feelings expressed by Nadia Murad, a Yazidi militant for human rights and the recipientary of the Nobel Peace Prize.
Words remind us of the horrors unleashed by Daesh on the population they held captive. They remind us of the cruelty and the brutality meted out by the group's violent, depraved adherents. They remind us of the terrible suffering endured in particular by the Yazidi minority, and especially Yazidi women and girls. And they remind us how important it is to do everything in our power to bring those responsible to justice and to prevent groups like Daesh from coming into existence in the first place. At the height of its self-professed caliphate, tens of thousands of people from all over the world joined Daesh. They came from neighboring Middle Eastern countries, but they also came from places around the world, including Europe, Australia, the United States, and Canada. And all of these countries, Canada included, are dealing with the reality that some of these people eventually may come back. At the time we took office, about 60 Canadian terrorist travelers had returned to this country. Over the last 3 years, that number, which includes people who joined Daesh, as well as other terrorist groups elsewhere, has remained relatively stable. But since the global coalition against Daesh, of which Canada is a proud member, helped bring about the group's decisive defeat late last year, we and our allies have been aware that some of these people may be on the move. According to the 2017 public report on the terrorist threat to Canada, there are about 190 Canadians who have traveled overseas to join terrorist groups and remain abroad. Roughly half of them are in Syria, Iraq, and Turkey. Some, perhaps many of them, are dead. Among those who survived, some are detained or they're in hiding. They may be unable or unwilling to leave. A few may be attempting to move, perhaps to Africa, Asia, or Europe, and perhaps back to Canada. We are fortunate that we are only dealing with relatively small numbers compared to many of our allies. But we have no illusions. These individuals were part of an organization that did horrific things. Many of them may have a good deal of blood on their hands. And there are serious security risks involved. The good news is that Canada's security, intelligence, and law enforcement agencies are well trained and well prepared to address the threat and keep us safe. Canadians can be assured that our national security and intelligence agencies are carefully monitoring these individuals and actively assessing the threat that each one poses. When our agencies learn that an individual is planning a return, a coordinated whole-of-government approach is initiated that ensures that measures to mitigate any potential threat can be taken even before they set foot in Canada. If at all possible, arrest and prosecute are the favored courses of action. It is a criminal offence to leave or attempt to leave Canada to commit terrorism offences. Canadian law enforcement actively pursues investigations and lays criminal charges when the evidence is there. In the last couple of years, the RCMP has been able to charge 4 people with terrorism-related offences after their return to Canada. 2 have been convicted, 2 remain before the courts. There were no such charges under the previous government. In fact, until last year, all terrorism charges in Canada had either been laid in absentia or against people whose terrorist activity took place here on Canadian soil. Of course, finding evidence related to actions taken in a war zone on the other side of the world is very difficult work. So while the RCMP and its law enforcement partners pursue that evidence, other counterterrorism tools are brought to bear. These tools include investigations, surveillance and monitoring, intelligence gathering and lawful information sharing, the no-fly list, revocation of passports, legally authorized threat reduction measures, and terrorism peace bonds. Taken together, these measures help keep Canadians safe, and they happen while police and prosecutors do everything they can to collect evidence and bring terrorists to justice in courts of law. En même temps, Madame le Président.
At the same time, Madam Speaker, it is important to note that terrorist travelers are but one of the serious threats facing Canada. In general, our country is peaceful and safe, but we cannot be complacent in the face of domestic terrorism.
Malheureusement, nous avons vu des...
Unfortunately, we have witnessed attacks committed on Canadian soil by radicalized Canadians. Some drew their ideas from the ideologies of groups like Daesh, as well as Al-Qaeda. Others from white supremacists. Of course, I'm also referring to the shooting at the Sainte-Foy Mosque and the attacks in Edmonton, at Saint-Jean-sur-Richelieu, and even here on Parliament Hill.
The RCMP, the Canada Border Services Agency, and all other security, intelligence, and law enforcement agencies work tirelessly to know as much as we possibly can about every threat to our security. On a regular basis, they expertly assess and reassess all available data to make sure that we stay up to date as threats evolve. Our security and intelligence agencies also work in close cooperation with our allies. Those allies include NATO, our Five Eyes and G7 partners, the European Union, Interpol, and others. That cooperation is crucial given the global nature of terrorist threats today. The Government of Canada is constantly working to strengthen its ability to manage terrorist threats. The Federal Terrorism Response Plan, for example, facilitates a coordinated and integrated response to a terrorism incident or threat. The government is also modernizing and enhancing Canada's security and intelligence laws through Bill C-59. Among many other measures, this proposed new legislation would ensure that CSIS has the proper tools and authorities to investigate threats, including extremist travelers. For example, within well-defined legal parameters and subject to strengthened oversight, Bill C-59 would give CSIS the ability to analyze travel-related data sets to investigate the movements and behaviors of extremist travelers. This is an important tool that our security professionals will be able to use within the clear constitutional and legal framework created by C-59 to protect Canadian and Canadian interests around the world. Madam Speaker, just as Canada's Federal Terrorism Response Plan recognizes that responding to threats and events requires close collaboration with many players, so too do our prevention efforts. It is in that spirit that we launched the Canada Centre for Community Engagement and Prevention of Violence last year. The Canada Centre coordinates, bolsters, and helps fund innovative programming and research in countering all kinds of radicalization to violence and supports local organizations on the front lines of early prevention efforts. This approach is guided by the fact that early intervention to prevent radicalization to violence can and does work. And a key part of our support for prevention efforts is the Community Resilience Fund. This fund provides financial assistance to organizations undertaking programming and research to address radicalization to violence in Canada. It also mobilizes what we know about successful programming in Canada and around the world and shares these lessons among frontline practitioners across the country. To date, over $16 million has been invested in community resilience funding for research and intervention projects. For the next fiscal year and beyond, the fund will have $7 million available each year for existing and new projects. Madam Speaker, all of this represents concrete, thoughtful, and responsible action to combat and prevent terrorism. Our government is being vigilant without being alarmist. We are confident, but we are not complacent. Unfortunately, part of the opposition motions that we are debating today could be interpreted as an attempt to use this sober topic to score political points rather than a serious effort to grapple with the genuine issues that we are facing. We should be able to disagree without resorting to rhetoric and hyperbole. I disagree vehemently, for example, with the deep cuts the Harper government made in its final term to our national security agencies. $530 million cut from the RCMP, $390 million cut from Canada Border Services agents, $69 million cut from CSIS, $49 million cut from the Communication Security Establishment, and $171 million from the Canadian Air Transport Authority. Over $1 billion in all. I also disagree with the Harper government's indifference towards prevention and counter-radicalization. According to former CSIS analyst Phil Gursky, who said, the previous government had an abysmal record when it came to countering violent extremism and early detection. I disagree with the Conservatives' repeated refusal to strengthen accountability mechanisms for our national security agents, as we have done now with the National Security and Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians created last year, and as we are doing with legislation currently before the other place. Accountability is about protecting our rights and freedoms, but it's also about making sure that our agencies operate effectively to keep us safe. I disagree with the way the Harper Conservatives drafted a national security bill with provisions so vague and so open-ended as to make them virtually unusable by our security agencies. That's a mistake that we are correcting with Bill C-59, which will give our agencies the legal clarity they need to do their jobs. And I disagree passionately with the Conservatives' elimination of health care for refugee claimants. It is under this very program, which we have now reinstated, that Yazidi women and girls in Canada are receiving counselling and mental health care and health care in general to help them deal with the unimaginable trauma they experienced at the hands of Daesh. I'll remind honourable members that under our government, 1,400 women and their families, 85% of them Yazidi, have come to Canada after surviving Daesh. 3 Yazidi refugees were accepted by the Harper government. But in spite of all of this, I would never accuse the Conservatives of being soft on terrorism. That should be beneath us in this place. In the fight against terrorism, while we may disagree about methodology, everyone in this chamber is on the same side. And in that spirit, we intend to join the opposition in support of today's motion. We don't agree with every word of it, mainly the parts the Conservatives wrote, but we wholeheartedly endorse every syllable of the quote from Nadia Murad. We are all heartbroken by what happened to Nadia and many others like her. We all want the perpetrators to face justice, and we all want girls and boys in Canada and Syria and everywhere else to live in a world shaped by love and peace. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Calgary Mills Hill.
Madam Speaker, was that for me? Didn't hear you. Over the din. Thank you. If the government's intent is to support the motion, then I would ask what particular actions they are going to take to immediately bring people to justice. Part of the action in the motion is to table a plan to Parliament with concrete action. There are certain things that the government could be doing right now, like making a greater use of peace bonds that they've refused to do. Also, I'd like my colleague opposite to talk about why they, in the heat of the moment, in her question to me, and one of my colleagues, she talked about the previous government, yet it was her government that pulled our CF-18s out of the fight to contain ISIS, if they have any plans for further intervention. What they are going to be doing at the United Nations and other bodies to ask for reform to the International Criminal Court process to ensure greater expediency for justice, and what sort of initiatives the government is going to be undertaking to bring justice to women who have had their bodies used through rape as tools of war, because we have not seen them even acknowledge that to date. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Okay, that's a many-part question, Madam Speaker, but it gives me an opportunity to share a way forward. And Madam Speaker, we have been involved. We have been making significant investments in women and peace and security, because we do know that if you have the women on side through a conflict and then into the peace-making segment afterwards, the chance of peace surviving is far greater. So, Madam Speaker, whenever we engage in any kind of peace mission around the world, we are making significant efforts to make sure that women are part of that process, and that is going to get us in the right direction. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Belleuil-Chambly.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to ask my colleague a question about the power to detect threats and to identify problems in C-59, which was tabled by the Conservatives originally. Under Bill C-69, in spite of the attempts to make amendments at committee, the power to disrupt a threat by CSIS still exists. And one of the big problems, beyond the fact that we're essentially asking a judge to greenlight an anti-constitutional disruption, I would like to compare the information and the elements that we can bring forward in court. One of the elements raised by experts with the powers to disrupt a threat used by CSIS, which is obtained under a very specific regime with legal approval, but afterwards the ICMP must undertake its own process to obtain the same information in order for it to be admissible in court. Does giving this power to CSIS exacerbate an existing problem when it comes to the work done by police forces and intelligence gathering forces?
Yeah, I'd like to thank the honourable member for his question. And with C-59, what we sought to do, we needed both, Madam Speaker. We needed ways that would protect our safety and security of all Canadians, and we also needed ways to protect people's rights and freedoms, and that's what we've done, Madam Speaker. This bill does both. It gives CSIS the power to do acts of disruption, but under judicial oversight, and so that people will understand that those powers are limited in scope and in time, and they will be only used on the rarest of occasions when the judiciary is convinced that they are appropriate. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Guelph.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the Parliamentary Secretary for intervention this morning. She mentioned the final term of the Harper government, 2011 to 2015, cutting $1 billion from Canada's security services. And when we take the tools away from the security services and then yet criticize them for not doing their job, I want to ask them, through you, Madam Speaker, the Parliamentary Secretary, the role of government providing the framework, the legislation such as C-59, and the funding to do their jobs, the separation of politics from law enforcement and the judiciary, and how important it is for us to give the tools that the law enforcement and judiciary need in order to do their job.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for the question, and he's absolutely right. You can put all the policy, you can put the legislation, all of it you want through, but if you don't fund it, Madam Speaker, if you don't give our national security agencies the resources they need to do the jobs, then all that work will fail, Madam Speaker. And that is why we have made sure to return that funding to our national security agencies. And Madam Speaker, we are heading in the right direction, and we need them all to work together. They need to be funded well so they can do this very important work, and that's what we've done, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Markham Unionville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank you for the Honourable Parliament Secretary for her speech. One thing I'm really glad to hear that she is admitting the cruelty, brutality, and horrified crimes these ISIS fighters have committed against the Yazidis and many other different communities. But I'm confused. What do we expect? All these people, either 60, 80, or 90, the ISIS fighters coming back, Madam Speaker, would they be prosecuted with the full enforcement of the law?
Secretary.
Thank you. To my honourable colleague, absolutely. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member at Etobicoke Centre.
I'd like to use this opportunity to extend my heartfelt congratulations to Nadia Murad for winning the Nobel Peace Prize. And it wasn't that long ago that Nadia was here with us in this gallery when our Parliament, our House, showed that we could approach these very difficult questions in nonpartisan ways. And all of us voted unanimously, standing shoulder to shoulder with the people, the Yazidi people, in their suffering, and declaring that, in fact, what happened was a genocide. And notwithstanding some difficulty with the wording of this particular motion, hopefully once again we will demonstrate that same sort of spirit. And through you, Madam Speaker, if the Parliamentary Secretary could perhaps restate our commitment that those Canadians who involve themselves in the terrorist activities of Daesh, that they face the full consequence of the law, and in particular those who directly or indirectly may have been involved in genocidal crimes.
Our Parliamentary Secretary.
And I thank the honourable colleague for his question, and absolutely, Madam Speaker. Those who are returning to Canada, who have participated in these horrendous events on the other side of the world, Madam Speaker, they will be prosecuted to the full extent of the law. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I very much appreciate my colleagues' comments this morning. And just to highlight one of the aspects that the Parliamentary Secretary made reference to was the fact that all members of this House are in fact united against terrorism and terrorist acts. And she also then highlighted that there was some severe cuts that had taken place under the previous administration. And that no doubt has had an impact. And I'm wondering if she could just remind, because as we talk about this throughout the day, no doubt we might get some members asking about the issue of that sense of commitment that was a little bit lacking in terms of financial support in combating terrorist activities.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary has 1 minute to respond.
Thanks to the honourable member for his question. And for me, the most significant cut was almost $500 million to the RCMP alone. So when you cut $500 million out of the budget of one of your key national security agencies, it can't help but hurt. So, Madam Speaker, we've returned that money. We are funding the RCMP. We are giving our national security agencies the resources they need to do the work that we are asking of them. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Reprise de débat. L'honorable.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today, in the context of this debate, I would like to mention that this is the 4th anniversary of the terrible attack on Parliament Hill, where we lost Corporal Nathan Cirillo. And of course, that was just a couple of days after we lost Patrick Vincent in Saint-Jean-sur-Richelieu, near my riding. I think it is relevant to mention that during this debate today on this complex and difficult issue, which is terrorism. And of course, we'll be talking about the actions that Canada should take to ensure public safety. And as we do so, we should remember those 2 men who served their country and who lost their lives under terrible circumstances not that long ago. Madam Speaker, I'd also like to take this opportunity to remind this House that the NDP was proud to support the Conservative motion a couple of years ago, recognizing that the heinous crimes committed by the Islamic State constituted genocide. There's no doubt that when you see minorities and women, members of the LGBT community, and all of the other victims of this terrible violence, that we need to recognize it for what it is. That's why we supported the Conservative motion. We also recognize that any party, regardless of what differences in opinion we may have, needs to respect the objective, which is getting terrorists and criminals behind bars. I think that's an objective that everyone shares. But the issue that we're dealing with today is how do we do that in an appropriate fashion in a society that is based on the rule of law and democracy. There are challenges there, and I will be coming back to that throughout my speech. Now, let's be clear. We need to recognize those challenges, and there are no easy solutions. But that does not mean that we are being soft on this issue or that we are going to let public safety be threatened by people who are in our communities.
It's worth looking at the 2 key pieces here in this motion. But before I go any further, I would be remiss to not congratulate Nadia Murad for receiving the Nobel Peace Prize for the extraordinary work that she's done to bring this issue to the forefront. And the one thing I can agree on, we don't agree on everything, but with my colleague from Calgary Nose Hill, is the deafening silence sometimes that follows the kind of advocacy that someone like Nadia Murad engages in is troubling, and we always want to do better as parliamentarians and as a country. And in that vein, Madam Speaker, I think it's also important to recognize that I can't even begin to imagine the strength and courage that's required to go through the type of ordeal, the type of horror that she has witnessed, but it takes even more courage to relive that horror and to be an advocate and be part of the political process in seeking justice and change in the way that different countries engage on these difficult issues, Madam Speaker. And with that being said, I do want to address the two parts of this motion, and I want to start with Part A, Madam Speaker, that specifically goes into this issue relating to rehabilitation. And Madam Speaker, I think the issue here is we have to look at the fight to combat radicalization. And I think it's been made clear by many national security experts and many experts that have worked in connected and related fields that one of the key challenges that is faced in this era of social media, for example, where it's easy for an individual, in many cases, individuals with mental health issues that are easily being manipulated through social media and other means by different individuals and related to ISIS and others. And so a proper, comprehensive anti-radicalization strategy is required to tackle this issue. And it's not an issue that's exclusive to ISIS. It's also when we see white supremacists, when we see other extremism of that kind that leads to violence. I think that's the key, Madam Speaker, is countering radicalization that leads to violence. That's a key piece of how we ensure public safety with regards to these matters. And it's something the New Democrats brought up in the previous Parliament when we were debating then Bill C-51, is we looked at the government of the day and we said, certainly there's an issue of addressing public safety, but rather than adopting new legislation, draconian legislation that doesn't actually go to address the issue and keep communities safe, why not give additional resources to the policing community, for example? We saw in 2012, we saw the police recruitment fund get cut that allowed provinces and municipalities to have additional resources to hire police and put together, in some case, special units that could tackle, for example, organized crime, street gangs, things of that nature. And obviously the kind of resources that could allow police to do work and complement the efforts being deployed by the RCMP to tackle the issue of terrorism and other forms of extremism that we unfortunately see in Canada and other countries today. We raised that issue. We also raised the issue of radicalization, Madam Speaker, and really being preventative. And I know sometimes that word has a certain meaning and some rhetoric can be construed around it to make it mean something that it doesn't. But the reality is prevention, Madam Speaker, is not trying to use kids' gloves with individuals that may commit heinous crimes. It's making sure that Canadians are safe. It's making sure that these crimes and these terrorist attacks aren't being committed in the first place. Because after all, Madam Speaker, we can deploy all the resources we can at all the legislative tools after the fact, but there's already a failure when we're talking about an after the fact. So how do we avoid getting to that whenever possible? And countering radicalization is one such way to do so. Et c'est certain, Madame la Présidente, que
Now, Madam Speaker, there are clearly a number of challenges related to that. For example, in Montreal right now, the centre doesn't have enough funding. And I won't get into the details of this case because it's related to a lot of internal management. But I think that the mayor of Montreal, Valérie Plante, mentioned an important point, which is that the administrators of Montreal didn't want to provide ongoing financial support to the centre because the centre was serving a much broader population than just the population of Greater Montreal. It is the only centre of its kind in North America that works to counter violent radicalization. Now, when we visited that centre as part of our committee's study, and when we sat down with those people in Montreal, they said that they are getting calls from all across Canada, from people on the east coast of the U.S., from New York, for example, where there is a substantial vulnerable population. And there were even parents of some of those communities calling this centre in Montreal for help. So that shows that there is an urgent need for this, not only in Canada, but in the U.S. and around the world. But in Europe, there have been some strategies deployed to address the problem. But here in North America, there's a real urgent need, particularly in Canada. So the federal government's funding for this center is good, of course, but it's not enough. If it were, we wouldn't be in this situation. Now, what I understand is being proposed is funding individual projects, but we need to have a more overarching strategy to provide significant funding, and of course we need to provide additional training to police officers and RCMP officers in the work that they do with vulnerable populations, whether we're talking about people who might be radicalized into the Islamic State, or whether they're people who are on the extreme right, as was a movement that was profiled in the Toronto Star recently. So all of this shows that more needs to be done. And we need to have better types of strategies deployed to ensure that public safety is protected. Because when you're talking about criminals and terrorists, now, some political parties might think that the word prevention shouldn't be used when we're talking about people who are about to commit terrible crimes. But let's be clear, prevention means protecting public safety. And preventing a loss of life, as happened with Mr. Vincent and Corporal Cirillo a few years ago.
Specifically dealing with Part B of this motion, which is the issue relating to how do you prosecute these individuals, and particularly the individuals that are returning to Canada. And it's a huge challenge that we face, and we're not alone in facing this challenge. And there's different reasons why this intelligence to evidence gap exists, Madam Speaker. One of the reasons is, of course, additional powers that have been given to CSIS. And what happens is, when you look at the threat reduction powers that were given to CSIS under C-51, and that continue to exist despite amendments that I presented at the Public Safety Committee during the debate on C-59, which is essentially the Liberals' attempt of correcting and failing, in my humble opinion, failing to correct many of the issues with C-51, those threat reduction powers still exist. And the big issue with that, Madam Speaker, is this. The threat reductions are, in a word, and I'm sure some lawyers will cringe hearing me say this because it's probably not the correct terminology, but they're essentially extra constitutional powers. CSIS is going to a judge and asking for judicial authorization to use its threat reduction powers in a way that can contravene the charter. What we saw in C-59 is, while those powers still exist, they have become, as I like to put it, less unconstitutional than they were under C-51. But the big problem there, Madam Speaker, with the debate that's before us today is the issue relating to the information that is gleaned through the efforts that, through the powers that CSIS is using. Because at the end of the day, the RCMP and the responsibilities that it has as a law enforcement entity and the responsibilities that it has in working with Crown prosecutors to bring these individuals to justice, these returning foreign fighters, and making sure that they do find themselves behind bars. Well, the big challenge there, Madam Speaker, is that they can't use the information that CSIS has, so they're essentially deploying their own efforts, and they can't simply cherry pick what CSIS has obtained through a whole different regime of judicial authorization than the one that exists through the RCMP for their powers, and how those exist under the Canada Evidence Act and, of course, naturally, the Constitution first and foremost. And the other challenge, Madam Speaker, relating to that is not just the powers being exercised by CSIS, it's also how, and the RCMP in their own individual silos, it's also how you use information through international conflict and the consequences of that conflict, how you use that in a constitutional way that has fair trials. Now, Madam Speaker, it's interesting when we say fair trials, because I'm sure many Canadians listening to us, and again, some members of other parties might say, well, who cares about fairness? These people have perpetrated some of the most horrible crimes known to humanity. They've committed genocide. But, Madam Speaker, fairness is important for ensuring public safety because it ensures the sanctity of the proceedings. And so if you want successful proceedings for these individuals to be properly prosecuted and hopefully, in the cases where obviously it is appropriate and the findings are such, convicted, you need fairness, or else the proceedings get thrown out and you're right back to square one. So what that means, Madam Speaker, there's a few elements to that. One was brought up, and I'll refer my colleagues to the fantastic podcast run by Craig Forsyth and Stephanie Carvin, a podcast called Intrepid, where there's an interview with Solomon Friedman, who is a criminal defense attorney. Now, those aren't always, as he put it himself in the interview, the most popular individuals when it comes to folks who are victims of, who are victims of horrible crimes. But he brought up an important point. When you look at, for example, the fantastic reporting from Stuart Bell of what's going on with these fighters who have been detained in Kurdish facilities, those facilities are abhorrent conditions. And so the RCMP can't just walk into facilities that are potentially engaging in less than savory practices, whether it's torture or other things, or where the conditions are far below the standards that Canadians would expect of the way we would incarcerate offenders, and obviously in our corrections facilities. And the big issue there, Madam Speaker, is that it would be easy for a judge or a defense attorney, through the arguments of a defense attorney, to look at that Kurdish facility and say, there's clearly an argument to be made of this information, these confessions being obtained under duress. And whether those confessions are true or not, certainly that's not my place to say, but the fact I want to make sure as a legislator that we are ensuring the maximum fairness in a process to maximize the success rate. And then so we find ourselves in safer communities and achieve the public safety objectives and the justice objectives that our system, based on the rule of law, has, Madam Speaker. Madame la Présidente, c'est pas toujours des...
Madam Speaker, the answers aren't always satisfactory to the public. I recognize that. Now, we all have the same objective, but we really have to ask how we're going to solve this problem. That's the big issue. And there are challenges. A journalist once asked me after Global's report, should the government undertake efforts to bring these people back to Canada? And now, I don't have the answer to that. As the minister said, and I agree with him, I think that diplomats shouldn't put themselves in a position of danger in order to bring these people back to the country. Nor do we want them back in the country if they're going to pose a risk to public safety. But we also have a responsibility to people who have Canadian citizenship to have them brought to justice if they did commit terrible crimes, to have them brought to justice in Canada, and to put them behind bars in Canada. That's our responsibility, to protect law-abiding citizens and also to bring to justice those who need to be brought to justice. Now, this may not be a popular position, but it's really at the core of our responsibilities to Canadian citizenship. Now, of course, there are stereotypes about a young 20-year-old man, but then there are more complex cases of women who are abroad, for example, sometimes because of travel that they've conducted or activities that they've conducted with Islamic State. And they could also be brought to justice, but those cases are often much more complicated. In some cases, they were victims of rape. They were victims of domestic violence. There are a whole range of circumstances, and we don't necessarily have the information that we need for that. So it's very complicated because women are often a group that is victimized by the Islamic State. So we can't deflect our responsibility toward these women who are Canadian and who have been victims of the Islamic State. Now, I can understand that in some cases they may be found guilty of having committed crimes under the criminal code if they are supporting a terrorist group. But we can't forget that the government has work to do to examine the information that it has, to ensure that we are doing everything we can to protect Canadian citizens, females in this case. And that's true of children as well, Madam Speaker. I think that all Canadians, those listening to us at home and those of us who are here in the House with me now, can recognize that it's unacceptable to have children under the age of 5 who have Canadian citizenship end up in conflict zones abroad. And if their mothers aren't brought back to Canada, then the children will also have to remain abroad in these terrible conditions. And in some cases, Madam Speaker, I'll come back to what Nadia Murad said in this motion. She talks about brainwashing. So radicalization and brainwashing, you can see that there are children around the age of 5 who are abroad who may become child soldiers, as often happens in war zones. And also, they then become radicalized, and they may then become future public safety threats. And of course, we don't want that, Madam Speaker. So protecting children and protecting public safety are very noble goals that, of course, we support, whether we're talking about war zones or other places where the situation may become difficult to manage.
Recognize the concerns that Canadians have in wanting to ensure public safety. Let me be clear that while we might differ on the methods to be deployed and how we hone the tools that we have in order to prosecute returning foreign fighters and counter radicalization, one thing is clear, that all in this House agree that more can be done to close the intelligence to evidence gap and to ensure public safety. But, Madam Speaker, we do ourselves a disservice when we do so in a way that sometimes brushes aside the fact that not all these individuals are coming from the same situation, and there's a huge challenge when it comes in particular to women and children that I think cannot be ignored. And for that reason, Madam Speaker, I think more needs to be done, and we look forward to collaborating with the government as they try and seek solutions to this issue.
Madam Speaker, we must recognize that this is a very complex issue. Public security, which we're dealing with. We can't be naive about that, and I'm happy to work with all of my colleagues so that ultimately we help protect public safety. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Infrastructure and Communities.
Well, I want to begin by thanking my honourable colleague both for his service to the Public Safety Committee, on which I served with him for a period of time, as well as for being a member of this chamber on the day in which Corporal Nathan Cirillo fell as a result of a terrorist act. I can only imagine what it would have been like to have served on the Hill on that day. I also want to thank him for his interventions in this important debate, and in particular, his comments with regard to the work that this government is doing when it comes to counter-radicalization. I want to ask him a question with regards to some of the laws which have been put forward by this government, which would provide prosecutors and national security agencies like CSIS and others with the tools that they need to bring terrorists to justice. And in particular, the provisions that this government have introduced around the use of peace bonds, as well as some of the preventative measures and the disruption measures which are amenable to CSIS and others to disrupt this kind of terrorist activity, especially for those who've traveled abroad and have come back. And as long as the member will recall his work on the committee, I want to assure him that those measures are consistent with the Charter, are consistent with the law. So I'd encourage him to expand a bit on why his party has to date not supported those measures in this chamber, and wonder whether going forward on reflection, that's something that he might consider doing.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
And certainly, I think the debate on both C-51 in the previous Parliament and C-59 in this current Parliament have been quite thorough, and so certainly the time being limited, it's hard to rehash my arguments where I perhaps disagree on some elements with my colleague, but certainly when it comes to the peace bond process in particular, it hasn't been without controversy over the last number of years through its use in Canada. And certainly one thing that we do welcome seeing is the use of special advocates, for example, because to go back to one of the points that I made in my speech, and I think it's the eternal challenge, is that whenever we use the word fairness with regards to proceedings around the prosecution and the work that the RCMP does through law enforcement in particular, sometimes the words fairness might ring hollow to Canadians because they assume that, as I said, perhaps a bit too glibly, but using sort of kids' gloves with people who have perpetuated horrible crimes. But fairness not only goes to the core of the rule of law and ensuring proper judicial proceedings that are free from political interference, but it also makes sure that should the person actually be guilty of the crime, more fairness in these proceedings ensures a higher success rate of conviction without some kind of procedural piece where a judge or a defense lawyer manages to uncover that something was amiss. And it's kind of interesting, Madam Speaker, and I don't want to get into that issue because that's a whole separate one, but the Conservatives, for example, have been very critical of the Prime Minister commenting on Vice Admiral Norman's case, and I think if that, by that same barometer, we also have to be careful of the cases we comment on related to returning foreign fighters if we really want to see them convicted.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Durham.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I'd like my NDP colleague, who knows these issues well, to comment on, once again, the Liberal Party. In the last election, they opposed C-51, which made it easier for, or they supported C-51, but then changed it. C-51 made it easier to obtain a peace bond against someone who is a risk to public safety, like a returning terror fighter. But in C-59, they've made it harder to obtain a peace bond for these same individuals. As I said, Madam Speaker, in the last election, the Liberals criticized C-51 despite the fact that they supported it. They've now watered it down, made it harder to actually tackle terrorists. The NDP have been consistent throughout, and I'm asking my friend, it must be frustrating for them to see the Liberal Party consistently change their position on a range of issues, even when it comes to serious issues like national security.
The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague for his question. We don't always agree on everything, including on this issue. We've had vigorous debate in the past 2 years, not only my colleague and myself, but our two parties as well. But one thing is clear for us at the NDP. We have been consistent in our position in opposing draconian measures in legislation. We believe that by giving more resources to our police forces, our men and women in uniform, and by strengthening our anti-terror measures, so these resources have to be deployed and applied. That's why we made that request in conjunction with our position, which was to oppose C-51 and C-59. As a progressive, Madam Speaker, and on another note, it's discouraging to see the Liberal approach. On the one hand, they said they would support the legislation, but bring about certain changes. Looking at the final results, C-59, we can only conclude that the problems are not being fixed.
Thank you to the honourable member from Belleuil-Chambly for his intervention today. He mentioned his work on the Public Safety Committee, and thank him for that as well. On the way up this morning, Madam Speaker, I was listening to a podcast, Julia Shaw's latest book on evil, and she discusses the circumstances that lead people to make violent and often bad decisions around how they treat the people around them. And the argument of, is that evil or is it because of the circumstances? Then how do we deal with people that are dealing with circumstances that lead them to make bad decisions? The federal government created in June 2017 a Canada Centre for Community Engagement and Prevention of Violence, where the centre looks at local initiatives that help young Canadians to turn away from a path of violence. And could the honourable member maybe mention whether they've looked at this new centre in part of their studies through the Public Safety Committee, or whether he sees that as being a benefit in today's discussion?
The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly.
Yeah, the one thing is clear when we look at the end result of some of this radicalization, there's no doubt that when we think of Patrice Vincent or Nathan Sterler, or when we think of the genocide being perpetuated by ISIS, that there's no doubt that these are crimes of the most heinous nature, and I think all Canadians agree on that. How do we, and as I said, how do we tackle prevention? That's a key issue, because prevention is not always a word that people like to hear, but ultimately it means that one life lost to this type of horrible crime is too many. And so what do we do about that, Madam Speaker? Well, certainly I would be remiss if I didn't acknowledge that the government has begun to put funding, but there's definitely more that can be done to have a more overarching strategy. There's individual projects that are receiving funding, which is certainly a positive thing. But if I look, for example, as I mentioned in my speech to our visit to the centre in Montreal, one thing is clear, Madam Speaker, and the Mayor of Montreal, Valérie Plante, pointed it out. When that's the only centre in North America and they're having to deal with people from all over Canada and even on the East Coast of the U.S. and help them tackle radicalization, I think that that notion really demonstrates to us that more can be done, where we can have centres like that in more geographically strategic locations to allow us to maximize the efforts that we're deploying. So perhaps a good first step, but definitely more that needs to be done.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for New Westminster, Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for Belleuil-Chambly, who's doing excellent work on committee and in the House to help protect the rights and security of Canadians. Both go hand in hand, of course, Madam Speaker. I've noticed that in our debate today and in this motion, there's something missing, that is the violence which is perpetrated on the extreme right. Last year in North America, most violent acts were carried out by extreme right groups, racist, misogynistic groups which here in North America are fomenting violence. So what does my colleague think of this? The fact that this piece seems to be missing from the motion. There is radicalization happening here in North America. Violence is growing, and it's being perpetrated by extreme right groups, but it's not included in this motion. The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly, you have just a little over a minute to respond. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for his question. Yes, indeed. Often the Conservatives leave out that aspect of the violence and extremism puzzle. There's a very good report carried out by the Toronto Star on the rise of the extreme right. Madam Speaker, I believe I can speak on behalf of all parliamentarians, and especially the NDP, that any violence which comes as a result of extremism, be it Daesh or extremist right-wing groups, we denounce all of that violence. And as parliamentarians, it's our responsibility to do this and to give all the tools necessary to law enforcement agencies to help protect our civil liberties. Let me tell you, Madam Speaker, to come back to the issue raised by my colleague, the fact that this is not included in the motion shows that only one aspect is being focused on, but not all of them.
Member Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'm going to be splitting my time with the honourable member and my friend from Durham. Now, Madam Speaker, you know, this is an important motion. It's one that I'm glad that my colleagues have brought forward. And we are talking about ISIS's crimes against humanity. We are commemorating the work and the effort by Nadia Murad, and even her sentiment is captured in this motion about what happened to the ISIS, especially ISIS women and girls who were used as sex slaves. As a member from Calgary knows, Hill in detail described the horrific existence and injuries and impact that rape as a weapon has on culture and on society, and particularly how it traumatizes the lives of these women and girls. And we need to act upon that. So it's one thing to have a feminist prime minister who likes to call himself a feminist, but we actually have to take action. If we want to stop genocide, Madam Speaker, we need to have a plan how we do that. It's one thing to talk about the responsibility to protect. It's another thing to call an atrocity a genocide, like ISIS committed against the people in the Syrian and Iraqi regions. But we need to ensure that we are standing with them and making sure that those who committed these atrocities and these crimes against humanity are held accountable. Now, I've had the privilege over the last number of years to work with the Yazidis community here in Canada, and it is shocking when I meet with them, and I've met with some of the women and girls who were sex slaves, that they have come back to Canada. They've come here for refuge and asylum and our protection, and they're glad to be here even though they still have family members that are still in refugee camps in the region and can't get out. We need to be more helping for them on that basis. But it is disturbing when I talk to them and I hear the stories that they are experiencing right here in Canada. There is a lady in London, Ontario, a Yazidi refugee that I met with, who at the bus station got on a bus with her captor, who was an ISIS terrorist. He bought her, used her, and then sold her again like she was just property, like livestock, and he's here under the so-called Syrian refugee program. He lied to get here into Canada, Madam Speaker, and we cannot allow this individual and his family to stay here under, first of all, that he is an ISIS terrorist. Secondly, he committed atrocities and was part of the ISIS genocide. And thirdly, that he entered Canada on false pretenses. There's another lady that has had the same experience in Winnipeg. An ISIS terrorist who is on the streets was recognized by one of his Yazidi sex slaves, and she too has talked to the police. She hasn't talked about it in the media like the other case has been from London, but she saw him face to face here in Canada. So it is disturbing that we've had these people that have snuck in here under the Syrian refugee program, that they've lied about who they are, but they were definitely part of ISIS. And then we have, on the other hand, Canadians who have returned after the war started going sideways on them when they went abroad and joined ISIS and fought in Iraq and Syria. We know of them, some that are being held today by the Kurdish forces in northern Syria. And Muhammad Ali, one of the individuals, he's been on global TV talking about how he wants to come back to Canada, that his wife, who lived for some time in Vancouver, would also like to come to Canada with their children. But they're, of course, in detention, and he admits to being part of ISIS. He admits to committing atrocities, that he was out fighting against Canada and our allies in the region, and yet we're offering him counselor services. Those crimes are committed, Madam Speaker, over in Iraq and Syria. When Canadians travel abroad and commit crimes abroad, they should be charged and prosecuted and brought to justice in those jurisdictions. Just as we witnessed just this past week, a young girl that went and did graffiti on a historic site in Thailand and was arrested for it. So, you know, they did their crime there. They're going to do the time there, as many Canadians around the world, unfortunately, are incarcerated in various prisons because they committed crimes in those countries. But we still offer them counselor services, but you don't need to make the case for them to return to Canada, as counselor services did in talking to both Muhammad Ali and how to get back to Canada and getting his passport back in order, and Jihadi Jack Lett, a British citizen who became famous in 2014 and 2015, promoting ISIS, and even talks about using their heads as soccer balls of his victims, and committed mass atrocities, has a father of Canadian citizenship and wants to return here to Canada, even though he's never lived here. And of course, counselor services are helping him do a passport application. It just doesn't make any sense at all, Madam Speaker. Now, I'm proud of the record that we had under the Conservative government. We're the ones that committed our Canadian Armed Forces to helping our allies fight against ISIS. We actually went over there and we took our CF-18s and put them in the fight, bombing ISIS positions in Iraq and even in Syria. We went and put over 200 trainers on the ground to help the Kurdish Peshmerga become better equipped. We gave them equipment plus training so they were more effective soldiers. We helped save lives and protect those vulnerable communities. And so it was great that we were able to do that. We provided our surveillance aircraft, 2 CP-140 Auroras, took them over there so that we were not just providing targeting and looking for intelligence on the ground of where ISIS fighters were located, but we were there supporting our allies in doing that as well. And of course, we had a Polaris refuel aircraft to help with the air attack. So our air task force there has done great work. And how did the Liberals treat our air task force? Well, first of all, one of the very first things the Liberals did when they came to power is they pulled our CF-18s out of the fight. Shame on the Liberals. Kurdish Peshmerga, the Kurdish regional government, said that those planes helped save lives and helped make sure that not just Canadian troops on the ground were safe, but the Kurdish Peshmerga fighters were safe as well. And we were destroying ISIS targets and making sure that they couldn't continue on in the vein that they had been doing in committing their atrocities. We completely eliminated their offensive capabilities. Then they went and took out one of our surveillance aircraft. So they cut it by 50%. They brought one of our Auroras home. And as at insult to injury, they actually took away the danger pay for our air task force that was set up in Kuwait. So some of our guys on the ground there actually saw their pay cut between $1,500 to $1,800 a month, even though they were still in theater, even though that they were part of Operation Impact, and they were treated differently. After we embarrassed the government, the Minister of Defense had to climb down on that and reinstate that danger pay and bring in a new policy. So it was our Conservative government that stood up for our troops and standing up for the people who are fighting ISIS. Now, we've had many successes through that whole process, including having boots on the ground. We had snipers in theater. We had special operation forces working, and of course the training that we did of over 1,100 Kurdish Peshmerga trained while we were government. And the Liberals changed the mission. We haven't had a briefing on the mission in over a year. We're going to receive one finally next month, but it's long overdue. And for a government that says that they're transparent, we should see more about this than wait until the last minute before they have to renew the mission again, because it expires in March of 2019. So, Madam Speaker, you know, it comes down to that we have people like Abu Huzaifa, who is here in Canada. He is a Canadian that went abroad, enlisted with ISIS. He's 23 years old. He's come back to school, and we haven't heard anything from the government about him being arrested. Abu Huzaifa was part of ISIS. He admits to it on a podcast called The Caliphate that the New York Times put out a few months ago, and all of this is on the public record. He's admitted to it on a CBC interview as well. And yet we don't see anything from this government to arrest these individuals. I always hear from the Liberals, they like to talk about that well, we never arrested any either. We've got to remember the fight was going on. It was a hot conflict until the end of 2016 when everybody started coming home. And we know that Abu Huzaifa didn't even come back until the winter of 2016. So, Madam Speaker, we expect better from the government. We're here to make sure that we are acting on terrorism. A Conservative government will do just that, to make sure that Canadians are safe and that we are acting upon protecting people that are vulnerable to genocides.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Guelph.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thanks to the honourable member for his speech today. When we're talking about the approaches that governments take towards combating terrorism, we look at the Canadian approach of peace, order, and good government, helping to establish security forces on the ground, helping to train security forces on the ground, and also within Canada to make sure that we have a safe and secure country. I wonder if the honourable member can comment on the Harper government's cuts of nearly $1 billion towards our security in Canada, $530 million taken from the RCMP, $390 million from Canada Border Services Agency, $69 million from CSIS, $42 million from the Communications Security Establishment, and $171 million taken from the Canadian Air Transport Security Authority. Is this moving us towards better peace, order, and good government in Canada?
The honourable member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
Madam Speaker, you know, the Liberals can sit here and try to do their spin. Reality is that we actually increased resources for RCMP and for border guards so that they could actually act upon these people. We brought in Bill S7, which was the Combating Terrorism Act, that actually made it a criminal crime, or a crime under the criminal code to leave this country to join a terrorist organization. They have the options of using that and the peace bonds that are described under that act to hold these terrorists, and they do nothing instead. And they sit here and they like to spin, but today they've been in power for 3 years. And we have seen nothing about them, about how they're going to protect the Yazidis, how they're going to protect Canadians from terrorists that have returned to Canada, or how they're going to actually continue on prosecuting those that are abroad. I'm looking forward to hearing my colleague from Durham talking about international law and talking about how the International Criminal Court should be involved in this case. But we're hearing absolutely nothing from the Liberals. Instead of standing up for Canadians, standing up for our troops, all we see from them is hug a thug and give a pass to terrorists who've come back to Canada.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you. Madam Speaker, I find it amazing that the member across the way would even make the statement of, that he just finished making. At the end of the day, this government has actually seen a government that went after terrorism, that individuals that were wanting to come back to Canada. Whereas the Harper administration did absolutely nothing. No prosecution, no charges ever laid or anything of this nature. The Conservatives have this knack, Madam Speaker, to talk a tough line. But the reality is they can't prosecute. When it comes time to pony up in terms of financial resources, they have failed miserably at it. They had serious cuts totaling $1 billion. This isn't government spin. That's reality. That's facts, Madam Speaker. The former Harper government talked a tough line, but they delivered zero, Madam Speaker. And I'm wondering if my colleague across the way has any regrets for supporting the Harper regime when they chose to cut back when we should have, in fact, been investing in and supporting our security forces, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Selkirk Interlake East.
Well, Madam Speaker, the only thing I regret is I had to sit here and actually listen to all the rhetoric come from the member of Winnipeg North. Like, this individual continues to get up here and spews all sorts of words in this House, but yet fails to actually accomplish a single thing in supporting victims. This is an individual that continues to make excuses for his government that doesn't do a thing to stop terrorism. This is a member that will continue to stand up and fight for the rights of returning terrorists rather than fight for the rights of Yazidi refugees right here in Canada. Madam Speaker, he should be ashamed of himself. He should actually be talking about what the plan is going to be and how we move forward, because they failed for 3 years, and Canadians deserve better.
We have time for a brief question. The honourable member for Durham.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my friend from Selkirk Interlake Eastman for his remarks and ask him a question comparing his time in government as a Manitoba MP with the Deputy House Leader of the Liberal Party. He was part of a government, through you, Madam Speaker, that introduced Bill C-10 that allowed victims of terrorism to sue terrorists internationally, whereas we've seen recently Liberal members actually attack victims of terrorism, a totally different approach.
Brief answer from the member from Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the member for bringing up C-10, victims of terrorism. He and I just actually saw, again, this past weekend, Maureen Berzwicki, who is a victim of terrorism. Her husband died in 9/11. She lives in Collingwood, and she has no recourse against those criminals. So she's one of the inspirations around C-10. We brought in C-7 to allow more government tools and more tools for both RCMP and Border Services, Madam Speaker, so that we can get the job done. What we see from the Liberals is Bill C-75, where they're going to take joining a terrorist organization down to a fine rather than an indictable offense.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Durham.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm privileged to follow my friend from Selkirk Interlake Eastman, who raised a number of issues related to the Canadian Armed Forces. I want to also thank our colleague from Calgary Nose Hill for her long and consistent efforts working with people like Nadia Murad, who is quoted in this opposition motion, because Canadians are really concerned about a government that has no ability to act. And it's sad when I hear the rhetoric from the Deputy House Leader, but when I hear from a distinguished veteran like the member from Canada Carleton suggesting that the government is somehow powerless and that we're politicizing this, Madam Speaker. Protecting Canadians is probably the most fundamental aspect of what a federal government should do. And what is troubling with the Liberals, Madam Speaker, they act as if they have no ability to act on all issues, whether it's criminal justice and a killer going to a healing lodge, whether it's funding the PTSD treatments of a murderer, whether it's recruiting ISIS foreign fighters to come back to Canada. They make it seem like they're powerless to act, Madam Speaker. It's actually an abdication of leadership. When their department makes a mistake, you rectify it if you're a leader. If there's a risk facing Canadians, you prevent it, Madam Speaker. I see nothing of the kind by the Liberals, and that should concern Canadians less than 1 year away from an election when they can get a government that's serious again. Madam Speaker, I'm going to start with a quote to just talk about ISIS, ISIL, and how dangerous they are as an organization and the people that belong to them. I quote, "ISIL threatens peace and democracy with terror and barbarism. The images are horrific, the stories are appalling, and the victims are many." End quote, Madam Speaker. Who said that? Prime Minister of Canada, the member for Papineau in this House, 3 or 4 months into his government. He recognized the profound barbarism and threat of this terror force. But what did he do? Why did he say those words in this chamber? He was withdrawing Canadian participation in airstrikes meant to hinder the advance of ISIS. He was stepping back at a time when France and a lot of our allies were asking Canada to step up because our pilots are the best at targeting in those circumstances, Madam Speaker. He was pulling back. Even at the same time, he recognized that ISIS was a grave threat to Canada and our allies. That just shows how out of touch the Prime Minister of Canada is when it comes to terrorism, national security, Madam Speaker. What's worse is the Defence Minister at the time made it seem like our allies were fine with that decision, Madam Speaker, that there was no concern that we withdrew our CF-18 fighter jets from degrading and destroying ISIS and put in more training and ground troops, supplementing the ground troops, the CSOR and JTF-2 people that the Conservative government had put in with the fighter jets, Madam Speaker. The Defence Minister made it seem like our allies were fine with that. Trouble is, documents came out later that the Iraqi minister, where our troops were operating, pleaded with him not to withdraw, Madam Speaker. I still don't think the minister has addressed how he misled the House with respect to that. Documents revealed on December 20th, 2015, after he inspected a parade, the defense minister of that country pleaded with him consistently not to withdraw our fighter jets. So that's how they started with ISIS, Madam Speaker, and now we see it continue to the point where they're almost proactively recruiting foreign fighters back to Canada, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, even with tenuous links. And there's two areas where I think this is wrong at law, Madam Speaker. We should not be repatriating people that have gone, and to use the term of the Prime Minister, committed barbarous acts overseas. We should not be bringing them home, Madam Speaker. And historically, Canadians have not. What previous governments have done, Madam Speaker, is something called constructive repudiation of a dual citizenship or of consular rights, Madam Speaker, meaning you do not act on consular affairs. In fact, the Prime Minister sending people to see Jihadi Jack, a British national involved, it is reported, in terrible crimes, Madam Speaker, even in his own words acknowledging that, Canada proactively offering him consular affairs. The government does not have to do that, Madam Speaker. In fact, our Foreign Affairs Committee right now is confirming, witness after witness, consular affairs are a Crown prerogative. It is the ability of the government to decide who they provide these consular supports to. If my Liberal friends, I'm glad they're listening, don't take my word for it, let's take the Supreme Court of Canada's words for it, Madam Speaker. In the Cotter decision, what's interesting about Omar Cotter is that government, in previous iterations of Martin and Chrétien, they actually violated his rights by participating in investigations. The Supreme Court of Canada said the Harper government was within its rights not to repatriate Mr. Cotter. Here's the irony, Madam Speaker, quoting it at paragraph 35 from that judgment. The prerogative power over foreign affairs has not been displaced by Section 10 of the Act and continues to be exercised by the federal government. They go on, Madam Speaker. It is for the executive and not the courts to decide whether and how to exercise its powers, end quote, Madam Speaker. It is for the government to decide, Madam Speaker. There is no right of consular access for terrorists, Madam Speaker, certainly nationals from other countries. What has this government decided? What discretion are they exercising? They're recruiting Jihadi Jack and a number of these terrible individuals back to Canada, Madam Speaker.
I blame Kevin.
They do not have to do that at law, Madam Speaker. That's important to note. What did the previous government do? We mentioned Bill S7, Madam Speaker, which actually criminalized the activity to travel to a foreign country for training or work with terrorists. So actually, they could charge every single one of these people, Madam Speaker, because they're detained by the Peshmerga. The Peshmerga have said these Canadians were found with ISIS fighters, Madam Speaker. The Conservative government actually provided a charge for that. We made it easier to seek peace bonds, Madam Speaker. A right law enforcement has had degraded with C-59 under this bill, Madam Speaker. We also brought in the ability for victims of terrorism, like our friend Maureen Baznicki, to sue foreign terror agencies, Madam Speaker. That is what the government did. And in fact, at the time, Professor Christian Leuprecht at Queen's University said, I quote, the Conservative Bill S7, quote, prevents the foreign fighter problem, end quote, Madam Speaker. We actually tried to deal with the difficult decisions of governing. We didn't pass it off and act like they're floating down a river taken by the stream, whether it's funding PTSD treatments for criminals, whether it's transferring child killers to a healing lodge. They act like they're powerless. They should check an org chart, Madam Speaker, and realize they are in charge.
Here, here.
I will also bring up how the Liberal government's current conduct, Madam Speaker, is actually in violation of a United Nations Security Council resolution. Now, what's interesting is there's a half-baked campaign underway by this government to obtain a temporary seat on the Security Council. Perhaps they should read the resolutions of the Security Council they intend to join. Resolution 2178, Madam Speaker, which deals with foreign terrorist fighters, Madam Speaker, defines it. Two key findings I would note from this Security Council resolution. First, quote, the massive flow of refugees and asylum seekers from conflict zones also raises the risk of foreign terrorist fighters, and they will attempt to use the refugee system to escape persecution, end quote, Madam Speaker. They said vigilant vetting must be a requirement for specific countries in the world. This is the United Nations, Madam Speaker. It goes on to say this, and this shows how disconnected this government is. Quote, because the related challenges are by their nature international, the Council has called on member states to enhance their international cooperation in preventing their travel, end quote, Madam Speaker. The Security Council of the United Nations is asking Canada to prevent the travel of foreign fighters, and we have a government facilitating it, Madam Speaker. I'm wondering if the members of the Security Council, when they're voting to see who they should add, will wonder if they should invite the one country swimming in the opposite direction, Madam Speaker, the one country pulling out against the fight against ISIS, Madam Speaker, the one country recruiting them back rather than preventing their travel, Madam Speaker. Governing is about making tough decisions, Madam Speaker. There's more to being the government than just photographs and hashtags.
Here, here. Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Well, Madam Speaker, I'm not surprised that none of the Liberals wanted to stand and ask a question. Just before question period, of course, when everybody's starting to tune in and take on the member from Durham with his very well thought out and researched argument on today's debate. I'd like the member to actually talk a little bit about the international law that's also in application here and how it might be possible for the International Criminal Court to get involved in this, what Canada should be doing to facilitate that by providing better investigations and more resources on that front, and really working with Nadia and her group in ensuring that these ISIS terrorists who committed these atrocities and this genocide against the Yazidis and other religious and ethnic minorities in the region, and who used rape as a weapon, if he would be able to address that particular issue, Madam Speaker.
Member for Durham.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm glad we started the motion with comments from someone who's been a victim of ISIS, Madam Speaker. And I'm glad my friend from Calgary, Nose Hill, ensured that Nadia Murad's comments were here. I dream about one day bringing all the militants to justice, she says, Madam Speaker. She goes on to say that they should not be given a chance to hide. Those are her words, Madam Speaker. And when I hear the Liberals standing up in this House and suggesting we're politicizing this, Madam Speaker, yes, Nadia Murad wants us to politicize this, Madam Speaker, because these people, many of them, committed horrific crimes. That's why the Security Council has said to all nations, don't let them move around and travel. Don't let them hide and claim to be refugees. Bring them to justice in the International Criminal Court or within the jurisdictions they reside, Madam Speaker. That's what victims expect.
I do want to apologize to the member for Sandwich Gulf Islands. Unfortunately, I didn't see her until I had recognized somebody else, but there will be an opportunity for questions and comments after question period on this issue. Statements by members, déclaration des députés, l'honorable député, the Honorable Joanna Louvain.
Madam Speaker, over the weekend, CBC reported that this will be Leo Gerard's last term as president of the United Steelworkers. As a member of the union and of the All-Party Steel Caucus, I rise to congratulate Leo on his extensive service to steelworkers across North America, including those at Evraz and other workplaces in Regina. Leo distinguished himself as one of a very few Canadians to be elected as president of an international union. With his leadership, the United Steelworkers have been steadfast in advocating for a Canadian exemption from U.S. steel and aluminum tariffs. All Canadians appreciate such cross-border solidarity as we push to maintain fair and balanced trade with our neighbors. I invite all members of the House to join me in congratulating Leo.
Honourable member for Sudbury. Thank you, Madam Speaker. A year ago, I rose in this House to pay tribute to a great historian and professor. Today, I rise to recognize him once again and to pay tribute to him on behalf of the Franco-Ontarian community. He was a proud Ontarian who died this weekend, and Professor Gervais was a promoter of economic development for Francophones in Ontario. He taught young students from all across the community to become fully involved in their communities and in their country. During a whole series of events, he participated, and he had a long list of awards and distinctions as well. The pride in Francophone Ontarians is in all of us, and the symbols of Franco-Ontarian culture represent who we are and where we are going. Thank you.
The honourable member for Provencher.
Mr. Speaker, it was recently learned that the Liberal government approved federal funding through the Canada Summer Jobs Program for an organization that is currently suspended by the Canada Revenue Agency for potentially funding terrorism. Wow. Federal charities regulators have flagged concerns that this organization had provided resources that may have been used for armed militancy. Meanwhile, the discriminatory Liberals' values test meant that hundreds of legitimate charities running soup kitchens or children's day camps across Canada had to sign a statement supporting Liberal Party values as a condition of receiving federal funding. Support of terrorism or support of children's day camps? It's really not a difficult issue, or at least it shouldn't be. But if the Liberal government's moral compass weren't so out of whack, it wouldn't be. Mr. Speaker, it's time for the Liberals to put aside their ideology, rescind their Liberals' values test, and drop the attestation.
Honourable member for Saint Laurent.
We celebrate Women's History Month. It is a time to honour the women and girls who have made a lasting impact as pioneers, paving the way for future generations of trailblazers, leaders, and innovators. Bien qu'il soit important.
It's important to acknowledge the success stories of extraordinary women who made a lasting impact on our society. We also need to reflect on the obstacles and challenges that women and girls still face today. These obstacles may not be as obvious as they once were, but they need to be understood, addressed, and overcome if gender equality is to become a reality in Canada and in the world.
As a member on the Standing Committee of the Status of Women, and as a young woman myself, I encourage all women and girls to reach their full potential and to make a lasting impact in our society. This month and every month, remember to recognize the women around you and their accomplishments, and to use them as a motivation for yourself.
Deputy Daschlega.
Honourable member for Ashlega. Mr. Speaker, in the last few years, a number of rooming houses serving some of the most vulnerable people in my riding have been evacuated. this has inevitably led to an increase in homelessness. Many people living in the streets are drug users, which further marginalizes and criminalizes them. And so we end up in a vicious cycle where no one wants them to be in the street, but they can't find a new place to live. And people worry that their drug use has a negative impact on public spaces. The war on drugs, such as it is, isn't working. All of our public health experts agree. I'm proud to be a member of a political party that recognizes the situation and that adopted a resolution at its last convention to decriminalize the possession of all drugs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Centre.
Speaker, last week we celebrated Small Business Week, during which time Canadians shone a spotlight on entrepreneurship and the ingenuity of local small businesses while recognizing the contribution these businesses make to our communities and to our economy. In Edmonton Centre, we have a number of thriving local businesses, including specialty shops, healthcare service providers, technology-based companies, and nonprofits. Nous avons un gouvernement.
We have a government that proudly supports small and medium-sized businesses and that works hard every day to help small business owners in Canada move forward. We know that when small businesses succeed, our economy thrives.
A few of these businesses, the Columbian, Jobber, Alberta Women's Entrepreneurs, and Tabletop Cafe, to thank them, to learn about their unique challenges, and to say to them directly, thank you to your families and your clients. You make me and all of us very proud.
The Honourable Member for Battleford's Lloydminster.
Mr. Speaker, like Canadians across this country, my constituents in Battleford's Lloydminster want to feel safe and secure in their communities. But spikes in rural crime rates are causing great concern. This trend is unacceptable. Yet the Prime Minister and the Public Safety Minister are not focused on making our rural communities safer. Instead, they continue to prioritize improving the lives of convicted criminals. Just last week, the Liberals unveiled a plan to end solitary confinement in federal prisons. They have already introduced legislation to make many serious crimes eligible for just a mere fine. They are giving veterans benefits to a convicted cop killer who has never served a day in their life in the military. They paid out a convicted terrorist. And the list goes on and on. Mr. Speaker, Canadians have had enough of these backwards priorities. It is time that these Liberals put the rights of victims and law-abiding Canadians ahead of criminals. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Scarborough Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. October is Women's History Month. This year's theme is Make an Impact. And I would like to recognize some of the outstanding women who are making a lasting impact in my riding of Scarborough Centre. Women like Cynthia Pistaggio, a nurse at Scarborough General Hospital who was on the front lines treating patients during the SARS outbreak, or Joy Spencer of the Rosewood Church of the Nazarene, who helped to mentor young girls on grooming, careers, and physical and emotional well-being. The Villa Karuna Home for Seniors was founded by Indirani Naganthiram to provide seniors with a familiar and comfortable community to call home. And Mary Louise Cook has made it her mission to chronicle the early history of Scarborough and keep our heritage alive with her book, Rambling About Wexford. Thank you to all the women in Scarborough and across Canada who are making an impact. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Mission Maxwell Fraser Canyon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last Saturday, I was proud to attend the 7th annual Walk and Talk Defeat Depression event in Harrison Hot Springs. The Defeat Depression campaign is a national fundraising campaign designed to raise funds in support of their local mental health programs and services. The campaign has grown into a national movement, bringing such needed awareness of mental health issues and fighting mental health stigma. I want to commend the organizers of HoC Harrison Community Services for their hard work putting this together and all the volunteers who help the day run smoothly and those in attendance who share their own stories with us. Let's keep this fight going. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Abbotsford.
This government is failing to
designed its cars to cheat vehicle emission tests. In fact, it was Canada that verified that they were cheating. The U.S. took immediate action to prosecute VW, which was forced to pay $19 billion in penalties and publicly admit that its software was programmed to cheat. The German government has also levied over $2.5 billion in penalties against VW. Meanwhile, here in Canada, crickets. After 3 long years, the only information this Liberal government can give us is that the matter is under investigation. What could possibly still be under investigation when VW has admitted that it cheated Canadians? Why is the minister refusing to use her powers to prosecute and punish VW for its flagrant violation of our Canadian laws? The Liberals talk a big game on the environment, but it's all talk and no action.
The honourable member for Marc-Aurèle-Fortin. Mr. Speaker, on October 11th, I had the chance to participate in the annual gala of the Laval Association of Parents and Friends for Mental Health Well-Being, or ALPABEM. ALPABEM's mission is to support the friends and family of individuals showing clinical symptoms of serious mental illness. They work to provide them with a wide range of services to keep them informed and help them achieve a better quality of life. ALPABEM has been active in my riding of Marc-Aurèle-Fortin for nearly 50 years, and it managed to raise nearly $19,000 during its gala. Thank you to the members of ALPABEM for their daily commitment to their community.
The Honourable Member for Surrey Newton.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate my friend and new Mayor-elect of City of Surrey, Doug McCallum, on his election victory this past weekend. In 1999, I had the opportunity to run alongside Mayor McCallum as his team member, and I have seen firsthand his commitment and passion to serving Surrey. I would also like to congratulate the new councillors-elect, Brenda Locke, Jack Hundal, Mandeep Nagra, Doug Alford, Laurie Guerra, Alison Patton, Stephen Pettigrew, and Linda Ennis. I commend all mayoral, council, and school trustee candidates across British Columbia for putting their names and ideas forward to make a positive difference in their respective communities. I, along with my fellow Surrey MPs, look forward to working closely with Mayor McCallum and the Council for the betterment of Surrey and to continue to foster a positive relationship between both orders of government.
Honourable Member for Lethbridge.
Canadians expect their government to create jobs, to respect their rights and freedoms, to care for veterans, to stand up for victims, and to facilitate an environment of economic prosperity. Yeah. These are the marks of a responsible and good government. Sadly, the Prime Minister is failing on each of the above points. This government is failing businesses by increasing red tape and taxation. Thousands of jobs are moving south of the border. The Prime Minister sees veterans as nothing more than an expense, and when given the choice to stand up for victims or criminals, he chooses criminals every single time. Yeah. When it comes to stewarding tax dollars, this government has one goal and one goal only, and that is to reward itself with luxurious vacations, office expansions, and limo rides. And while families are struggling to make ends meet, this government is insisting on driving up the cost of living, even more so by applying a carbon tax. Canadians deserve better, and much better comes in the color blue. In 1 year's time, they'll get a chance to vote for a government that will work for them.
The honourable member for Alfred Pellan. Mr. Speaker, Little Italy in Montreal is a source of pride for everyone in Quebec's Italian community. It's a neighborhood where the colors, smells, and flavors of Italy come together to evoke the dolce vita.
Of Italian descent, Little Italy brings you back to tastes and aromas of your childhood. And you can't say Little Italy without thinking of the pasticceria all'Atti Caserta. Today, I'm proud to take this opportunity to wish them happy 50th anniversary of business. In 1968, Maria Di Meo and Vittorio Calderone founded all'Atti Caserta, a family business focused on giving people the best Italian desserts and service. cannoli, granita, panettoni, and sfogliatelli are only a few of the temptations to delight your taste buds. Today, their son Marco and his lovely wife Linda carry on the heritage and the special ingredients that make their desserts extra special: passion, love, and the friendliness of services. At the pasticceria, you will find the Italian spirit. Grazie, pasticceria alla Cassetta, for those 50 years.
Making us all hungry. The honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Saturday was election day in British Columbia for municipalities right across the province. And in New Westminster, we're happy to see the re-election of our Social Democratic Mayor, Jonathan Cote. And to note the important diversity we see following the election to Council of Nadine Nakagawa and Chino Das. And New Westminster School Board, where 85% of the elected representatives are now women. In Burnaby, we congratulate my longtime friend Mike Hurley, who is now our elected mayor, and he'll do a great job. And I would be remiss, Mr. Speaker, in not mentioning, of course, the election of former NDP MP Kennedy Stewart as mayor of the city of Vancouver, the largest city in the province, and he will be terrific. So let's join together, Mr. Speaker, to thank all of those candidates for running for elected office. This is the very foundation of our democracy. Thank you to all candidates for putting their names forward and for working to make our communities better. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Chilliwack Hope.
4 years ago today was a day like no other on Parliament Hill. Just 2 days after Warrant Officer Patrice Vincent was murdered in Saint-Jean-sur-Richelieu for simply wearing his Canadian Forces uniform, Corporal Nathan Cirillo was shot and killed while guarding the tomb of the unknown soldier at the National War Memorial. When the gunman entered our Parliament with the intent to kill again, he was met with the valour of our Parliamentary Protective Service, the RCMP, and our former Sergeant-at-Arms. The gunfire in these halls, the uncertainty, and the lockdown that followed in this very building deeply impacted those of us who experienced it. But the attack on our democratic institutions was a failure. All of us were in our seats here in this House of Commons, united the very next day to pay tribute to Warrant Officer Vincent, Corporal Cirillo, and all of our heroes who put themselves in harm's way in order to protect us and this place when we needed them most. May God bless them all, lest we forget.
Member for Vancouver Quadra.
On today's solemn anniversary, we remember Corporal Cirillo and Warrant Officer Vincent, who both paid the ultimate price for their service to Canada. Nous offrons nos plus...
We offer our sincere condolences to their family and friends, and to everyone affected by these attacks. We also thank the entire Parliamentary Protection Service and the members of the RCMP who put themselves in harm's way that day to protect me and my colleagues and our parliamentary family.
To strike fear, divide us, and break our resolve, but instead we emerged from this tragedy united. Canadians refused to compromise on our most cherished values: democracy, freedom, inclusion, diversity. Shortly after the attack, Corporal Cirillo's friends were once again guarding the National War Memorial, our sacred place to pay tribute. 4 years later, let us continue to thank those who put their lives in harm's way every day to defend us.
Oral questions. Questions orales. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, when it comes to treating terrorists, the priorities of the Liberals are misguided. These people should never have been readmitted to Canada. It is not enough to support our motion. When will the Prime Minister present a plan on how Canada will deal with terrorists including the abolition of Bill C-75, which would not give authorities the tools they need to bring these people to justice. Mr. Speaker, as everyone knows, providing support to terrorist organizations and traveling to provide them with the support is a crime. We fully support our police services, our intelligence services, so they can do the job to ensure that those who are guilty of such crimes be brought to justice. And of course, our ultimate goal is to protect Canadians in our communities, and this is why we will support the Conservative motion. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Where they support a motion that Conservatives have put forward, and then they do absolutely nothing to take action afterwards. The Prime Minister has had years to deal with this issue, and the fact is that these individuals who have gone and fought with ISIS are coming back and are not facing justice. He has introduced legislation that actually ties the hands of our security officials, and shockingly, he's reduced the penalties for those who are facing terrorist-related charges. When will the Prime Minister finally take real action to protect our communities from these?
Very Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, once again, as all Canadians know, as everyone in this House knows, supporting terrorism is a crime, and traveling to support terrorism is a crime. That's why we have full confidence in our police and intelligence services to ensure that there are consequences for people committing these crimes, and that at the same time we do everything necessary to keep Canadians and our communities safe. That is among the many reasons. Those are among the many reasons why we will be supporting the Conservatives' Opposition Day motion.
Leader of the Opposition.
Well, once again, Mr. Speaker, they're supporting the motion, but they're taking no actual measures to make Canadians safer. They've seen this pattern over and over again. We've also seen another pattern from this Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, and that is refusing to answer simple questions. And I'm going to ask him one about the Mark Norman case. I'm going to assure him that I am not interested in his opinion on the case itself. I'm not asking him to comment on the case. I would like to know if he will make sure that all documents necessary for the defense are made available to Mark Norman's legal.
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member opposite for his question. As he well knows, it would be inappropriate for me to comment on an ongoing court case.
Leader of the Opposition.
See, the Prime Minister is trying to deflect attention on this by trying to pretend as if answering a question about a procedural matter would in some way be commenting on the case. I don't want him to comment on the case. I'm not interested in his opinion on the case. What I am interested in is due process and a fair trial for Mark Norman. Now, he has the power to allow Mark Norman's legal team to have access to the documents that are being requested. It is a yes or no decision. It is his decision alone. Will he make those documents and that evidence available?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, there are many things the members opposite could be asking questions on. We know that. And they have the right to ask questions on anything they like. But rather ask questions about our success on the USMCA, rather than ask us about the historic low unemployment figures and all the jobs we've created. They continue to ask me about this ongoing court case when it would be inappropriate for me to comment on this ongoing court case.
Order. Members know that there are often times when they hear things in the House they don't like, and from the other side perhaps, or maybe occasionally their own side even, that we have to listen regards to that, and there's a rule against interrupting, so I'd ask members to keep that in mind. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I guess an independent judicial process and a fair trial for a member of the Canadian Armed Forces isn't important to this Prime Minister. Right. But he asked me to ask him a question on the NAFTA deal. So I'll do that, Mr. Speaker. During this Sunday night of panic, as this government was agreeing to concession after concession after concession to Donald Trump, did the Prime Minister agree? Did the Prime Minister agree to limit Canadian exports of dairy products to third countries so that American farmers could move into that market? Did he agree to those terms?
Mr. Speaker, we are very proud that we managed to to secure access to our most important trading partner. And I want to thank not just people in this House, but people right across the country for standing strong and united in face of this American challenge. That is how we succeeded to move forward in the right way. We also managed to protect supply management. Despite equivocation on the other side of the House, we know that it is a good thing for Canadians, it is a good thing for agriculture industry. That is why we are going to continue to work with our dairy farmers and all supply managed sectors to ensure that they have a bright future, because we believe in them.
The honourable member for Rimouski-Neigette, Témiscouata-les-Basques.
Last night on national television that Canada is on its way to meet its GHG emissions target. He was wrong on so many levels. First, he's the only one saying that we will meet these targets. Even his own environmental commissioners says we will not. Second, at this rate, Canada will miss these targets by at least 66 million tons, which is the equivalent of 14 million cars. And third, these targets were not even his own. To begin with, they were the Conservatives' targets. He admitted he had no intention of changing course in the face of these failures. Why?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, once again, we see that the Conservatives and the NDP still think there's a choice to be made between the environment and the economy. The NDP refused to accept that growing the economy in responsible ways is also a way of ensuring that we meet our targets, whereas the Conservatives don't have any plan to deal with climate change. Indeed, they want to make pollution free again. The fact of the matter is, Mr. Speaker, we are moving forward on ensuring that we grow our economy and protect our environment, including fighting climate change and meeting our Paris targets at the same time.
The honourable member for Rimouski-Neigette, Témiscouata-les-Basques. The Prime Minister is skating around the issue and never answering. On Tout le monde en parle, the Prime Minister said that our measures are insufficient. He said that we're not saying that the Liberals have bought a 65-year-old pipeline to keep on pumping out oil. Canada is not doing its part to bring down greenhouse gas emissions. The Liberal plan has shortcomings. When will it finally be made real? Mr. Speaker, we invested $1.5 billion in a plan to protect our oceans. We invested record amounts in green energy projects. We worked with the provinces and municipalities to increase our capacity for growth, sustainable growth. We know that all Canadians want to be part of the solution, and we are the government which not only makes decisions, but which will hit its targets in the first time in the history of our country. We will continue to protect the environment while making sure that we are going to protect the future of Canadians. Canadians expect this, and we will continue to do this. The honourable member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Mr. Speaker, the explanations from the Saudi government on the disappearance and death of journalist Jamal Khashoggi are becoming even stranger and increasingly defy credulity. We need a real investigation carried out by the UN. Germany moved forward and suspended arms sales from Saudi Arabia and is calling on its allies to follow suit. But the Liberals have done nothing, but they just keep on talking. Are they not ashamed? The Right Honourable the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we condemn the horrible murder of Jamal Khashoggi. We are deeply concerned by reports on the participation of Saudi forces. We are working closely with our allies, including with our G7 allies in this file, and we repeat that we are calling for an in-depth investigation to find out who carried out this act and to get the perpetrators, to get them brought to justice. The honourable member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie.
Government claims to defend human rights on one hand, and on the other hand, they are one of the world's worst human rights offenders. Saudi Arabia is leading a military coalition that has been accused of war crimes in Yemen, where 12 million people could starve to death due to the armed conflict. So can the government stop the doublespeak and stop arming rogue nations like Saudi Arabia.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we condemn the murder of journalist Jamal Khashoggi. The Minister has been having ongoing and active conversation with our allies about next steps and how to work collaboratively. We strongly demand and expect that Canadian exports are used in a way that fully respects human rights. That's why our government is committed to a stronger and more rigorous arms export system and to the Arms Trade Treaty. We have frozen export permits before when we had concerns about their potential misuse, and we will not hesitate to do so again.
The Honourable Opposition House Leader. Order.
Mr. Speaker, I have a question for the Minister of National Defence. Can he tell us on what date former CBC journalist James Cudmore was offered a job in his office as his senior policy advisor?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, I don't recall the exact date, but if I can get the exact date, I'll make sure that I'll get it to the member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Thank you. I'd like to make it easier for the Minister of Defence. Can he tell us if it was before or after November 20th, 2015?
The Honourable Minister of Defence.
Mr. Speaker, I don't have the exact date before me, but I know where the member is going on this path, and I cannot comment any further on this. Thank you, Mr.
Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Richmond Athabasca. Mr. Speaker, James Cudmore is the journalist who reported on the Liberal Cabinet's decision to cancel the Davie Shipyard contract in Quebec. A short time later, the Office of the Minister of Defence hired him as a policy advisor. That's a funny coincidence. So let me repeat my colleague's question. When exactly did James Cudmore receive the job offer at the Office of the Minister of Defence?
Mr. Speaker, it would be inappropriate for me or anyone else to comment or speculate on matters related to an ongoing criminal trial. As the members know, committee studies and multiple speakers have found that questions during question period, members should abide by the Sub Judice Convention. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order, please. The Honourable Member for Richmond Athabasca. It is understandable that there is something fishy going on. Here are the facts. November 17, Irving sends a letter to 4 Liberal ministers. November 19, the Liberal Cabinet decides to delay the awarding of the Davie contract. November 20, James Cudmore comes out with his report on Davie. January 8, James Cudmore's last day at the CBC, 4 days later. And let me refresh the minister's memory. January 12, James Cudmore's first day in the Office of the Defence Minister. I repeat, when exactly did James Cudmore receive an offer of employment in the Office of the Defence Minister?
Secretary to the Minister of Defence.
Mr. Speaker, as per the House of Commons Compendium of Procedure, quote, members are expected to refrain from discussing matters actively before the courts or under judicial consideration in order to guard those involved in a court action or judicial inquiry from any undue influence. End of quote. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
Mr. Speaker, that's an admission that James Cudmore is in the middle of the Mark Norman trial.
That's right.
Now, you know what? In November 2015, CBC journalist James Cudmore broke an exclusive story about the Liberals stopping the construction of a new supply ship for our Navy. 2 months later, that very same journalist has a brand new job. And surprise, surprise, where is he working? Well, he's a senior policy advisor to the Minister of National Defence. Now, when did James Cudmore first discuss his employment with the Minister's office? Was this position created to reward him for his great reporting, or were the Liberals trying to shut Cudmore up before his...
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, I will remind the members that it would be inappropriate to comment on an ongoing criminal trial. Peter Van Loan said it's deemed improper for a member in posing a question or a member in responding to a question to comment on any matter that is sub judice. On this particular occasion, I have to agree with the Honourable Peter Van Loan.
Honourable order. The honourable member for Selkirk, Interlake Eastman.
Mr. Speaker, what we're asking about is the employment of a former reporter in the minister's office directly. It has nothing to do about the case, and they can try to hide behind Peter Van Loan's comments when they never once backed down when they were pursuing Mike Duffy. Now, you know, James Cudmore broke all sorts of exclusive stories with CBC and the Canadian Armed Forces, and just 4 days after he finished at CBC, he was working in the minister's office himself. Now, it's clear that the Liberal sources are very comfortable with leaky stories to Cudmore, and so they're very comfortable when they hired him, of course. And now Cudmore's in the middle of this Vice Admiral Mark Norman case. Who's paying for his lawyer?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, it is inappropriate to try and prosecute a legal proceeding on the floor of this House of Commons. The rules of the House and the work of the distinguished table in front of us has made it very clear that this line of questioning is inappropriate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Victoria.
Canadians were so disappointed last week when the Liberals said they would not expunge criminal records for simple possession of cannabis. The Liberals claim that they want to break down barriers to jobs, education, housing, and volunteer work, but they won't take the steps necessary to do so. Only by erasing those records can we ensure Canadians don't suffer unjustly for a previous act that, as of last week, is entirely legal. Will the Prime Minister support my bill and expunge those records, or will he move ahead with his half-baked plan?
For Border Security.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member from Victoria Falls for his question and for his leadership and advocacy on this issue. And we look forward to continuing to work closely with him on this file. But, Mr. Speaker, having examined the situation very closely, we firmly believe that the appropriate way to deal with these existing records is through a pardon system, to make it affordable and accessible to all Canadians who carry the burden of that record. Mr. Speaker, we believe that this is the right thing to do, and as we have said all along, we will deal with it in the appropriate way at the appropriate time. This is the appropriate way, Mr. Speaker, and a pardon is the appropriate way.
The honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Mr. Speaker, I just returned from Kashechewan, Jagmeet Singh, where the children are deeply concerned about Canada's long history of broken promises. Now, we need to build them a school, but when I talk to the kids, it has to be a proper building, one with a gymnasium and special education facilities. Now, the minister supports the children, but her officials are nickel and diming them. So what's it going to be? Will she commit to work with the community to ensure that these children have what every other child in this country takes for granted, which is a school that is comfy and gives them hope?
Minister for Indigenous Services.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for his question and absolutely commit to continuing to work with the community of Kashechewan, including the Chief, to make sure that good solutions are implemented immediately as well as in the long term. He knows that I met with the Chief recently. I'll be meeting with the Chief again tomorrow. We have made an offer for an immediate solution to provide a school, and we will work with them toward a long-term plan.
Honourable member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister continues to hide by saying he cannot comment on Vice Admiral Norman's case. We're not asking him to comment on the details of the case. We are asking him to fulfill the government's responsibility to ensure a fair trial. The government holds critical evidence. We're asking him to simply answer the question: who is he protecting? What is he hiding, and on what date was James Cudmore offered a job in the Minister of National Defence?
The Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Okay. Once again, Mr. Speaker, it would be inappropriate for me to comment, speculate on matters related to an ongoing criminal trial. As the member should know, committee studies and multiple speaker rulings have found that question period members should abide by the sub judice convention. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Beauport, Côte de Beaupré, Île d'Orléans, Charlevoix. Mr. Speaker, it's very important today, these answers we're getting from the other side. We don't want any details. All we want are for the documents to be made public. Asking for a fair trial is not a political game. On the contrary, it's a fundamental right for every Canadian. So the question is simple. What is the Prime Minister hiding, and who is he protecting? the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Remains inappropriate to prosecute a legal proceeding on the floor of the House of Commons. The rules of the House, the work of the distinguished table in front of us, have made it perfectly clear that this line of questioning is not appropriate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Durham.
Mr. Speaker, in his last story as a reporter, James Cudmore described Vice Admiral Mark Norman as brave for being transparent on problems with the shipbuilding process. The date of that last story? December 21st. You know who had a great Christmas, Mr. Speaker? James Cudmore, because a few days later, he was working for the Liberal government, Mr. Speaker. Now, my question is for the Minister of National Defence. Who hired James Cudmore? Was it his office or was it the Prime Minister's office?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister of National Defence has already offered to provide that date. But if we continue with this line of questioning, it was as if we are prosecuting a case on the floor of this House of Commons, and, Mr. Speaker, that would be totally inappropriate. Thank you.
Honourable member for Durham.
Mr. Speaker, the sub judice rule applies to contempt of court. Is that honourable member saying to this Parliament that it would be contempt of a court action to talk about the hiring of a journalist, Mr. Speaker? Because in January of 2016, James Cudmore received a cushy job from the Liberal government, and police were raiding Admiral Mark Norman's home, Mr. Speaker. Will that member, a veteran herself, Mr. Speaker, rise in this House and ensure that a decorated veteran receives due process under law?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
That is exactly what we want, Mr. Speaker. We do not want it to be prosecuted on the floor of the House of Commons, and therefore that line of questioning remains inappropriate. Thank you.
L'honorable député de Jean-Pierre.
Mr. Speaker, today we debated the motion M166 by my colleague for London Fanshawe. This motion intends to create a committee to study the implementation of a postal bank controlled by Canada Post. This is important for our regions. A postal bank would help rural regions where credit unions and points of service are disappearing. It's also so that people with low incomes can receive affordable services and for our seniors to maintain access to services. Postal banks are a solution. Will the Liberals support motion M166? The Honourable Minister of Public Services. Mr. Speaker, our government has presented a new vision for Canada Post that puts services as a priority. This includes reinvesting profits for services into Canada Post, and we will certainly encourage Canada Post to broaden its partnerships in the interests of Canadians.
Member for London Fanshawe.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And postal banking does provide services to Canadians in areas the big banks have abandoned, such as Indigenous and rural communities. And it's accessible as an alternative to payday lenders who prey on low-income earners. M166, to be voted on this week, calls for a committee to study and propose the best model of postal banking under Canada Post and provide accessible banking services to all Canadians. Will the Liberals support our communities by giving them access to postal banking and vote yes to M166 this Wednesday?
Honourable Minister of Public Services and Procurement.
Mr. Speaker, our new vision for Canada Post absolutely took into account the recommendations of both the House of Commons committee recommendations and the task force on Canada Post, both of which made comments with respect to postal banking. We have encouraged Canada Post to look at innovations, working with unions, and I leave it in their very capable hands to make that decision.
The Honourable Member for Long Range Mountains.
Mr. Speaker, Indigenous women and girls face unique challenges in their day-to-day life. Their rate of poverty is 3 times that of the general population. Women's groups across the country are working hard to remove barriers so all women and girls can fully reach their potential. We know that with collaboration and partnership, we create more opportunities for women and advance gender equality. Can the Minister of the Status of Women tell this House how this government is strengthening the women's movement so they can address issues impacting Indigenous women?
Honourable Minister for the Status of Women.
I'd like to thank my honourable colleague from Long Range Mountains for her leadership and for the opportunity to update this House on 2 new ways that we're working to advance gender equality with our partners. Last Monday, I announced a new funding envelope open until December 11th. Women's organizations and Indigenous organizations advancing gender equality are invited to apply for support to enhance their capacity. The following day, Mr. Speaker, I announced a partnership with the government of Yukon worth $1.6 million to support the work of 3 women's organizations. Canadians expect us to work together, and we are.
Honourable Member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
Prior to today, James Cudmore had not been linked to the Mark Norman case by this government. But today, in their answers, the Liberals have linked him to the same. So I'm going to ask very, very bluntly, and I want a very clear answer. Was James Cudmore hired by the Minister of Defence or by the Prime Minister's office to stop him from reporting on political interference on the Davie shipbuilding contract?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, the answer on this line of questioning remains the same. Prosecuting a legal proceeding on the floor of the House of Commons is inappropriate and does not align with the House of Commons compendium of procedure. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
Speaker, the Minister of Defence, in response to this line of questioning, said, "I know where you're going with this."
Yes, he did.
That's curious. So if the Minister knew where we were going with this, has he had discussions in his office or with the Prime Minister's office on the potential fact that he hired James Cudmore to shut him up?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, this clearly indicates why the rules of the House of Commons do not support prosecuting on the floor of the House of Commons. Mr. Speaker, this would be inappropriate as this court case is currently ongoing. Thank you very much.
Député de Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles.
Mr. Speaker, day after day, we're seeing the situation getting worse for the government. We want to be able to get evidence for the defense of Admiral Norman, and we're not getting any good answer in response. And now when it comes to hires in the Department of Defense, that has nothing to do with this case. And we don't understand why they can't talk about it. My question is not, I don't want to know how, but can the Prime Minister give the documents, yes or no, to Admiral Norman?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, that question by my honourable member clearly demonstrates why we do not prosecute cases on the floor of the House of Commons. He's asking for evidence. Mr. Speaker, that is totally inappropriate, and that line of questioning remains inappropriate. Thank you.
Député de Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles.
What's inappropriate, Mr. Speaker, is to refuse a man, Admiral Mark Norman, a full and complete defense in Canada. We're simply asking for documents. We don't want to discuss the case. We want the Prime Minister to hand over documents to the defense so that he can have a full defense. We didn't talk about the case, so stop it. Will the Prime Minister hand over documents to Admiral Norman?
Mr. Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, it has become quite clear that the Conservatives keep trying to indirectly prosecute this case on the floor of the House of Commons. Mr. Speaker, we believe we have a judiciary and courts and the rule of law for a reason, and we will be following that process. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Churchill-Kiwatinokaski.
Mr. Speaker, every day tens of thousands of temporary foreign workers work hard to contribute to our country, and yet we treat them like they're disposable. Today, 36-year-old Marie-Claire Guzman, who had a stroke, is on life support in Winnipeg. Her husband and her 14-year-old daughter are desperate to come and see her. I raised this with the minister personally last week, and yet nothing seems to have changed. In fact, one of the doctors was told that immigration said they couldn't do anything until Marie-Claire was dead. Mr. Speaker, shame on this government. Why are they being so heartless? And will they act immediately to be able to bring Ms. Guzman's family together?
Honourable Minister of Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the question from the honourable colleague, but she knows very well that I cannot get into the specific details of immigration cases because of privacy laws. I'm happy to talk to her outside the House about issues around this case, but privacy laws prevent me from going into details in front of the House.
Order. I want to encourage the member for Windsor West not to be yelling in the House and to try to restrain himself. L'honorable député de Trois-Rivières.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, last July, Greyhound announced that it would cease operations in many Canadian provinces by the end of October. While affected communities have been waiting for months for a minimum of leadership on the part of the government, the minister has decided to do, guess what? Hold parliamentary consultations less than 2 weeks before the deadline. My question is simple and direct, Mr. Speaker. What is the government planning to do to guarantee remote communities access to transportation services? The Honourable Minister of Transportation. I can assure my colleague that this government is demonstrating leadership since Greyhound announced its withdrawal by the end of October. My department's been working closely with the provinces in the West and with Ontario on measures that will replace Greyhound, and we will have updates in the future.
Le Premier ministre a dit que le budget.
The Prime Minister said that the budget would balance itself. But the annual financial report indicates that the government has increased expenditures by $20 billion. All of it was borrowed. Mr. Speaker, when will the budget balance itself? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Congratulate the member from Carleton on becoming a dad, but unfortunately, that's where the congratulations end, because this report actually confirmed that our plan is working. We have the fastest growing economy in the G7. We've created over 500,000 jobs since 2015. And Mr. Speaker, let's contrast that to the Conservatives. They relied on a plan of austerity and cuts to things like Veterans Affairs. And what did Canadians get for it? They couldn't even balance the budget.
Well, it was nice to have a moment of agreement. The honourable member for Carleton.
Well, I'd like to thank the honourable member for her congratulations on the birth of the lovely Valentina. When she was first born, she wasn't crying, and we were quite worried. And then the doctor leaned over and whispered in her ear that this Prime Minister has added $2,000 of extra debt in her name since taking her office, and she roared like a lioness, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of my newest and favorite constituent, when will the budget balance itself?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm glad the member opposite's daughter has a similar sense of humor as him, because the fact remains that Canadians a typical Canadian family will be $2,000 better off. And with our Canada Child Benefit, we stopped sending checks to millionaires so more families can access these benefits. Our economy is growing. The Conservatives had the worst growth since the Great Depression. These are all things that confirmed in the annual financial report that our plan is working, and unfortunately the Conservatives failed when it came to the economy.
Honourable member for Carleton.
Well, Mr. Speaker, what the report actually confirmed is that this government went on yet another $20 billion spending binge last fiscal year, all of it paid for by borrowed money. Now, they said the budget would be balanced, that it would balance itself next year. But instead, this Prime Minister is spending our tomorrow on his today. So the question, When will the budget balance itself?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Canadians had a choice to continue on the Conservatives' plan of austerity and cuts and no supports to the middle class, no tax cuts to the middle class. Canadians chose differently because they saw that it wasn't working. They had the worst growth rate since the Great Depression. Instead, they chose a plan that is working. We see growth in the middle class. We're strengthening the middle class. We're lowering taxes for small businesses. We've created 500,000 good full-time jobs since 2015. And because of that, Mr. Speaker, we have one of the best balance sheets in the G7. So our plan is working and we'll continue.
The Honourable Member for Fleetwood Port Kells.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians rely on safe and reliable rail systems, and so do the constituents and businesses in our riding. From my riding in British Columbia to the province of Nova Scotia, our government is always working to improve safety on our rails and for those living near them. Could the Honourable Minister of Transport inform this House of our government's most recent initiatives regarding rail safety?
We're here. I'd like to thank the member from Fleetwood Port Kells for his excellent question and for his stellar work on the Transport Committee. You know, when railways transport goods across this country or to international destinations, they have to do so safely. That's one of the reasons why my government is accelerating the withdrawal of certain tank cars that are considered less safe for the transportation of dangerous goods. And we're retiring them years ahead of the original schedule. Canadians know that, for me, rail safety is my #1 priority, and Canadians can be sure that we will deliver.
L'honorable député de Bellechasse, Zachemin-Lévy.
Mr. Speaker, our Conservative government awarded the conversion of Asterix into a resupply ship which employed 1,500 workers at Lévis and is now the pride of the Royal Canadian Navy. But we saw it today, and it doesn't smell too good. We found out that the Liberals did everything they could to suspend this contract through blatant political interference. Why? Why are the Liberals depriving the biggest Canadian shipyard in Quebec of its fair share? Why is it not immediately awarding the conversion of the second resupply ship, Obelix?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Here. We're very thankful for the great work that Davy has done on the Asterix. It's working alongside our frigates now. We have 2 permanent joint supply ships that will also be built as part of the National Shipbuilding Strategy, Mr. Speaker, and a second internship is not required at this time. Thank you.
Député de Longueuil-Saint-Hubert.
Mr. Speaker, the EDISC is holding its gala in less than a week, and it summarized the situation of its cultural scene. We're risking losing everything we've built over the years. Musicians lament that YouTube and Spotify aren't required to contribute, whether it be... The Minister of Heritage says that there's no free ride, but it's easy to say because it's empty words. The Liberals have committed to falling asleep at the switch until 2024. Does he not agree that the losses happening every day justify temporary emergency measures to be implemented immediately? The Minister of Canadian Heritage. Mr. Speaker, my colleague knows that the laws that regulate our system needs to be modernized, and that's what we're going to do with the committee of experts, with the entire team. And we are going to update our laws to go into the 21st century. If my colleague is interested in culture, why does he not ask about the $3.2 billion we've invested? Those would be worthwhile questions, because these are record-level investments. I must remind the Honourable Member Longueuil-Saint-Hubert, as he knows full well, that one must not yell in the House of Commons. Also, he may not speak when he does not have the floor. Order.
Order. The Honourable Member for Sault Ste. Marie.
Mr. Speaker, we know that in times of economic and societal change, the path to a better life for middle-class Canadians is through innovation, research, and skills development. Our government needs to empower students and entrepreneurs to turn their research into discoveries, their ideas into new technologies, and their skills into good jobs. Can the Minister of Innovation, Science and Economic Development tell the House about the steps the government is taking to build on Canada's strength and unleash a new wave of startup innovation in this great country?
Good question.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member from Sault Ste. Marie for that very important intervention. As the member full well knows, our #1 priority is economic growth and job creation for future generations. So my daughters Nanki and Kirpa can reap the benefits from the investments that we're making. That's why we invested in CDL. This particular investment will help the startup ecosystem across Canada, and this investment will support 1,300 science-based ventures, which will help create 22,000 good quality middle-class jobs.
Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, the government has instituted a policy of requiring the groups applying for the Canada Summer Jobs program to submit to a values test as part of their application. Did the government use that values test as part of their evaluation of the application for funds from the Soft on Anti-Semitism UNRWA before they gave them $50 million?
The Honourable Minister of Employment.
Mr. Speaker, we expect that when employers apply to hire a summer student through the Canada Summer Jobs Program, that they respect the laws and the rights established in this country. Mr. Speaker, we have an obligation as the Government of Canada to ensure those rights are upheld, and we'll do exactly that. Thank you.
Honorable député de Montcalm.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, Saudi Arabia murders reporters. Saudi Arabia whips bloggers. Saudi Arabia kills civilians in Yemen. Saudi Arabia lies to the entire world. How many Badawis, Khashoggis, women and children still have to die? When will the Prime Minister finally decide to cancel contracts to sell arms to this murderous regime? The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs. Mr. Speaker, we condemn the murder of Khashoggi. The explanations provided by Saudi Arabia lack coherence and credibility. We continue to ask that an in-depth investigation be led in cooperation with Turkish authorities. Those responsible for this murder must be held responsible for their actions and face justice. Mr. Speaker, thanks to a dubious financial arrangement, Chrysler received a gift of $2.6 billion that it won't have to repay, while they made a profit of $4.3 billion last year, and the government is fine with that. Ottawa is rich enough to give up $500 million of Quebecers' money. But Ottawa is not rich enough for our dairy farmers who are waiting for compensation. Not rich enough to ensure that Davie can put its people to work. Not rich enough to do its part in health transfers. Why does Ottawa have money for everyone except for Quebec? The Minister of International Trade.
Conservatives chose to bail out Chrysler in 2009. They had no intention of ever recovering the loan. The deal the Conservatives made actually approved 100% of the loss at the exact time that they handed out the bailout money. Our government exhausted all possibilities for recovery from old Chrysler.
L'honorable député de Beauce.
Once again today, Canadians are being denied postal services because of a labor dispute. Postal monopolies have been abolished everywhere in Europe since 2013. Opening to competition and privatization are the keys to reducing costs, improving service, and ensuring that Canadians are never again denied postal services during a labor dispute. When will the government get rid of this antiquated monopoly?
The Honourable Minister of Employment.
Our government firmly believes in the collective bargaining process because we know that when parties work out a deal themselves, that deal is in the best interest of both parties. I've been working closely with the Minister of Procurement, and we're monitoring the impact of the labour disruption. I have spoke with both members, both the employer and the union this morning, and we encourage them to continue to negotiate and look for the deal. Thank you.
Tabling of documents. Order. I encourage members to take their conversations into the lobbies. Thank colleagues for their assistance. Tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36(8), I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 5 petitions.
Hear, hear. Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Présentation de rapport de comité. L'honorable député du Yukon.
Presenting reports from committees, the Honourable Member for the Yukon.
Both official languages, 72nd report of the Standing Committee of Procedure and House Affairs in relation to Bill C-76, an act to amend the Canada elections and other action to make certain consequential amendments. The committee has studied the bill and has decided to report the bill back to the House with amendments. Mr. Speaker, as you can understand, this project with over 400 clauses is huge. It took us over a year, so there's many people to thank. We'd like to thank the clerk, Andrew Lauzon, the legislative clerk, Philippe Melana, the researcher, Andrew Barnes, the former chief electoral officer, whose years of experience provided the committee 130 recommendations, the new chief electoral officer and his very experienced professional staff, officials from PCO, the minister's staff, and her staff and parliamentary secretaries, and I have high praise for all the PROC committee members of all parties. During committee debate of over 300 proposed amendments, MPs from all 5 parties spoke, and they were all very professional and respectful of each other's views, even when they disagreed. So with years of wisdom from Election Canada, PCO, 57 witnesses, the Department and Ministry and parliamentary secretaries, and MPs from all parties, we report a bill that we sincerely feel will greatly improve and facilitate voting and the electoral system in a dramatically changing digital world.
Introduction of private members' bills. Première lecture de projet de loi d'intérêt.
First reading of Senate public bills.
Yukon of the second.
Sorry, yes, I wasn't quite finished. Conformément au mandat que lui confère.
Pursuant to the mandate given under Standing Order 104, I have the honor of tabling in both official languages the 73rd report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs concerning the changes to membership of standing and standing joint committees. I will move the adoption of the 73rd report later today.
Okay. Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. The Honourable Member for Yukon.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, if the House gives its consent, I move that the 73rd report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs tabled today, be adopted. Does the honourable member have the unanimous consent of the House to move the motion?
D'accord.
Very well. The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion?
Adopté.
Adopted.
Honourable member for Chilliwack Hope.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I believe if you seek it, you will find unanimous consent for the following motion. Qu'à la conclusion du débat d'aujourd'hui,
That at the conclusion of today's debate on opposition motion, standing in the name of the member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles, all questions necessary to dispose of the motion be deemed adopted, and that a deferred recorded division be requested, be deemed requested and deferred until next Tuesday at the end of the time provided for private members' business. Does the honourable member have the unanimous consent to move the motion? Very well. The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion?
Adopté.
Adopted.
Présentation de pétition.
Presenting petitions.
Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my pleasure to table a petition in support of Bill C-350 and S-240, asking the House to finally take action to deal with the scourge of forced organ harvesting. Thank you.
For London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I have two petitions. The first is in support of postal banking, because nearly 2 million Canadians desperately need an alternative to payday lenders because of the crippling lending rates that affect the poor, marginalized, rural, and Indigenous communities. We have 3,800 Canada Post outlets in existence where there are few or no banking systems. And Canada Post already has the infrastructure to make a rapid transition to postal banking. And so the petitioners call upon the Government of Canada to enact my motion 166 to create a committee to study and propose a plan for postal banking under the Canada Post Corporation. And my second petition, Mr. Speaker, is to protect the Thames River system. As you will recall, the Conservative government stripped environmental regulations covered by the Navigable Waters Act, and it left hundreds of rivers vulnerable, and that includes the Thames River in London. The Liberal government promised but failed to reinstate the environmental protections that were gutted from the original act, and so the petitioners are calling upon the Government of Canada to support my bill C-355, which commits government to prioritizing the protection of the Thames by amending the Navigational Protection Act. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Etobicoke Centre.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 36, I have the honour of presenting a petition. The petitioners express grave concern about the illegal international harvesting of organs as documented by the Nobel Peace Prize nominated David Mattis and David Kilgore. And they call for a stop to the barbaric practice of harvesting and trafficking in human organs and body parts. The petitions urge Parliament to adopt Bill C-350 and S-240. These bills, which are based on Bills C-500 and C-381 that I previously introduced in 2008 and 2009, would make it illegal to obtain organs or body parts from unwilling donors or as part of a financial transaction.
Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to present a petition. It's an e-petition, 1689. The petitioners seek this House to move to deal with the ongoing issue of the use of animals in testing for drugs. The petitioners point out that the increasing evidence from scientific studies shows that the claim that this is necessary or appropriate runs against best science, that animals do not make an appropriate model for humans in terms of the use of the medication as tested, and they call on the House of Commons to organize a full scientific review and debate judged by independent experts to assess whether there is a real need for using animals in testing for drugs intended for humans.
Honourable Member for Langley Aldergrove.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm honored to present two petitions. The first is a petition from Real Women, an organization of women and men who support faith-based groups that are being discriminated against. Their petition is signed by hundreds of people and constituents, actually, and it highlights the need to protect religious beliefs and conscience rights, both in the public and private acts. The petitioners are calling on Parliament to deal with the issue of religious rights and conscience protection. The second petition highlights that before the 2015 federal election, Canadians were clearly promised in writing that defined benefit plans, which had already been paid for by the employees and pensioners, would not be retroactively changed into targeted benefit plans. Bill C-27, tabled by the Finance Minister, precisely permits this change, therefore jeopardizing the retirement income security of Canadians who have negotiated defined benefit plans as forms of deferred wages. Therefore, they're calling on the Government of Canada to withdraw 227 and to amend the Pensions Benefit Standards Act.
Member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a petition signed by the constituents from Dufferin-Caledon who call upon Parliament to encourage the Canadian government to work with the government of Israel to facilitate the completion of sponsorship applications of asylum seekers from Africa so that they can immigrate to Canada as soon as possible.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Is it agreed? Agreed and so ordered. I have a request for emergency debate from the Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre. And I point out to him that we had a little chat earlier, and I remind him, of course, that the member is to give his presentation briefly and isn't necessarily to read the entire letter, which I have read that he presented to me. So I asked him to carry on.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I humbly request the holding of an emergency debate in the House of Commons on the issue of drug addiction, and specifically methamphetamine, commonly referred to as meth. We are facing crisis in cities, rural communities, and Indigenous communities in the prairies. We are suffering greatly in places like Edmonton, Calgary, Saskatoon, Regina, Winnipeg, Sault Ste. Marie, Sudbury, rural communities, and Indigenous communities, and we are only in the early stages of a major addictions crisis. As an example, Winnipeg has seen a significant increase in the number of violent crimes. Recently, a professor for Red River College in Winnipeg was violently assaulted and is in critical condition. This is not the only case such as this. There are numerous other examples which I highlight in my letter to you. All these cases are related to meth. Meth is a cheap drug which offers the easy, long high. Because of the inexpensive nature of meth, those who are poor, marginal, vulnerable prefer this drug over others. As a result, drug supply chains have increased the access and supply to this drug. Currently, the market is being flooded by meth from Mexico. According to Mayor Brian Bowman, the meth is being produced in large factories in Mexico. It is being sold cheaply in order to create addicts. At the federal level, we have an important role to play in coordinating this issue. While emergency debates are extraordinary, I feel the situation has changed from a long-term issue to an issue which requires the active attention of the House of Commons. I represent a very poor inner-city riding. This riding has a high percentage of people living in poverty, those with disabilities, newcomers, and Indigenous peoples. Some feel the impact of the poverty in a negative way and use drugs, alcohol, and other solvents to self-medicate. I have never felt unsafe in my riding. Recently, though, I have started to feel unsafe. In my office in the past 2 weeks, I have had one staff member assaulted, one physically threatened, one placed in a dangerous sexually charged situation. I now have staff members who refuse to be alone in the office or had to have the doors unlocked. I am often alone in my office late at night, and I have had what I would deem interesting yet uncomfortable encounters with citizens who are high on meth in the past 3 weeks. Daily, I can see people walking around high on meth, being arrested in front of my office, running naked through traffic, stealing, assaulting others, causing a sense of unease. And my office is not even in the most affected area of our city. I have served in the Canadian Armed Forces for 22 years. I have never been afraid while in the Armed Forces for my physical person. I am at unease right now. Meth is unlike other drugs available illegally. The most dangerous aspect of this is the psychosis, which causes a major public security issue for police, emergency medical centers, homeless shelters, and just ordinary people walking the streets. In Winnipeg, the police are stretched things. Gangs are profiting, emergency rooms are being overwhelmed, and fire departments are being asked to step in the cracks. Emergency room doctors, nurses, and hospital personnel are being assaulted on a continued basis and are becoming afraid to go to work. I have also had door-to-door recently on this weekend, and I had a conversation where now we are hearing of Indigenous mothers who are arriving, giving birth, who are addicted to meth, and who are giving birth, and it's causing issues with child and family services. I humbly request that the House of Commons proceed with a debate post-haste to debate this issue which impacts far too many Canadians. We are just at the beginning stages of this, and it will get a lot worse before it gets better. Let us not wait for it to get worse before it does get better through our actions here. Tapuaki Titwam, hi hi.
I thank the honourable member for Winnipeg Centre for raising what is undoubtedly a grave problem and an important matter. At the same time, the member will know that the House has a variety of ways in which it can debate important issues. And in this case, I do not find that this request, which I appreciate, meets the very strict requirements of the standing order. I am now prepared to rule on the point of order raised on October 3rd, 2018 by the honourable member for Bruce Grey Owen Sound regarding unparliamentary language. I would like to thank the member for Bruce Grey Owen Sound for having raised this serious matter, as well as the Leader of the Opposition, the Prime Minister, and the members for Milton, Portage Lisgar, Grande Prairie Mackenzie, and Barrie Innisfil for their comments. The member for Bruce Grey Owen Sound expressed his concern about the response from the Prime Minister after the member for Milton raised a point of order regarding his use of the English expression ambulance chaser, an alleged unparliamentary term. La députée de Portage.
The member for Portage Lisgar added that allegations which question a member's integrity, honesty, or character are not in order. Furthermore, she argued that comments allegedly made by the Prime Minister in an exchange with the member for Grande Prairie Mackenzie effectively questioned my impartiality and integrity as your Speaker.
Address the second issue first. The issue of the independence of the chair is pivotal to not only our proceedings, but also to our parliamentary system. Therefore, I thoroughly reviewed the audio, video, and interventions relevant to this allegation. Although I was unable to confirm the allegations, I want the House to know with absolute certainty that as Speaker, I am the guardian of the rights and privileges of all members. That is to say, I'm not the servant of any one part of the House, nor of any one member. Rather, as your Speaker, I remain the servant only of the entire House, much as British Speaker William Lenthal described on January the 4th, 1642. All members can be assured that I am guided by this core principle that he helped to establish, by the way, every day, come what may.
As for the first question raised, it continues to be the responsibility of the Chair to ensure that the language used by members of the House falls within the parameters of what is considered to be parliamentary language. In fulfilling this responsibility, the Chair is guided by practice and precedent. As the House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 3rd edition, says at page 624, and I quote, "Expressions which are considered unparliamentary when applied to an individual member have not always been considered so when applied in a generic sense or to a party," unquote.
Used by the Prime Minister in response to a question from the member for Milton was not aimed directly at her, but rather had a broader scope. Technically speaking, the language used fell within our accepted practice. That being said, I want to remind members of their responsibility to be vigilant in their choice of words, given their potential effect. My predecessor encouraged members to be mindful of this when he stated in a ruling on October 30, 2013, at page 593 of the debates, quote, "Previous speakers have tried to draw some lines around certain phrases. My advice to all members on all sides is that when speakers attempt to draw those lines, members should try to stay clear of them and not try to tiptoe up to them and see how far you can lean over. unquote. En tant que président, je sais que nous...
As your Speaker, I know we can do better through a continued collaboration and cooperation from all members. I thank all honourable members for their attention.
Orders of the day.
Government orders, business of supply, resuming debate on the motion of Mr. Paulus on terrorism.
Actually, 3 minutes remaining in questions and comments following the speech of the Honourable Member for Durham. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Highlands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rose earlier to put a question to my friend from Durham. In the course of his speech, it was a narrative that's somewhat familiar that if you're not bombing a country, you're not fighting terrorism. I would remind him I was the only member of Parliament to vote against the continued bombing of Libya. And it turned out that the turning Libya into a failed state had the effect of a flood of weapons that reached terrorists and helped get ISIS started. So it's not always bombing missions that provide the greatest security. But I was deeply offended, particularly since he's received a letter, as all members have, from the father, John Letts, the father of young Jack Letts. And it's willfully reckless, character assassination, and may put someone's life at risk to do what the Conservative Party is doing, what the leader of the Conservative Party has done, to adopt a term that comes from the tabloid press, the gutter press of London, to smear the reputation of someone for whom there is no evidence. So I would ask the honourable member from Durham to apologize and to withdraw the use of the term jihadi Jack for someone who was born in this country and has no accusations even leveled against him, no arrest, no charges.
The Honourable Member for Durham.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member from Saanich Gulf Highlands for her question. It's without question, in my view, having reviewed interviews given by Mr. Letts, Jack Letts, that he was at the very least deeply radicalized. He was certainly in an area working with ISIS and is detained by the people that were fighting ISIS. At a bare minimum, there is an air to reality in terms of charges with respect to him traveling abroad for terrorism. Now, he's a British national, Mr. Speaker, so that should be the primary focus. I know there's an investigation and the potential for charges with respect to his parents for aiding and abetting a terror suspect. That is for the courts of the United Kingdom to sort out, Madam Speaker. What I said in my remarks, and what she seemed to miss entirely, is the fact that it's the Crown prerogative for a government to offer consular services to someone. When someone has left Canada to work or train with ISIS, regardless of who they are, they do not deserve those consular affair access, Madam Speaker. I'd also refer her to the United Nations Security Council resolution that I mentioned in my speech, Madam Speaker. This resolution, 2178 of the Security Council, that this government seems to ignore, even though they want to join it, states clearly at 11, it calls upon member states, I quote, to prevent the travel of foreign terrorist fighters from or through their territories, Mr. Speaker. The need to maintain security over these dangerous people needs to be paramount, Mr. Speaker. We should not be bringing them back.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Infrastructure and Communities.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the opportunity to add my voice to the debate on the motion which has been put before us. I want to start by recognizing that we're having this debate 4 years to the day since the attack that took the life of Corporal Nathan Cirillo just a few blocks from here. That attack was preceded 2 days earlier by the killing of Warrant Officer Patrice Vincent in Saint-Jean-sur-Richelieu, Quebec. And I wish to attribute myself to the comments made during the debate of this motion honoring their sacrifice, as well as support for those honourable colleagues, first responders, and public servants, both past and present, who served in Parliament on that horrific day. 4 years later, we stand here now to debate a motion brought forward by the member for Charlesbourg-Gauche-Saint-Charles. It's an important motion, Mr. Speaker. It's one that calls for the House to support the sentiments expressed by Nadia Murad, a Yazidi survivor who, along with her family, suffered at the hands of ISIS-Daesh, later wrote about it. And for her activism, she was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize. Nadia Murad's story has inspired many to support the work of this government in providing refugees, and in particular Yazidi refugees, safe harbor. Among those who took up the cause for expanding our refugee humanitarian efforts are former leader of the opposition, Rona Ambrose, and she should be commended. We have provided a new home to more than 1,400 women and their families who endured the brutality of Daesh, some 85% of whom are Yazidi. And this is good. You see, it's moments like this, especially today, where we should put aside partisanship and stand together in the fight against terrorism. Millions of Syrians and Iraqis have been displaced and thousands more killed or tortured at the hands of Daesh henchmen in the most gruesome and barbaric ways imaginable. Others were forced to endure unspeakable cruelty and violence on an almost daily basis. And perhaps no group has suffered more under its depraved rule than Yazidis and Yazidi women in particular. This motion quotes the brave words of Ms. Murad, and we owe it to her and to ourselves to take them to heart and to see to it that we defeat ISIS-Daesh and eradicate all forms of terrorism. As a nation founded on democratic values, the rule of law, and the institutions which safeguard the fundamental rights to which every individual is guaranteed, including freedom of expression, freedom of religion, freedom of association, and the right to due process, Canada has a vital role to play, and we are fulfilling this role in a number of critical ways. First, from a military perspective, Canada continues to participate in Operation Impact. We are a major partner in the fight against ISIS-Daesh, which is a U.S.-led coalition including 70 partners. Our objective is to contribute to the goal of ensuring a strong, stabilized region through support that is backed by $1.6 billion over 3 years, which will provide humanitarian development and security in the region. This includes providing local training and support to individuals who live in the region. Last year alone, we saw to it that ISIS-Daesh lost more than 60% of the controlled territory in Iraq and 30% in Syria. Mr. Speaker, just before I continue, I should have indicated at the outset that I will be splitting my time with the member for London North Centre. Canada's security and intelligence and police agencies have identified approximately 190 people with a connection to Canada who joined up with terrorist groups in various locations around the world and remain abroad, and that includes people who joined Daesh. About 60 more have returned to Canada, and a number which is relatively unchanged since 2015. Again, some of these people were in Daesh-controlled territory, but many were identified elsewhere. These individuals pose a potential threat, and we take that threat extremely seriously. If at all possible, we want them arrested, charged, and prosecuted and convicted for their crimes. Mr. Speaker, police and prosecutors do the difficult work of meeting Canadian evidentiary standards regarding activities committed in a distant war zone, and I can speak with some personal experience in this regard, having worked on a case involving domestic terrorism and national security. Certainly, the evidentiary standards, the rule of law, the independence of the judiciary, and the role that the prosecutor play are absolutely essential in bringing terrorists to justice. And it is a testament to my former colleagues as well as our partners in the national security and public safety spheres for all of their work that we have seen 4 of these travelers or returnees who have been charged in the last couple of years. 2 have been convicted and 2 are still facing those charges in court. And there are undoubtedly more criminal investigations which are underway. No returnees, I would point out, were charged under the last Conservative government. At the same time as Canadian law enforcement goes about collecting the evidence required for prosecution, returnees can expect to be closely monitored by our intelligence and law enforcement agencies. These agencies work each and every day with international partners, including the Five Eyes, the G7, the EU, Interpol, and many others. They've been doing so for years, and their expertise and capabilities are second to none. They expertly assess and reassess all data available to them to ensure Canada's responses can be effective and appropriate. Our security agencies have a wide array of tools and powers at their disposal to keep Canadians safe, and that includes among them surveillance and monitoring, revocation, cancellation or refusal of passports, the use of the no-fly list, peace bonds under the Criminal Code, and legally authorized threat reduction measures. Another tool is the RCMP-led National Security Joint Operations Centre. Its goal is to identify high-risk travelers and assess the threat that they may pose to our collective security. It's responsible for compiling and analyzing available information from Canada's security and intelligence community. It then uses this information to prioritize risk and to assist in coordinating an appropriate operational response. Canadians can be assured, Mr. Speaker, that our world-class security agencies actively track and assess any threat that they may pose. Our government recognizes that the return of even one individual may have serious national security implications, and we continue to take those threats seriously. The Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness discussed the issue of extremist travellers with his G7 counterparts in Toronto earlier this year. In fact, most of the allies that are at that table have far more of their citizens involved with international terrorist groups than we do. Our government has also introduced legislation to modernize Canada's national security framework, which was passed by the House last spring and is currently before the other place. This legislation is designed to ensure our agencies continue to be effective at keeping Canadians safe from threats precisely like these. And along with the National Security and Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians we established under Bill C-22, it enhances the accountability of our security agencies. Accountability is not just about ensuring that our rights and freedoms are protected, although that is obviously very important. Accountability and oversight are also about ensuring that our agencies are operating as effectively as possible to keep all of us safe. Mr. Speaker, these are parts of today's opposition. There are parts of today's opposition motion that are clearly designed to use the serious issue of returning terrorists to score political points, and we should discourage that. But on the anniversary of the attack on the National War Memorial in Parliament Hill, I prefer to join in solidarity with our opposition colleagues because I know we all stand firmly against terrorism, as we should. And we all stand firmly in solidarity with Nadia Murad, the Yazidi Nobel laureate, in her call for the perpetrators of Daesh brutality to be brought to justice. We do that, Mr. Speaker, by adhering to the rule of law. We do that by adhering to the norms in our charter. We do that by extending respect for the judiciary, for the representatives and the officials that work in our public safety apparatus and who do an exceptional job every day. As the Prime Minister said earlier today, Mr. Speaker, and I quote, "As Canadians, we will not surrender to hatred and let attacks like these divide us. In the face of cowardly violence and fear-mongering, we will not compromise our most cherished values: freedom, democracy, and inclusion." I hope that all members would endorse those words, and for those reasons, and for all others that I stated in my remarks, encourage all members to support this opposition motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate my honourable colleague's comments across the way and the fact that he's going to support this Opposition Day motion. And I've got my question, Mr. Speaker, has a bit of history to it. I know that he was one of the prosecutors, I believe the Crown Attorney, for the Toronto 18. And I was a member of Parliament when the Toronto 18 made their plans, and you know, their plan was to break into the House of Commons here, capture a bunch of us, and behead us. And of course, that didn't happen thanks to the good security and law forces that we have in this country. But, Mr. Speaker, my question to the member is, how can he go from being a prosecutor against a group as bad, obviously, as Toronto 18 were, to be part of a government who wants to welcome ISIS terrorists back into this country? I'm having a hard time figure this out. I'd like the member to respond to it.
Well, Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Infrastructure and Communities.
Well, I want to thank my colleague for the question, and of course, I look back with great pride for the work that I did as a federal prosecutor, and obviously the source of that pride is in knowing how important the role of the prosecutor is in our country. And certainly at the time when those charges were laid, this was a moment that was before then unprecedented in the sense that was the first case of prominence that brought to light the threats that are faced when it comes to domestic terrorism and radicalization. And of course, those individuals were brought to justice. They were brought to justice following the rule of law in accordance with the criminal code and with the charter. And of course, it is a bit disappointing to hear that he would try to juxtapose the work that I did as a former prosecutor with this government's agenda. I believe in this government's work, Mr. Speaker. I believe in the legislation that we have put forward, including giving additional tools and resources necessary to be provided to prosecutors and to other agencies within our public safety apparatus, precisely to protect every Canadian. And I certainly would encourage him to bear that in mind in the course of this debate. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I thank my honourable colleague for reminding us again, those of us who served in the 41st Parliament will never forget the events that occurred in this place in 2014 when a gunman came into the front doors of Parliament when Nathan Cirillo was murdered by the War Memorial. To this day, I don't think it falls under the description of terrorism. We had someone with significant mental health issues who tried to have himself committed to deal with addiction issues. The system did not have any way to help him with his addiction issues, his radicalization, his violence. We can just thank God that there was not access for that individual to a gun that was multi-rounds, the kind of assault weapons that have been used in shootings in the U.S., for example. He had a gun that was for deer hunting, and every single shot had to be, he had to recharge that gun every time before being able to shoot again. I want to ask him, though, to the government party, would they not agree that it's strange that we're the only democracy in the world where such an event could take place, and there's never been a public inquiry into what happened, how it happened, and who was responsible?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, first, I'm not sure that I agree that this is the first attack of this kind, namely an act of terrorism that would have seen some violence and loss of life brought to a cherished institution where elected representatives are there to fulfill their role. But let me just address what I think is the central premise of her question, which is that there was not sufficient accountability and investigation done into the tragic events of that day. My distinct recollection is that indeed there were very serious inquiries into the events that day, and in particular the role of the RCMP and other security personnel who stood in the line of fire that day and fulfilled their duty with great distinction, and that as a result of those inquiries, policies were revised such that each and every one of us who serve in this chamber, whether in the elected branch or whether as a first responder or a public servant who work in this chamber, can be well assured that we are all being kept safe. And it is a result of the mechanisms that we have in place to review the events of that day, to review the policy instruments of that day, that we can be so assured. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for London North Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I join with colleagues across the aisle and here on this side of the House today. My honourable colleague just spoke. He mentioned Nathan Cirillo. I echo the sentiment expressed. Pay homage to his memory, his service. Also wish to express gratitude for the work done here in the House on the part of the Parliamentary Protection Service and certainly the RCMP. I'm fortunate enough to be the member of London North Centre, where O Division headquarters is based on the part of RCMP. To the motion, Mr. Speaker, I'm very pleased to have the opportunity to speak to this issue. Members in this House don't always agree on everything, but I know we can always stand united in denouncing the depraved and barbaric acts committed by Daesh. And we can salute, indeed, also courageous women such as Nadia Murad, who I've had the honour of meeting twice, in fact, the Yazidi Nobel laureate who suffered unspeakable horrors under the Daesh rule and survived to tell her story. Mercifully, this group's reign of terror is all but over. Through defeats on the battlefield, it has lost the land it once controlled in Iraq and Syria. But Daesh terrorists began returning to their countries of origin, even while the so-called caliphate still existed. And more of them may try to do so now that the group has been defeated. We and our allies are well aware that our success on the battlefield has not eliminated the problem entirely. To an extent, we have only displaced it. Virtually every democratic country in the world is grappling with this issue, Mr. Speaker. Some of our allies are dealing with hundreds or even thousands of potential returnees. The number we have to deal with is thankfully much smaller, but that is not cause for complacency. In 2015, our security agencies were aware of about 60 people who had returned to Canada after engaging in terrorist activity abroad. That number has remained relatively stable since. While some of these people returned from former Daesh strongholds in Syria and Iraq, most of them were actually involved with other terrorist groups in other parts of the world. Today, according to the most recent public report from CSIS, just about 190 Canadians have left this country to join terrorist groups, Daesh or others, and remain abroad. Some of them may be dead. Some of them may not want to come back, but we must be ready for those that do, and we are. The professionals in Canada's national security agencies are working extremely hard to track these individuals, to bring criminal charges whenever possible, and to carefully monitor them to keep us all safe. Here are a few facts, Mr. Speaker, and I think particularly, all facts are always important, but particularly in a debate such as this. Number one, if an extremist traveller attempts to return to Canada, there's a very high likelihood that our agencies will know about it. That's because of the information sharing we do domestically and with our Five Eyes allies on an ongoing basis to identify individuals seeking to return. When Canadian authorities become aware of such travel, a process is activated to control and to manage their return. Even before they're back on our soil, Canada's intelligence, security, and law enforcement agencies actively assess and monitor the threat that each individual poses. Threat assessments, monitoring, investigations continue for as long as necessary after their return. If evidence supports charges, terrorism charges under the Criminal Code can and will be laid upon the return. Since last year, in fact, 4 individuals have been charged for terrorism-related offences after their return to Canada, and 2 have been convicted. It's also worth pointing out, Mr. Speaker, that under the Harper government, that number was 0. I repeat, that number was 0. Of course, the task of collecting enough evidence about activity in a war zone on the other side of the world to support charges in a Canadian court is certainly a challenging one. So, while police and prosecutors go about the difficult work of collecting it, our security and intelligence agencies make full use of a broad range of tools at their disposal. For instance, they can issue peace bonds. They can cancel, revoke, and refuse Canadian passports on national security grounds. Under the Passenger Protect program, they use the no-fly list to ensure that people are prevented from traveling for terrorism-related purposes. And they also engage in surveillance and legally authorize threat reduction measures to keep Canadians safe. At the same time, Mr. Speaker, we should recognize that people don't travel to join a terrorist group and then become radicalized. Indeed, the radicalization happens here at home. We should therefore be doing everything we can to prevent Canadians, mostly Canadian youth, Mr. Speaker, from becoming radicalized in the first instance. The Canadian Centre for Community Engagement and Prevention of Violence supports community-based organizations that do this important work. And while I'm on the subject, Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives should stop denigrating counter-radicalization work. Think of a parent, for example, whose teenage son has started bringing home extremist literature and visiting extremist websites. What would that parent prefer, I ask? Would they rather the government have nothing to offer but handcuffs once it's too late? Or would they rather the government support programs at their son's school or at the local community center or place of worship to help extricate him from the clutches of extremism before he does something violent? I think we all know the answer to that question, or ought to know the answer to that question. And none of us should pretend that this can only happen to other people's kids or only to Muslim kids. Counter-radicalization programs help prevent all our children from being victims of perpetrators. But of course, once someone does cross the Rubicon and engage in terrorist activity, we need a modern national security framework that our agencies can use to keep us safe. That's the purpose behind our landmark legislation, our security legislation, Bill C-59, which is currently being debated in the Senate. Bill C-59 will overhaul Canada's national security framework and bring it into the 21st century. It will modernize and enhance Canada's security and intelligence laws to ensure that our agencies have the tools they need to do their jobs. And this will be achieved within a legal and constitutional framework that is charter compliant. For example, it will clarify definitions that are vague or overly broad. This includes the term terrorist propaganda. The former Bill C-51 created a new offence knowingly advocating or promoting the commission of terrorism offences in general. Currently, the maximum punishment for it is a 5-year prison sentence. But this provision is so unclear that it has hardly been used. That's why the government is revising the definition by using the clearer and more precise legal concept of counselling the commission of terrorism offences. This change makes it more likely that charges will be laid and successfully prosecuted. Mr. Speaker, it's crucial that we get all of this right. The legal authorities, the counter-radicalization programs, and all of our work that our agencies do at home and overseas, because extremism of all kinds remains a real threat to our security. That includes extremism inspired by Daesh and Al-Qaeda, extremism inspired by white supremacists, and all other varieties that exist in this country and around the world. Canada is, by and large, a safe and peaceful place. We shouldn't get hyperbolic about the threat of terrorism, but we must take it seriously, Mr. Speaker. I'm not entirely convinced that the Conservative motion takes this seriously, or not seriously enough. This motion seems to be more of a political game than anything else. But we can all support the statement indicated by Nadia Murad. I join with all colleagues in their desire to see the villains of Daesh brought to justice. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member opposite for his remarks. I noted that he brought data, and I'm always a fan of that. Specifically, I want to ask about the 60 that returned from fighting. My understanding from listening to the debate today is that there are provisions under S7 that would allow us to charge each and every one of the people that have gone off to fight with terrorists. But I noted that the Minister of Public Safety says that only 10 charges have been pursued out of the 60, and I'm worried with the other 190 that may return. I want to know, why is the government not charging each and every one by S7?
The honourable member for London North Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I know the member opposite, and I know her to be a diligent member. On this matter, we simply disagree, for example, for a number of reasons. First of all, evidence has to exist in order for convictions to take place. I asked the honourable member opposite how many convictions took place under the previous government for individuals returning from abroad under the terrorism offence that is in the criminal code that would lead to successful prosecutions of such individuals. We are monitoring the situation where individuals have returned who are suspected. Surveillance is always at the forefront. Our national security agencies have the tools because we have funded, not defunded, such as the previous government, their work, and that will continue.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Medicine Hat, Cardston Warner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I just want to, I noticed in his speech, my colleague made a statement that under the previous government, there was no charges laid for traveling for tourism. And I would just like to remind him and ask him if he remembers when that became a law. It was actually in 2015, just before the writ was dropped. So I would ask him to go back and say, when did your government and when has your government charged anyone for this offense? Because it was passed just before you became government.
Honourable member for London North Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I said before that facts matter, and so let me simply read here a clear fact. Since 2016, the RCMP has charged 4 individuals for terrorism-related offences after their return to Canada. 2 of them have been successfully convicted, and the other 2 cases remain before the courts. My honourable member will note, I hope, that despite all their talk, no returned terrorists were charged under the Harper Conservatives. I'll also take the opportunity, Mr. Speaker, that this motion is draped in fear. What happened to the time when the Conservatives, not just at the federal level, but at the provincial level, actually embraced common sense solutions to very serious problems? Right. I think, for example, of John Robarts. I think, for example, of Bill Davis or Bob Stanfield or even Brian Mulroney or Joe Clark. What happened to that Conservative tradition that wanted to work constructively to address national security threats and challenges? I don't hear it on the opposite side. All I hear is fear, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To my honourable colleague from London North Centre, I appreciated his thoughtful speech. I'm just trying to figure out how, I completely agree, Mr. Speaker, with the sentiment that's been expressed by many, that we all would want to associate ourselves with the sentiments of Nadia Murad. We all recognize in her own heroic struggle a woman standing up against the horrific impact of violence and terrorism, and particularly the targeting of women and girls and using rape as an instrument of war. But I don't know how I can, in good conscience, Mr. Speaker, vote for a motion that refers to, and we know what this is coded language for the Omar Khadr case, quote, paying terrorists with taxpayers' dollars. That I don't believe was a past mistake. I believe that was the right thing to do. And I don't think that Omar Khadr meets any normal definition of terrorism in that even if the charges against him were true, which I don't think they were, it's a war zone in which there were enemy combatants. And in our typical understanding of the term terrorism, that would not meet the definition. I'm just wondering if my friend from London North Centre has any concerns about the various ways this motion is worded to make it almost impossible to vote for it.
Honourable Member for London North Centre.
As far as the wording of the motion is concerned, Mr. Speaker, what I will say is that we have to stand behind those who have defended human rights. And I mentioned in the speech, I've had the honor of meeting Nadia Murad once here in Ottawa, and in fact, in my home community of London. And so when she calls on the perpetrators of terrorism to be prosecuted, I think we have to get behind that sentiment. Where I don't agree is when some members, and I'm speaking specifically of Conservative members, have taken that thought, that very important notion that she has put forward, and transitioned it into something else. Not only today, but especially outside of this House, constantly pressing this button of fear. I go back to what I said before. I am certainly interested in hearing from members opposite, from the Conservative members. What happened to that tradition in Conservative thought that prized common sense solutions to dealing with the national security threats that we face and getting away from fear, getting away from that entirely and working together to find ways forward? Bill Davis, Brian Mulroney, Joe Clark, so on and so forth. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Medicine Hat, Cardston Warner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to echo the sentiments of my colleagues in this House on the anniversary of the attack in Parliament Hill. I want to give respect to those who lost their lives serving our country, and to those who that day were willing to do so to protect those in this place. I'll be spending my time as well with my colleague from Cypress Hills Grassland. Mr. Speaker, I rise to my colleague's motion on combating violence and radical extremists, in particular the ISIS terrorists who have fought against Canada, our allies, and attempted to establish a regime based on hate, intolerance, slavery, and violence. The Liberal reintegration plan and promise of funding for these returning ISIS terrorists is to welcome people back to Canada who have rejected everything we hold as values in this country, and worse, to feel the victims of their violence. This motion is based on the efforts and advocacy of Nobel Peace Laureate Nadia Murad, whose family was killed by ISIS fighters and was enslaved, abused, and raped. We know her story only because of her bravery to fight to escape and the courage to share her story. She has been outspoken and an advocate against ISIS's human trafficking, abuse of women and children, radicalization, murder, and destruction. As a Yazidi, she was oppressed for having religious views that conflicted with that of ISIS. Ms. Murad is the kind of person that Canada can and should welcome as a refugee, someone who needs support and help, who is fleeing persecution. Instead, we are providing refuge and support to returning ISIS terrorists who inflicted such horrific and life-shattering experiences on tens of thousands. The Prime Minister's response to these terrorists, the rapists, murderers, and terrorists returning to Canada, is sadly funding. He announced all returning terrorists would have counselling. Most Canadians would say they need to be locked up. Their rehabilitation should not come at the cost of Canadians. And they should never be in the same area as victims who have come to Canada for safety. And yet, that's the exact policy under this Liberal government. The Minister of Public Safety repeated over and over again that the government would use all available resources to track these individuals. But we know that, just to be accurate, this is about as accurate as their other broken promises. So if every tool is to be used, I guess the question would be, how many peace bonds and monitoring warrants does the RCMP currently have on ISIS terrorists? How many are they monitoring daily for spreading their radicalized views and planning violence? Well, at last count, none that we're aware of. At least 60 terrorists returning to Canada, and none of them are under full scrutiny of the law. Because just monitoring alone isn't good enough. These people should be facing justice and prosecutions for their actions. These are crimes against humanity, and allowing such people to live and continue their hateful ways only further endangers Canadians. This Parliament looked at and debated C-59, the Liberals' attempted national security bill that could have dealt with these issues, tackling violent extremists. We heard from security and intelligence experts who told us of the real threats, but instead of giving tools to prosecutors, to police, to our security teams to go after these kinds of extreme actions, C-59 further ties the hands of police and our national security agencies. It restricts information sharing, telling national security agencies that administration and privacy are more important than stopping terrorist attacks. C-59 makes it harder for police to get court-approved orders like peace bonds and recognizance orders designed to ensure that police can proactively protect Canadians by stopping attacks. The Liberals eliminated the criminal offence on advocating for terrorism. In Canada, it's no longer a criminal offence to promote a terrorist cause. An ISIS terrorist can come to Canada, get government funding, and not be prosecuted for sharing their hate. Canadians believe that's shameful, Mr. Speaker. All these new rules and oversight bodies amounts to a cut to security and intelligence operations of $100 million, so that already underfunded agencies are less able to protect Canadians and our interests. And in a bit of final irony, the Liberals rejected the idea of ensuring that information of crimes committed overseas could be used in a criminal court without jeopardizing national security. When a Canadian goes overseas and fights for ISIS, there is generally limited court admissible evidence. There are very few or no witnesses to speak to the horrors inflicted on innocent people like Nadia Murad. All the information would need to come through national security intelligence teams. But today, we can't use that information. For that evidence to come forward, it would require full disclosure of how that evidence was gathered. That could mean endangered Canadian agency operatives, or endangering Canadian operatives. It could mean endangering informants or others from an allied country. Conservatives sought to address this issue by allowing evidence into the courts at the discretion of a judge without jeopardizing national security, similar to almost every other country, including our allies. The Liberals rejected these claims and these changes outright, making even more absurd. They claim to be doing everything possible to bring genocide terrorists to justice, while at the same time creating barriers to police and security teams and opposing measures to bring these terrorists to justice. This Liberal government has failed to protect Canadians at every opportunity. And now, entering their last year in government, Canadians will be taking note. So what should we be doing? Let's first focus on bringing the perpetrators of genocide and terrorist acts to justice and ensure courts have access to evidence gathered against suspected terrorists. Let's strive to keep Canadians safe from those who are suspected of committing acts of terrorism or genocide but have returned to Canada by ensuring that security agencies would be adequately resourced to provide high levels of monitoring and surveillance of their activities in Canada. We must encourage greater use of the tools to place conditions on these suspected of terrorism activities such as recog orders and peace bonds. But Liberals are making it harder for security officials to do just that and to monitor our suspected terrorists. The current processes to bring perpetrators of atrocity crimes to justice are slow and they fail victims. Canada should lead immediate reforms to ensure justice is swift. Canada should also support initiatives which take concrete action to bring justice and treatment to women whose bodies have been used as a weapon of war. We should support initiatives such as the one proposed by Premier Doug Ford to ensure that terrorists who have returned to Canada are restricted from taking advantage of Canada's generous social programs as part of the reintegration. Government should be listening to what Canadians want on this matter. And what Canadians want is justice. They want to see these criminals face prosecution and be penalized in Canada or at an international tribunal. We should fix the gap in evidence by ensuring police have the tools to act on known threats, that recog orders and peace bonds can be accessed by police, the courts, and the police are properly resourced to take action. We should restore the ability to strip violent extremists of their Canadian citizenship. It is not a Canadian value to rape, murder, and pillage. And we should not let anyone involved in such activities be able to call themselves Canadian. The answer to ISIS terrorists who want to come back to Canada should be no, absolutely not. In my Canada, our Canada, is not a refuge for terrorism and terrorists. It should be a refuge for people like Nadia Murad. We should listen to the stories of women and children and religious minorities who've had their lives destroyed, their families killed. We should listen to Ms. Murad and her calls for justice. All Canadians support bringing terrorists to justice. And in just under 1 year, many of the government benches will understand that in Canada, the silent majority often wields a very strong voice. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I listened very attentively to my colleague across the way, and I'm wondering, how does he feel as a Conservative, given that the Conservative record on funding the RCMP and Secret Services is not good? They cut a lot of money from those organizations who are supposed to monitor and prevent terrorist attacks. So I'd like to hear what my honourable colleague thinks about that.
Medicine Hat, Cardston, Warner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague across the way for the question. Unfortunately, what that question really did is mislead Canadians and speak specifically to a 2014 action by the previous government that cut excess fat from the back office of these agencies, not operational funding and frontline personnel. In fact, year over year, for the decade that Conservatives were in power, were in government, there was a 1/3 increase in operational spending for the RCMP and national security agencies. There was no funding to frontline operational personnel. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my honourable colleague from Medicine Hat, Cardston, Warner. The entire debate today is premised on a narrative that there are welcoming arms for ISIS fighters in this country, and I don't think that is true. The other thing that the honourable member from Medicine Hat, Cardston, Warner said was that it is no longer the case that it is illegal to promote terrorism in Canada or join a terrorist organization. And unless I misheard him, which is why I wanted to ask the question, that's certainly not true. I worked hard on Bill C-59 as it went through the House. Bill C-51, I also worked on that one in the previous Parliament. That one created an offence that is unknown in law, promoting terrorism, quote unquote, in general. It's not something that anyone could identify. It was basically thought chill. It was a dangerous provision. It actually would make it harder to fight terrorism in Canada under Bill C-51 under the Harper administration. The new bill absolutely makes it an offence to promote terrorism, not in general, but to promote terrorism. So I'm wondering if he can clarify, and if he genuinely believes that it's not illegal to promote terrorism in Canada. I'll bring him a copy of Bill C-59.
The Honourable Member for Medicine Hat, Cardston, Warner.
Well, thank you for my colleague for the question. I don't need a copy of C-59. I've read it. And what C-59 does is water down our national security and RCMP and policing agencies' ability to do exactly that, and that is to fight terrorism. It makes it a lot more difficult for them to share information, from one agency to another agency in Canada to share information on terrorists, on those returning, on those activities in the country. They have, with C-75 and other acts, have made it a minor criminal, a hybrid offense to be participating in these sort of activities. And for anyone to suggest that C-59 is an improvement across the board over C-51, to me, has missed the swing of the pendulum when it comes to actually protecting Canadians and national security.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, I find it's truly amazing when you hear from Conservative members that try to give a false impression. You know, when Harper was the Prime Minister, when you take a look at those returning from abroad that had accusations of different sorts, not one, from what I understand, was actually charged by the RCMP. Zero. And what we have, Mr. Speaker, is not only better legislation through Bill C-59 and outstanding work that was done from this government on that project, but we've actually seen charges being laid by RCMP, and at least 50% of them where there's been convictions. I see that as a positive thing. Not only a government that talks about it, but actually does thing about it. Contrast that to the Conservatives that actually cut $1 billion, almost $1 billion, in order that dealt with issues such as terrorism. Can you explain the hypocrisy to me?
Honourable member for Medicine Hat, Cardston Warner.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll take the speech from the disguised as a question from the other side and say this. Under the previous government, late in the mandate, the law was allowed for people to be charged for traveling to commit a terrorist offense or to be involved in terrorism. 3 individuals were charged under the previous government, and you have to appreciate it was late in the mandate that this came into effect. One of those individuals went to trial this summer. The other 2 are presumed dead. So that information is completely contrary to what our member across the way would have, who likes to mislead this House in the best of times. But as far as the funding, I think it's appropriate to say that, as I said before, the funding increased for frontline operations for RCMP and national security by 1/3 in the decade that the Conservatives were in government. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Cypress Hills, Grasslands.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it's actually interesting to hear the response across the way when my friend here actually tells the truth. They're laughing. They think it's a joke. The reality is their talking points have been off all day because people have been charged. They were charged when our government was in power. 3 of them were charged. 2 of them are considered to be or presumed to be dead. The other person did go to trial, and as far as I know, that trial is still ongoing. So the Liberals can do what they want to mislead people. I see they're heckling across the way right now, trying to disrupt the proceedings this afternoon as well. But their talking points consistently today have been inaccurate, and I don't know why they would mislead people on terrorism-related issues. I wonder why that would happen, Mr. Speaker. We know full well how weak they are on this very issue. I want to talk about the last part of our motion today. We've talked a lot about ISIS and talked about them paying taxpayers' dollars to terrorists and giving them money for that kind of thing, trying to reintegrate terrorists back into Canada, welcome them back, working with other countries actually to bring citizens of, if you want to call it Canadian citizens of convenience back here, where our government's volunteering to help, where citizens of own countries don't want them to come back. But I want to talk about a little bit of a different issue this afternoon than some other people have spoken of, and that is about this plan that they're supposed to bring in 45 days, because the Liberals have said they're going to support, apparently, this motion that we brought forward, and it calls for a plan to bring to justice anyone who is in Canada, has had Canadian citizenship, has fought as a terrorist or participated in a terrorist activity. I would like to take a little bit of a view of the reciprocal of that repatriation plan and talk about the people and the places that are most impacted by what has happened, and that would be the victims and those who have become refugees. And I think the government should consider this in their plan for the future, because we're not only dealing with terrorists, we're dealing with the impact on many other people as well. And I think in the way we need to, in the future rather, we need to address these people in a way that will deal with some of the problems that we faced in the past here. There's a number of communities, Mr. Speaker, that we're familiar with that were not treated fairly over the past few years in terms of this ISIS attacks and their conflict. And those included the Christian communities on the Nineveh Plain. They included the Copts, include the Yazidi community, and many of the minority Muslim communities as well. And so I want to talk a little bit about that for a few minutes here today. Now, it's interesting this government is actually pursuing reintegration for people who claim to hate the very values of our country. And those who have left here to pursue other more violent application of their own twisted values. They were a part of this conflict that imposed so much violence and death and rape on so many minority communities. And as I mentioned, it particularly hit the Yazidi communities, and their the implications of this violence on them is a little bit more well known, I think, probably than the impact of the violence on some of the Christian communities on the Nineveh Plain and some of the pressure on the Copts, for example, and Sunni Muslim communities that were in that area as well. And the government's now actively trying to bring some of these people back to Canada. It's a very strange thing, but it's such a contrast in how they dealt with the victims of these terrorists. So they're welcoming the terrorists back, trying to find ways to bring them back, reintegrate them, find them, we talk about poetry classes and counseling and those kinds of things. But they're not actually as concerned about the victims of these people at all, especially when it comes to those who've been targeted because of their religious or ethnic issues and religious or ethnic positions. 80% of the world's population still faces high or very high levels of persecution because of faith issues around the globe. And we're familiar with what happened here, which was ISIS swept across northern Iraq and into Syria, devastating many of the minority communities. Some people ended up in the UN camps as refugees. The larger minority groups ended up there. But a lot of the smaller minority groups could not find their way into the camps because the camps were not safe for them in a conflict area. And so they were in other places, either in private homes or outside the camps trying to survive. And this PM was clear that he was not interested in helping those who were affected by this conflict and those who are affected primarily because of their specific religious and ethnic places that they come from. In fact, in October of 2015, he made a statement, and I think it's either arrogance or ignorance, it's unbelievable in this statement, where he said, when asked twice, will you prioritize religious and ethnic minorities in terms of bringing refugees here, he gave a long lecture about how he expressed his disapproval of anyone who would use refugees in a photo op, and I thought that's ironic given what we've seen later. But he said clearly to him the idea of prioritizing religious and ethnic communities in terms of bringing them here because of the fact they belong to those communities, he said the idea was actually disgusting, that it did not contribute to the Canada we want to build, and his government would absolutely not go along with that. Now, that's a strange type of response to the type of vicious persecution, I think, that was taking place at the time. And that persecution was taking place specifically because of the religious and ethnic identity of these communities. That's the very reason that these communities were targeted, and this government said that's the very reason why we're not going to consider the fact that you should perhaps get priority in coming to this country. And when the Liberals wanted to set up their post-election PR refugee program, where did they go? They went into the UN camps and found the people who were in the camps there, but at the same time left the most vulnerable refugee communities unexplored in terms of bringing people here and giving them a new start in Canada. And that involved the Yazidis at the time. You are familiar with the struggle we've had in this House to try to convince the Liberals that there was actually a serious issue around the Yazidi communities. They finally bent on that. They really haven't gone very far in helping those folks out, but at least they acknowledged there was a problem in the end. The other communities didn't get that same consideration. And I guess, was that deliberate? I think it had to be so, because the Prime Minister said specifically that that was how he was going to address it. I have to tell you, Mr. Speaker, the real cynicism arises when you see the Liberals changing their position simply on something just because it suits them. I'm going to give you an example of this. So if you go back to the Middle East and what was happening on the Nineveh Plains, the Prime Minister said, we will not bring people here based on their religious and ethnic identities. And so they made every attempt to make sure that did not take place. But it was kind of interesting that when it affects them, all of a sudden they'll take a different position. And I want to bring up something that happened a couple of weeks ago here in the House. There has been a group of Sikh and Hindu refugees in India that have tried to get recognition for the persecution they faced in Afghanistan. And that's been very specific to their religion. The Liberals have had virtually no interest in this issue at all, no interest in bringing them here until 3 weeks ago, when our leader was in India, met with this group and assured them of our concern and that we would follow up on it. Mr. Speaker, it was interesting that the first day back in the House, they came up, one of their members asked a question about Sikh and Hindu minorities in Afghanistan face persecution, discrimination, violence. Thousands have been forced to flee. Many are living in very precarious conditions. What's the minister going to do? Will he update the House on the status of the effort to resettle these vulnerable refugees? and the response was very specific, that we are deeply concerned about, and I guess this is specific identity, ethnic identity, Afghan, Hindu, and Sikh minorities in Afghanistan. We understand these particular refugees are a particular risk. That's why we've been working very closely, not only to identify them, but also to expand resettlement opportunities into Canada. And so, Mr. Speaker, we're glad to see them finally come to the position the Conservative Party has held all along, that people need to be considered when they're targeted for persecution because of their religious or ethnic identities. They should be considered, and that should be a factor in the fact as to whether they get to come to our country or not. Now, Mr. Speaker, I know my time's running out. I'm sorry that that's the case, but it's hard not to be very cynical about this group of Liberals. Their concern and their reaction is always about themselves. It's not about Canadians. And we see that they will do what works for them. Canadians have an opportunity to let them know that this does not work for them when they have this openness to bringing terrorists back here. They're excited about being able to reintegrate them back into this community, but they're much more reluctant to actually bring the most vulnerable groups here, to identify them by the very nature of the persecution that's taking place against them, and then give them an opportunity to come to Canada. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to try to hold these people accountable over the next few months when they bring this reintegration plan into place, to make sure that they're not only preventing Canadian safety or creating a situation where Canadians are unsafe, but they're also creating a situation where some of these most vulnerable minorities can be taken care of ahead of these terrorists that are returning.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Mr. Speaker, and I can only imagine the alarm and panic button that was sounded earlier this afternoon when the Whip's office on the other side of the House discovered that we would be voting in favour of this motion. The Conservatives would have had to run around changing all their talking points, which they're clearly doing now. The reality of the situation is, Mr. Speaker, when we look at issues like this, we don't look at them through an ideological lens. We look at them through the practical realities of it, and this is a motion that can be supported from this side of the House. But I'm really glad that the member on the other side brought up Yazidi women and the hardships that so many people face. The reality of the situation is, Mr. Speaker, that we, the Liberal government, have provided a home to 1,400 women and their family who endured the brutality of Daesh, and 85% of them were Yazidi. Yet the former Conservative government brought in a grand total of 3 Yazidi women into Canada. Now, can the member opposite, given his newfound love for supporting refugees, please explain to this House why the former Conservative government was only able to bring over 3 Yazidi refugees, where this government has brought over 1,000?
Well, member for Cypress Hills, Grasslands.
I tell you, Mr. Speaker, this is just about enough to make someone throw up, that this government now tries to pretend that somehow they had an interest in Yazidi women. That is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard in this House. If it wasn't for the member from Calgary, Nose Hill, doing the work that she's done on this issue, bringing this to the House time and time and time again, these people would have nothing to do with them to this day.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands. Order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And in a nonpartisan spirit, I find myself having difficulty with this debate, but I certainly want to make it clear to anyone in this House, the honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands has nothing new found in his respect for human rights, his fight for the rights of minorities anywhere in the world to express and practice their religious freedoms. But I do find it difficult that the Liberal government members have decided to, I guess, get rid of a political problem by voting for a motion that I can't vote for. I've been here in the House for the debate all day, and I just can't bring myself to vote for something that says that we have a history of making mistakes. The effort here to further demonize a decision in relation to Omar Khadr, which is one that I can't in good conscience ever put out something for purposes of avoiding a propaganda tool for a future election. I can't compromise myself enough to say that that was a mistake. That was the right thing to do, and Mr. Khadr, on the evidence that I've looked into, was not even a soldier, certainly not a terrorist, may not have committed any offense, but the reality is we know the courts have told us that several different governments in this country violated his rights. So I ask my honourable friend from Cypress Hills Grasslands to forgive me that I can't be part of a 2019 Conservative election ploy, but I respect him from the bottom of my heart.
The honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Well, she can take her position on that, Mr. Speaker. She's got her own political things that she needs to do with this motion. But the reality is, I'm going to tell you, it is when a group is targeted because of their religion, or a group is targeted because of their ethnic identity, and that is why they are targeted, the least a responsible government can do is to consider that and whether they're going to allow them to have some sort of status within a refugee program. Now, this government, this Prime Minister made it clear in October 2015 that he thought that was disgusting. Well, I actually think it's disgusting if you're not going to consider that when people are targeted specifically because of those identity issues that they have.
Questions and comments? We have time for one more short question and response. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'm sure the member across the way can understand why it is that many of us on this side, when we listen to members such as he has just explained, why it is that we get a little bit aggravated, because when you say, for example, the government doesn't care about the Yazidis women, when in fact we have seen 1,000 plus under this regime compared to a handful from the previous regime. When we see hundreds of millions cut from the Harper days to the reinstatement of badly needed resources, when we see more progressive legislation on this side and regressive legislation from the Harper era, I'm sure the member can understand and appreciate why it is that at times we get frustrated, because it seems to me the Conservatives want to talk a tough line. But when it comes time to actually deliver, that we have seen this government time and time again on many different areas, especially in this area, deliver for Canadians.
Member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we know that's inaccurate. He could try to rewrite history all that he wants, and it's fine. If anyone's been familiar with the debates in here, particularly around the Yazidis, they would know that the initiative and the impetus for any care that was shown to that community came from this side of the House, and particularly from the member from Calgary Nose Hill. She wasn't as stubborn as she was, and if she hadn't kept coming back to this or whatever, this government would have let none of them in here. They could have cared less until they were forced into accepting, first of all, that there was a genocide that had taken place, and secondly, that community needed to be brought here. I would actually make a suggestion to the member opposite that maybe they take a look at some of the other communities over there, like the Christian communities which were wiped out on the Nineveh Plains, and give them some special consideration as well.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Toronto Danforth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to begin by letting you know that I will be sharing my time with the member for Vaughan Woodbridge. I'm pleased to rise in the House today for this debate. And I'll begin by fully endorsing the sentiment expressed by Nadia Murad, the Yazidi Nobel laureate quoted in the opposition's motion. Nadia and many others like her were subjected to unspeakable brutality at the hands of Daesh. We all want her tormentors to be brought to justice. We all want their actions brought to light. And we all want them to face the consequences of their crimes. While most members of Daesh were not Canadian, some of them were. And they are rightly our focus today. Bringing them to justice involves taking a clear-eyed, fact-based look at the issue of terrorist travelers. There are approximately 190 people with a connection to Canada who have gone to join a terrorist group somewhere in the world, and they remain outside our borders. According to the 2017 public report on the terrorist threat to Canada, about 60 others have returned to Canada, and that number hasn't changed much since 2015. Again, some of these people were involved with Daesh, while others were part of other terrorist groups. When you compare Canada with many of our allies, the number is quite small. But, of course, even one person can do a lot of damage. So it's a potential threat that we must take very seriously. And I want to underline that taking it seriously involves being serious about it. So let's not pretend, for example, that prosecuting activities committed in a war zone on the other side of the world is a simple thing. This isn't CSI Mosul. It's a significant challenge to get accurate and credible knowledge about who was in Iraq and Syria and what they did. There's a reason, for example, that even though our intelligence agencies were aware of some 60 people who had returned to Canada from terrorist involvement overseas, none of them were charged under the Harper government. Today, 4 returnees have been charged. 2 have been convicted, and 2 cases remain before the courts. Whenever possible, if information pertaining to criminal activity exists, and if that information can be expected to withstand the rigors of our criminal justice system, charges are laid. Investigating, building a case, conducting interviews, and following leads takes time and effort, and our law enforcement agencies are doing that work. In the meantime, our security agencies, including CSIS, the RCMP, and many others, work to identify, investigate, and respond to threats. When an extremist returns, they are carefully monitored by our intelligence and law enforcement agencies within the bounds of the law. Those agencies work around the clock all year, including with international partners. They keep extremely close tabs on returning extremists. And surveillance isn't the only tool they can use. For example, they may use peace bonds, public listings, the no-fly list, and the revocation of passports. The RCMP's National Security Joint Operations Center works with all implicated departments and agencies to respond to high-risk travelers. The women and men of our security, intelligence, and law enforcement agencies are trained professionals, and they do a remarkable job of keeping us safe. At the same time, I'm proud that our government is focusing on counter-radicalization. I was particularly concerned about radicalization locally when I witnessed a protest in my own community at the Alexander the Great Parkette that seemed to be directed at directing hate towards specific communities. And this only happened within the past couple months. I believe that counter-radicalization is important for the continued safety and security of our communities across Canada. The Conservatives like to make fun of counter-radicalization, but the fact is, as a University of Waterloo expert, Dr. Lorne Dawson has said, all the G20 nations are convinced of the need to move into prevention programming because in the long term, it's our best bet. You can't arrest your way out of the problem. It's too big and pervasive around the world. Unfortunately, Canada has a lot of catching up to do because, according to Dr. Dawson, the previous Conservative government had little or no interest in following up on this. The new Canada Centre for Community Engagement and Prevention of Violence helps communities build resilience against all forms of extremism, whether it's inspired by Daesh or white supremacy or other ideology. And just as an aside, when the Conservatives talk about fighting terrorism with poetry, they're referring to a program called Project Someone, run out of Concordia University in Montreal. This program uses strategies, including the arts, to prevent youth from turning down the path of extremism. And Mr. Speaker, this program received $170,000 in funding from the Harper government. So, to recap, Mr. Speaker, we need police and prosecutors to bring charges whenever they can, and then when they can find the evidence to do so. We need our security and intelligence agencies, in keeping with their legal authorities, to monitor individuals who may pose a threat. And we need to support prevention programs that help keep young Canadians from becoming radicalized in the first place. Finally, Mr. Speaker, we need to support the survivors of extremism. I am proud of the work that our government has done to support and welcome refugees to our country. Under this government, over 40,000 Syrian refugees have arrived in Canada since November 4th, 2015. Our government was committed to bringing over 1,000 We're bringing 1,000 Yazidi women and girls and their families, and that is something that we have talked about today in this place. This weekend, I attended an event in East York, which brought together members of local sponsorship groups who welcomed people seeking refuge to our country. I also met with one of the people that they helped to welcome. It was beautiful to see how much we could help one another and learn from each other. My office worked with many of these private sponsorship groups, and it's been one of the most touching and important things that we have done as a way to help and support our community. The week before, about last week, a week and a half ago, I attended an MCC church in my community, where we talked about the work that this church is doing to support LGBTQ2 refugees coming to our country, and they work with the Rainbow Railway. It was an inspiring moment to talk about the work they're doing to help all of these people who are seeking refuge in our country. And it highlights our role as a country and what our government has taken on to help people who are escaping dangerous situations around the world. Our government is working with community partners to ensure that when people come to our country from dangerous situations as refugees, they get the specialized support and treatment they need, including mental health services provided through the Refugees Health Care Program that had been cut by the Harper government. I'm very glad that we've been able to offer them safe haven, and I'm so proud to be able to welcome them to our country. So even though this motion does contain some parts I don't agree with, I will vote for it as an act of solidarity with Nadia Murad, who is quoted in the preamble, and with all the Yazidi women and girls who have suffered at the hands of Daesh. I'm sure, like most refugees, they'll end up giving Canada more than Canada would ever hope to give them. That's certainly what we have seen in my community when we have welcomed refugees and we have seen their commitment to make our country a better place, and certainly we are better as a community for having welcomed them. I'm happy that we are giving them that support. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for Toronto Danforth for her speech. I don't think any parliamentarian, or for that matter, any human being, could fail to be moved by the struggle and the heroism of now Nobel laureate Nadia Murad. Unfortunately, the text of this motion does not stick to the points made by Nadia Murad. And that's the problem I have with the motion. No one would say that those who have committed crimes, where there's evidence, where we know something has occurred, that they should not be brought to justice. But how can Liberals vote for Clause A, refrain from repeating the past mistakes of paying terrorists with taxpayers' dollars? That's clearly a reference to the Omar Khadr case, and it's clearly quite wrong that that was a past mistake, or perhaps there are other examples that are being referred to as past mistakes in this language that seems to have come from the belly of rebel media.
The Honourable Member for Toronto Danforth.
And I thank the member for Saanich Gulf Islands for that question. And I can't say that I loved it when I read that clause myself, except that I will say this: when when she references Omar Khadr and that settlement, I would say that what I would hope is, as a government, that we've learned from the past mistakes of past governments and what led up to the Supreme Court of Canada decisions. And that was why the settlement had to be paid, was because of past mistakes in violating a person's rights. That was repeated by 2 Supreme Court of Canada decisions. I can't remember their exact years. And in fact, those are mistakes that we should not repeat. We need to know to respect everyone's rights, whether we like who they are or not. Everyone's rights are charter rights, and those are rights that we respect.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member opposite for her speech. She mentioned peace bonds in her speech, but C-59 has rendered peace bonds nearly useless. The threshold is now that a peace bond is necessary to stop a terror attack rather than is likely. And that's about the same as the proof that would be necessary to lay a charge. Why is the Liberal government weakening these tools?
Honourable member for Toronto Danforth.
So I had the pleasure, I still have the pleasure of serving on the committee that reviewed this legislation. And if I have to think about one of the things that was one of the most important tangible issues that people were concerned about the work that happened with the last government in its last years, was when they put together legislation that did not take into account the need to respect people's rights. And in fact, what we learn time and time again is when you draft legislation that does not have the proper balance taking into account people's rights, it becomes unenforceable. Those aren't things that you can apply properly, and it doesn't respect the rights that we come to enjoy in our country and respect in our country. That is what makes our countries a safe place of refuge that people come to, that we respect charter rights and that we respect civil rights. That is something that I treasure, and I make no excuses for supporting that.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Provencher.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member across the way talks very passionately about respecting people's rights, and it's all about rights, and the Supreme Court decision has reinforced the rights of people. And I'm wondering how that member across the way feels about the individuals who've had their Charter of Rights in regards to conscience and belief and thought violated through the Canada Summer Jobs Program and that horrible attestation that her government insisted people attest to in order to receive government funding. How about their rights?
The honourable member for Toronto Danforth.
I feel like we have wandered a little bit off topic here when we're talking about people's charter rights and what the Supreme Court of Canada has said. Mr. Speaker, I have brought and I stand strongly by it. And by the way, as a Jewish Canadian, as someone who has seen what happens in other countries, where you want to talk about extremism, Mr. Speaker, when people speak about extremism, we have seen what it has done with people having to escape Nazi Germany, where people did not respect rights. When I am talking about it, that is at the core of why I believe so strongly in the need to respect the rights of all people, as our charter does, and I will stand by that. I won't be distracted, Mr. Speaker, by other arguments bringing us to side discussions.
Order. Pursuant to Standing Order 38, it is my duty to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman, regarding justice. Second, the Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, Foreign Affairs. And third, the Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands, regarding the environment.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and good evening to everyone. I rise this late afternoon to speak on this Opposition Day motion with many thoughts brewing, and I think the best way to think about what I want to say this evening for these next 8 or 9 minutes, or however long I get to speak, is first think about and go back to my riding. I'm blessed to have a very vibrant, diverse, in a sense, Christian community from the Middle East, from what are known as the Chaldean community and the Assyrian community. And they've been coming to Canada for, say, the last 15 to 20 years. Obviously, very hardworking, very entrepreneurial. I go to the cathedral, the Church of the Good Shepherd, about every 3 or 4 weeks, and go to Mass with the parishioners there, and actually address the parishioners there last Sunday morning at the 9 o'clock Mass. And I spoke about the values that I was raised of hard work and tolerance and inclusivity, of caring for family, and these are the same values that this community has. But one thing I had to say to them, and I had to admit, was that I could never know what they went through
in Iraq, in places of the Middle East, and why they had to leave. For millennia, the Christian community in the Middle East was vibrant, numbered, very populous, and now things have changed, and partially as a result of due to Daesh or ISIS. And many of them have resettled here in Canada, in Windsor, in London, in my area, Vaughan, and the honourable member from Humber River, Black Creek. In Michigan, I think they number almost 400,000 now. Go to San Diego, Australia, and there are people that have had to leave the land that they've inhabited for a long time. Thankfully, many have remained in Iraq, in the areas, the Nivea Plains that's referred to. I salute them, and I saluted them last Sunday at Mass with the bishop, who I'm very, very good friends with. And when I read this opposition day motion, and many of you have known me here, I'm not one to be overtly partisan. I don't like rhetoric. I like substance. I didn't come into politics for the future of my two daughters to provide rhetoric. I don't want them seeing daddy rhetoric. I would like them to see me on TV providing some substantive answers to the issues at hand and making sure their futures are a bright one, along with all children. So I'll say that, and I'll leave that on that tangent there, that I'm blessed in my riding of Vaughan Woodbridge to have a very buoyant, dynamic Christian community from the Middle East, the Chaldean and Assyrian community. I like to see them at least once or twice a month. Unfortunately, many of them are refugees at this point. They have relatives and refugees in Turkey, in Jordan, in Lebanon. Many of them are not in UNHCR camps. They're helped with informal networks. And many of them are being sponsored as refugees here to Canada. And I look forward to working with the community at this time. I would like to spend a special shout out to the bishop and the parishioners at the Church of the Good Shepherd. I will see you there in November, and we will then celebrate Christmas thereafter. But when I read this motion, which I support, I think about to my time in New York City when I lived there from about 1997 or 96, or when I moved down until 2002. I think about a terrorist attack that occurred in front of my eyes that impacted me forever, that changed the destiny and lives of countless people in that city, that beautiful city that I was blessed to call home. And I think about just a beautiful day where I was traveling downtown. I had worked on Wall Street for a number of years. I was going to a training session in front of the World Trade Towers, and it was a beautiful September, still summer day. And I think about the events that transpired, the planes hitting the two buildings, the buildings coming down, me watching the buildings coming down in front of me with a number of people and being buried in the dust, and actually thinking I was going to die, very simply, not knowing which direction the buildings were going to fall. And I thought about the feelings I had afterwards, and when I read this opposition day motion, and this is, there's stuff there I read, so I agree with, but, for the Conservatives, this is politics. For me, this is serious business, because I lived through it. And I think about the emotions I had afterwards of vengeance, and we got to get this person, we got to get this person, and we got to go after, we got to find the perpetrators. And thankfully, President Obama did. And at the same time, we must always remember we are a nation of laws, a country of laws. And we need to always keep that in mind. And with these folks leaving our wonderful and blessed country of Canada, with all the values that we have, of the freedoms we enjoy, but with that responsibility. We do have responsibilities. We enjoy many, many freedoms in this world, and I don't think there's one country in the world that people want to live in more so than this country at this moment in time in history. I don't think there's a country in the world that demonstrates the values that we demonstrate to the extent we demonstrate in this moment in history. It's Canada. But we always must remember we are a country of laws and responsibilities and freedoms. So for these individuals to go abroad and do what they do, as my brother often reminds me, and he is a 20-year veteran and a sergeant in one of the police forces in Canada, people must be held to account. And he's done that for 22 years of his life. These people must be held to account, and they will be held to account. Now, that's not the Code of Hammurabi, if you want to go back in history, but those are the laws that we are based on. So, Mr. Speaker, as I think about the debate today, because it is an important debate, I don't want to politicize this. I have no desire to do that because I've experienced it. I've watched it. I saw it. And it's a very serious issue. And when I read what and listen to Nadia and what she said, I don't think any of us will ever know the pain and suffering that this person and all these Yazidis went through. I don't think I'll ever know the parishioners at the Church of the Good Shepherd and their relatives went through. But I do know we'll stand beside them. We'll fight for them. We'll fight for them in the international courts. We'll ensure that the refugees that have been sponsored to come to Canada have that opportunity. And we'll ensure that funding that is required in that area and the Navia Plains, which I speak about, gets there. But we'll also make sure that those folks that were blessed enough to either be born in this country and become Canadian, who came to this country, are held accountable. I like the word accountable. To me, it's what I was raised as. You need to be accountable for these actions. And I'm not going to use unfavorable language in this chamber that I'm blessed to and privileged to stand in, but I would say they will be held accountable. And we do know that under this government, thank you, sir, that 4 individuals have been tried for terrorism-related offenses since their return to Canada. We know 2 of them were successfully convicted, and 2 cases remain before the courts. We know that the Conservatives in the prior 10 years, like it or not, but this is a fact, they introduced a lot of austerity measures so they can supposedly, and I say supposedly with an exclamation mark, do some accounting gimmicks, attempt to balance the books. And we know a lot of money was cut from, for example, CRA and Canada Revenue and so forth, and Stats Can. But we also know that unfortunately that cuts happened over, I think it was approximately $1 billion from 2011 to 2015 in a number of the agencies or security services that we depend on. And that was unfortunate. Now, I understand times were tough, and Conservatives' times are usually tough times for Canadians. I get that. But our government is judicious, we're diligent, and we will hold these perpetrators, can I use the word perpetrator, Mr. Speaker? I think I can use that word. These perpetrators to account. And when they come back, there are no free bus passes. There's no free lunch. Not in the world I was raised in, that's for sure. And these folks will be held to account. And they'll be sent to jail. I hope, and I respectfully hope, that the people that have suffered will have their day in court, that all these people will be held responsible, whether it's here or in The Hague or in Iraq or whichever country, because that's the rule of law. And we always, Mr. Speaker, must remember this country is based on a rule of law. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for his speech. I was wondering, and I really appreciated the personal notes he put in his speech and his experience. And what has that taught you about the right way to address these kind of serious security issues in our country?
On Woodbridge.
I thank my honourable colleague and, more importantly, friend for that question. I think looking back in my time and my experience with 9/11 and with the Chaldean and Assyrian community in my riding, I would say these people want justice. They want to hold account the people that have inflicted damage onto their families, onto their property. But I would always preface it that here in Canada we have rules of law and we are a country of laws. And when Canadians go abroad and commit offences, terrorist or not, they should be held accountable. When they commit terrorist offences, and the ones that have been described by Nadia and that have occurred, I don't have much pity for them, to be honest, at all. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Provencher.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate my honourable colleague's comments and his speech. I think it was a fairly balanced approach. And he talks about accountability and fairness for people that are perpetrators, I think is the word that he used, Mr. Speaker. And I'm thinking of the illegal migrants that have been coming across our border and breaking our laws by entering illegally, and that he's very confident his government would hold these people to account. And he also says that there's no free lunches, no free bus passes. My understanding is that's not the case with the illegal migrants that have come across the border and are actually enjoying a free lunch and free stay and free Medicare and free dental and maybe even a free bus pass. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm wondering, in light of his government's track record on the illegal migrants, what confidence does he have in his government that they would actually hold people accountable?
Honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
I thank the member for Provencher for that question. My parents immigrated here in 1959 and 1965. My dad via Australia, my mom via Pier 21, which I had the honor of visiting this past summer and in a trip on Finance Committee. And my grandmother brought 7 children, and grandfather brought 7 children to this country, and we worked really, really hard. We worked hard to integrate. We worked hard to learn the language. And my mom, even till this day, only had a grade 4 education, and she raised 3 boys. And one's a police officer, one's a parliamentarian, and the other one's done quite well as well. And those values of hard work are ingrained in me. Anyone immigrating to this country, the 300,000 or so that do so every year, do so with that belief. And I would like to think that all peoples of the world that wish to come to Canada do so in a regular manner. Anyone else, the honourable member knows there's a system in place to look at that, to assess that situation, and to ensure that people that come here do deserve to come to this country because it is the best country in the world. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for New Brunswick Southwest.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I thank my honourable colleague for his speech. I thought the personal anecdotes were very fitting and very telling to a very large picture of concern, not only in Canada but around the world when we talk about terrorism. Learning that my colleague had lived through the experience of 9/11 is something that I was not aware of. And I'm wondering, when we look at the past 10 years, or under the previous administration, I believe, I may have my numbers incorrect, but I believe about 60 people that had been involved or considered been involved were returned to Canada, and only 4 have actually, been held accountable for that. That's a concern for Canadians, and I think there's an opportunity here today for us all working together. If I may ask, through you, Mr. Speaker, to my honourable colleague, how important is it to Canadians that we stand together on issues of national security and work together for the betterment of our country and ultimately for the betterment of those that are here in Canada? Thank you.
Well, member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Very quickly, much like we did after the events of 9/11, we stood shoulder to shoulder with our American friends as a country united. I actually remember the day when there was a caravan of Canadian citizens that came to New York City for a celebration, but around Times Square. And I also will stand, much like we did today in these last couple of weeks, we've stood shoulder to shoulder with past prime ministers in our negotiations under NAFTA. And on this issue with terrorism, there is no gray. We are all standing together. There is no black and white, if you want to use those 2 terms. There's just us coming together, ensuring that we remain a country that's based on rule of law, and we remain a country that holds people accountable for their actions and holds Canadians accountable for their actions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. Alors, la députée de Mégantic-Larable.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Let me start by saying that it will be my pleasure to share my time with our excellent member for Richmond Hill. Thank you very much, and I look forward to hearing what he has to say about this motion. Please allow me to highlight the exceptional work of the member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles and the member for Calgary-Nose Hill. This work that was done on this motion. They worked assiduously on it. This motion is one that reminds us that if we are caught in a conflict that doesn't have anything to do with us, but has consequences upon us, terrorists use people to achieve their objectives. Luckily, here in Canada, in Quebec, we don't have to usually live through those kinds of situations, but that's the reality elsewhere in the world. And I think it is important to tell our fellow citizens what's going on in the world and what role Canada has to play in fighting these horrors. This motion says a great deal. That the House support the sentiments expressed by Nadia Murad, Nobel Peace Prize laureate, who in her book entitled The Last Girl, My Story of Captivity and My Fight Against the Islamic State stated, I dream about one day bringing all the militants to justice, not just the leaders like Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi, but all the guards and slave owners, every man who pulled a trigger and pushed my brother's bodies into their mass grave, every fighter who tried to brainwash young boys into hating their mothers for being Yazidi, every Iraqi who welcomed the terrorists into their cities and helped them, thinking to themselves, finally, we can be rid of those non-believers. They should all be put on trial before the entire world, like the Nazi leaders after World War II, and not given the chance to hide. The motion calls upon the government to refrain from repeating the past mistakes of paying terrorists with taxpayers' dollars or trying to reintegrate returning terrorists back into Canadian society, and B, table within 45 days after the adoption of this motion a plan to immediately bring to justice anyone who has fought as an ISIS terrorist or participated in any terrorist activity, including those who are in Canada or have Canadian citizenship.
Monsieur le Président, plusieurs Québécois.
Mr. Speaker, many Quebecers listening to us now are not familiar with the tragic story of Ms. Nadia Murad, a story that wasn't followed as closely by the media, especially Francophone media. However, I think that this story needs to be told. This story needs to cross all borders regarding the repugnant acts that she was subjected to. No woman, no human being should have to go through this. I'll remind you of the story. Nadia Murad was a young woman of 25 years old who lived in a poor family in northern Iraq and was part of a religious minority, the Yazidis. This is a community, a monotheist religion, and these people were victimized by the Iraqi regime under Saddam Hussein. And to tell you what Nadia Murad went through, let me quote a part of National Geographic that summarizes an interview that Ms. Murad gave. She said that since 2014, jihadists from Daesh attacked the largest Yazidi city in Iraq, held by the Peshmergas of Kurdistan. The Peshmergas retreated to the mountains, abandoning civilians to the mercy of jihadists. The Yazidis had no choice but to convert to Islam in order to save their own lives.
For 12 days, there was an attempt to convert them, and most of them refused. The villagers were called women, children were separated from the men. In a school, Nadia saw the murder of 6 of her brothers who died by bullets or were decapitated. She then became a sex slave. She was beaten, raped several times by one or several guards over a month. Then she was going to be sold. She was dressed in an abaya. She fled, and then she was given papers by one of the families, and she was assisted in joining with her brother at the border. Mr. Speaker, I'm at a loss for words to describe what I feel when I hear this kind of story. Nadia's story is not just Nadia's story. It's the story of hundreds of thousands of Yazidi women who have suffered the same terrible treatment throughout the conflict involving these ISIS terrorists. I feel many things about this, and I felt many emotions when I read this. Anger, sadness. These are feelings that I was experiencing as I read this. No woman, no individual should have to suffer this kind of cruelty. And I'm convinced that, like myself, others are touched by this, and they want our country to make a real difference in these countries in order to combat these terrorists and end these savage regimes. Mr. Speaker, we as a country have to take immediate steps to end these injustices and injustices being inflicted on other groups that are persecuted, like Nadia, whose body, through sex slavery, through rape, has been used as a weapon of war. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to tell those who are listening us to be cautious. Oftentimes this government has said nice things, but we need a plan. We need a real plan, and we need it soon. We need it within the next 45 days. It's all very well to support a motion, but if you support it without taking any concrete action, then nobody will be helped. So, Mr. Speaker, I think the Liberals have a unique opportunity right now. They should vote with us and then deliver. And there's good reason to be worried that they won't do this, because the Liberals have abandoned the fight against fundamentalists. They've chosen to think that perhaps these situations are going to resolve themselves by magic. The Liberals' failure is continuing at the expense of Canadians and at the expense of others living elsewhere in the world. There are Canadians who left the country to go and join other people who are responsible for these barbaric actions. And so today we have brought forward a motion in order to have a real plan to bring these Canadians to justice. Imagine, Mr. Speaker, imagine at the end of the Second World War, imagine when that war ended, if we'd decided not to prosecute the Nazis, if we'd stopped looking for them, if we'd stopped turning over every stone, if we'd stopped trying to find out where they were hiding, if we'd stopped trying to identify them, well, those Nazi criminals would still be living amongst us. They would be the citizens of various countries. And they perhaps might have repeated the kinds of actions they had committed during the Second World War. Well, here we have a similar situation. We have people who have committed atrocities, Canadians who have gone there themselves to participate in this genocide, who have gone to participate in these barbaric actions, whether it be through their actions, whether it be through their presence there just to support them, whether it be through not condemning those actions. These Canadians did not stand up and defend those people who needed assistance, who needed support. On the contrary, they didn't act as Canadians, Mr. Speaker. They acted like barbarians, and they should be treated as such if they decide one day to come back to this country. And they should be brought, and justice should be done. With the immigrant crisis, we've seen that the government's priority is not border safety. We want the most effective tools to be used in order to ensure that these people who come back are monitored and that they basically are brought to justice. Canada has to undertake true and immediate reform in order to make sure there is real justice for people like Nadia, whose bodies have been raped and assaulted and used as weapons of war. We cannot tolerate that as Canadians. We cannot tolerate that as parliamentarians, and I'm waiting for the government to act. Thank you.
Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And of course, the honourable member knows the government's position in respect to today's motion. And I find much of his speech is hard to disagree with. I think everyone in this House, regardless of their partisan affiliation, detests the scourge of terrorism equally. I don't think one party or another has a monopoly on that. In particular, I'd like to direct my question to the efforts of returning ISIS fighters before the last election. I note that there was some 60 individuals who'd returned to Canada prior to our government coming into force, and I'm asking the honourable member why the number of prosecutions for those terrorists who returned to Canada before we came into power was 0.
The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, one of the first things this government did was to end these kinds of attacks. Today, this country is trying to take the moral high ground, but what I want to do is, what are they going to do exactly? They agree with our motion today, and this motion includes presenting a plan within 45 days. What will the plan be, Mr. Speaker? And are they finally, Mr. Speaker, going to put their money where their mouth is?
Comments. The honourable member for Cumberland, Colchester.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wonder, the member didn't answer the question he was asked the last time, and that was why there were no prosecutions on the terrorists that returned to Canada. When the Conservatives were in power, they completely overlooked it and ignored the whole issue. So I wonder if you would answer that question this time.
Yeah, the member for Mégantic-L'Érable. In Le Devoir this morning, there's an article about Kyle Matthews, who's been studying genocide and human rights, and he finds it truly deplorable that the Prime Minister's government seems to lack the political will to prosecute fighters coming back to the country. Mr. Speaker, today we're here to talk about serious issues, to talk about the future of those fighters who want to come back to Canada. We're here to find out what the government is going to do. They wanted to be elected. They wanted to sit on that side. Well, it's up to them to deliver the goods. It's up to them to tell us what they're going to do, Mr. Speaker. They're voting for the motion. But really, is it just for appearance's sake? Are they going to do nothing? They'll vote for the motion and then do nothing, and in 45 days there will be no plan? Mr. Speaker, what will their plan be? I look forward to hearing what it will be.
And comments. The honourable member for Hull-Elmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to rise in the House. I have great respect for our interpreters, but I think they missed something during the last two questions, so I'm going to put my question in French. Why is it that the previous government never prosecuted those terrorists who came back to Canada? The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, this is really interesting. They are trying to put the blame on people who are doing interpretation. They're trying to blame interpreters, people who do good work to interpret exactly what I say. They should stop blaming the interpreters. I didn't answer the question because what we want to know, our response is, what we want to know is, what is the government going to do, Mr. Speaker? That's what we want to know. 45 days. They're the ones in government. They're the ones who should answer.
Questions and comments.
Questions and comments.
I'll have the Secretary of Parliament.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Speaker, I think it is a fairly straightforward question, whether it's in French or English. Canadians do want to have a better understanding why it is the Conservatives, on the one hand, today, when they're in opposition, saying that they want charges, they want convictions. Yet when Stephen Harper was the Prime Minister, to be very clear to those that might be following this debate, Stephen Harper and his government had 0 charges and convictions for those that returned.
Honourable member by Mégantic-L'Érable. One of the first things they did was to throw out Bill C-51. And this was a bill that gave tools to intervene in those kinds of cases. Now, if they want me to talk about the past, well, perhaps I should just ask him, what are they going to do today and what will they do tomorrow, in English or in French?
To act on this.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. A month ago, I stood in this House deeply concerned for the future of our country And today I rise again to speak on the government's failure to address the priorities of our time. Canada is a nation of peace. After 2 devastating world wars, we committed to concrete actions to achieve global peace and security. We were founding member of the United Nations and the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. And when we signed that Washington Treaty that established NATO in 1949, we reaffirmed our faith in the purpose and principles of the Charter of the United Nations and our desire to live in peace with all peoples and all governments. Canada and our NATO allies committed to safeguarding the freedom, common heritage, and civilization of our peoples, founded on the principles of democracy, individual liberty, and the rule of law. And we committed to promoting stability and united our efforts for collective defense and for the preservation of peace and security. That was almost 70 years ago, and since then we have enjoyed a long period of peace. But not all points in history are equal, Mr. Speaker, and once again we find ourselves at a tipping point. The world has dramatically changed in the last few years, and we now find ourselves in a time of unprecedented global instability. The world is the most unstable it has been, both from an economic and defense and security perspective, since the end of World War II. We are seeing fundamental shifts in the global economy, while trade relationships, international agreements, and defense structures are under threat. We're experiencing a substantive increase in threats from nation-states and also from non-state actors. These threats are not only through conventional military means, such as occupying forces or missiles, but also are materializing from asymmetric threats, such as economic and cybersecurity destabilizing measures, and, even more alarming, from radicalized individuals in our own backyard. As a former Air Force officer, I swore an oath to serve and defend this country and the values for which it stands, and I prioritized Canada's defense and security. But this government is not prioritizing the commitments we made in the 1949 Washington Treaty. This government is not ensuring the security of Canadians, and Canada made a commitment to our allies and our international partners to contribute to global security, but the Liberal government is failing Canadians and our allies. Our allies are questioning whether or not they can count on us. They are questioning our resolve. Mr. Speaker, actions speak louder than words, and this government may say they're committed to our national security, but where is the evidence? In June 2017, our Minister of Foreign Affairs announced her foreign policy and defense priorities. She said that turning aside from our responsibilities is not an option, that Canada can and must step up to play an active role in the preservation and strengthening of the global order from which we have benefited. It has been over a year since that statement, but this government has not delivered. Canada has not stepped up. This government has failed to define a plan to meet our commitment to spend 2% of our GDP on our military. They have failed our military by leaving a third of the defense budget unspent this year alone. And they failed by purchasing used 40-year-old F-18s from Australia. And now they are failing Canadians by allowing terrorists to escape justice. Mr. Speaker, that's why this motion today is of critical importance. Canada has 60 terrorists walking our streets that we know of, and there are even more around the world. By not taking swift action to hold these terrorists accountable for their actions, Canada is not part of the solution, but instead a part of the problem. This government's failure to bring terrorists to justice has consequences. It's possible that the government, through social assistance, is paying these Canadians to terrorists to sit at home, radicalize other people, and plan their next attack, which could be right here at home. These terrorists are emboldened to continue to commit atrocious acts, knowing that the Canadian government won't bring them to justice. And in addition to allowing terrorists to continue unchecked, there are consequences to our international relations. The United States, our single greatest ally, has labeled Canada a national security threat and imposed punitive and costly tariffs on Canadian steel and aluminum. The U.S. has claimed that we are enjoying a free ride in defense and has even gone as far as to infer that we and our other NATO allies are foes rather than friends. And now, with the new NAFTA and Section 232 of American trade law, it's even easier for the United States to impose tariffs on Canada if they deem us a further national security threat. 2 U.S. senators have even gone further to connect national security concerns with Five Eyes joint intelligence sharing and cooperation. Does that mean that if Canada does not improve its national security, the U.S. might restrict intelligence it shares with Canada? Mr. Speaker, if the U.S. has labeled Canada a national security threat, and this Liberal government is allowing terrorists to roam free, then what arguments does this government have to say that Canada is not a national security threat? Failure to bring terrorists to justice puts Canadians in grave danger, compromises our relations internationally, undermines our global security, and puts the world at risk. We can no longer turn a blind eye or downplay the severity of this government's inaction. These are terrorists, and we have a responsibility to protect our citizens at home and to safeguard the freedom, common heritage, and civilization of our allies. And that's why we're calling on the government to immediately acknowledge the gravity of this issue. This government must commit to developing a plan to bring justice to anyone, including those who are in Canada or have Canadian citizenship and have fought as an ISIS terrorist or participated in any terrorist activity. This plan should acknowledge the severity of the problem, outline action to support international laws, review and reinforce Canadian law, and demonstrate how we can use existing legal tools to bring terrorists to justice. The plan must be substantive and include, but not be limited to, demonstrating how Canada will support the laws of foreign countries and international law to ensure that individuals who commit terrorist acts are brought to justice, provide support for the investigators and prosecutors of ISIS terrorists mandated through the UN Security Council Resolution 2379, identify reforms to Canadian law to ensure that the perpetrators of terrorist acts will be brought to justice, and identify reforms to the Canadian criminal justice system to ensure that courts have access to all the evidence. And place conditions such as peace bonds on suspected terrorists to restrict their movements and social interactions. Mr. Speaker, if there is no action to bring terrorists to justice, is Canada carrying its weight for national and global security? If terrorists escape justice and are free to commit future acts of terrorism, then the answer is clearly no. Canada's national security is compromised. Canadians are at risk. This government must act now to protect Canadians. This government must act now to regain the confidence of our allies and demonstrate we are not a national security threat. This government must prioritize and develop a plan to bring terrorists to justice. The Liberals must not only support this motion, but follow through with concrete actions. Our national security and the safety of Canadians is at stake. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
I'd like to begin by saying if the member opposite knows of 60, not 59 or 61, but 60 known terrorists in this country who she says have committed actual crimes, why that member hasn't reported those people to the police if she knows there are exactly 60 people walking around contemplating terrorist acts. But I know she's just making that number up and guessing at it. The only way that number is known to anybody in this House is because the party she chose to join let 60 people leave this country and go fight as terrorists in another country and did absolutely nothing about it while people were leaving this country to do just that. But the question I have for the member opposite is even more precise than that. After joining a party that has 0 convictions, brought 0 people to court on these charges, why did she leave a party that's brought 4 to justice, cleaning up the mess of the party she joined? Why has she now joined a party that's never brought a single terrorist to trial for leaving? And if that can't be answered, maybe she could try answering this. Why has she chose to join a party that has landed 0 new or used jets on military tarmacs in this country instead of one that's brought 40? But the real question I have for her is this. has she been radicalized by extremists on that side of the House? Because, boy, she's changed her too.
The honourable member for Aurora, order. Order. The honourable member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it's very disconcerting that the honourable member of the government would want to change the conversation so that they don't have to assume responsibility and accountability for what they are not doing. This is where we are today. This is the information that we have, and this is the problem in front of us, Mr. Speaker, and that is why this opposition is calling on this government to do what needs to be done today. So don't let the government obfuscate the real issue, which is how do we address the national security threat that these terrorists who are not brought to justice are imposing on Canada.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for York Centre. Excuse me. Honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wasn't aware that I hadn't been recognized in my point of order previously when I was speaking. I was raising a point of order. The parliamentary secretary, I think, used very clearly unparliamentary language in suggesting that my colleague who served honorably in the Canadian Armed Forces has somehow been radicalized. When we're having a debate about the terrible crimes done by ISIS or Daesh, I think for members to accuse each other of being radicalized in the same context is disgusting beyond the pale. I think the member who I'm sure would be happy to rise in his place and apologize should be called upon to just do exactly that.
I thank the honourable member for Sherwood Park for his intervention, and certainly members are always cautioned about avoiding language that could be considered unparliamentary. As members know, in deciding these matters, chair occupants have to take into account a number of different factors, in one of them being whether the remark in fact caused disorder. I would be fair to say that in this particular case it did. In the initial comment that the member, the parliamentary secretary made, I didn't detect anything, frankly, from my point of view as being unparliamentary, but it did cross a line in terms of causing the disorder that perhaps may or may not have been intended by the parliamentary secretary. I notice we'll give the opportunity for the parliamentary secretary to perhaps comment on the issue at a later time. So we'll just leave it pending for the time being, and we'll go on with questions and comments. And I think we had recognized the honourable member for York Centre, so we'll let him go on with his question. The honourable member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask the honourable member, because sometimes in the heat of debate we make claims and we say things that we might not fully or necessarily believe. And I want to just reflect on something the member said regarding the reason for Section 232 tariffs on steel and aluminum. She tied that to the U.S. maybe feeling that Canada was a national security threat because of our policies as it relates to terrorists and the actions that we're taking in the world to combat terror. And I have to tell you, as the former chair of the Subcommittee on International Human Rights and the current chair of the House Foreign Affairs Committee, I've had the opportunity to spend a fair bit of time with our colleagues down in the U.S. speaking of issues of national security, speaking of issues of international relations, human rights, and there's always a lot of agreement and appreciation for the role Canada plays in the world. I just want the member to please clarify whether she is saying that she believes that the inputting of Section 232 tariffs and then under national security terms was to do with Canada's position as it relates to terror and our foreign policy.
A member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
I think that's an incredibly important question, and one that we should actually be asking the government, because we don't know exactly what the nature of the national security threat is that has caused the U.S. to put these punitive and costly tariffs upon us. But the fact remains that the United States has put punitive and costly tariffs on Canadian aluminum and steel, and they have made it easier to put additional tariffs on in the future as a result of us being a national security threat. So I think that we absolutely need to understand what are the contributing elements that are causing our ally and United States to cause us to believe to be a national security threat, and then what is this government doing to ensure that they address it so that we are no longer a national security threat and we actually can have those punitive tariffs lifted. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
We just have time for one more short question. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to my honourable colleague, I guess I'd have to refer to Donald Trump's tweets, which suggested that we had burned down the White House in the War of 1812. The notion that Canada's imports to the United States of steel and aluminum represent a genuine national security threat are the stuff of fantasy and paranoia in the White House and should never extend to this place.
For Aurora Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
I'm very deeply distressed at that comment because ultimately they have imposed national security related tariffs on us. And so to argue that there's no reason for them and that they're baseless, we do that at our peril, Mr. Speaker, because if our closest ally believes that we're a national security threat, then we have to ensure that we do everything to demonstrate that we're not. We're not meeting our commitments to NORAD. We are not meeting our commitments to NATO. We are not delivering on the national security for our own Canadian citizens, but obviously now we've lost the confidence of our allies. So to belittle it and say poo-poo, we are not a national security threat, is to mean that you take no action to ensure that we become secure.
Order. Order. I see the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary rising, perhaps on the point of order that was before the House just earlier. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
On reflection, I recognize that my comments did cause a bit of a stir on the other side of the House, and they mistakenly, and I wish to correct the record, think that I accused the member opposite of being radicalized by extremists attached to Daesh. I assure you that was not what my comment meant. What my comment meant was that the anti-Canadian language being expressed by the member opposite, that we constitute a national security threat to the United States, is clearly a radical position within any Canadian context, certainly within any context of the Parliament House. I won't apologize for the phraseology, but if the member opposite believes that I was accusing her...
Order. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary was up on this point of order. I have to say I was unable to hear the last sentence that he asked him to maybe go back, and I'd ask for a little bit of order until we can perhaps resolve this issue and then carry on. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
As I was saying, if the inference that the member drew was that I was accusing her of being radicalized by Islamic extremists, that clearly was not my intention. I apologize for leaving that impression. What I was making my remarks to when I suggested that she'd been radicalized by extremists were the extreme conservative views that somehow Canada constitutes a national security threat to the United States. That's an extreme view for any Canadian to hold, and certainly an extreme view for any member of Parliament to hold. They're supposed to be the loyal opposition. I think they've lost their way.
I think we'll consider the matter closed, and we'll go on to resuming debate. And the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would like to share my time with the member from Alfred Plain. And maybe just to kind of start off this in the same manner in which the Parliamentary Secretary for Public Safety did, and just recognize, the significance of the day, the topic under discussion, and just to recognize the late Nathan Sorello as an individual, Mr. Speaker, who will not be forgotten. And just to reflect and have colleagues from all sides of the House just reflect on what was a fairly significant day 4 years ago, and what a privilege it is to be able to rise at any given time to be able to address this House. It is for me to provide additional comment now on the matter that is up for debate. Mr. Speaker, those individuals, and we often underestimate some of the important issues that take place within our communities in all regions of our country. There is such a thing called radicalization that takes place, and it's really quite sad and very profound. Many Canadians don't quite understand how it happens in the first place. But we do realize that there is a radicalization towards terrorism that is found here in Canada. And the sad reality of it is that we get Canadians at times that make the decision to leave our country in order to join and participate with terrorist groups and associations, Mr. Speaker. I think it is exceptionally upsetting, not only to Canadian society, but to parliamentarians of all political stripes. I don't believe that there is a member of Parliament inside this House that would or that would disagree with the statement of how reprehensible it is when we have Canadians that make that decision to leave our soil and go to an area of the world where terrorist acts are taking place. And the horrific situations that these recipients find themselves in is absolutely abhorrent, and we want to ensure that Canada does play a leadership role in doing what we can to ensure that there is justice for those criminal actions that are taking place. And that's why it's interesting when we take a look at what we've been able to accomplish in the last few years. For those Canadians that do leave Canada and do wish to attempt to come back, there is a message that we want to give them. And that is that you will be arrested, charged, and prosecuted. We have seen a government for the first time be successful not only at laying charges, Mr. Speaker, but also to prosecute, where we have actually seen convictions take place. And that is something that is new. We never saw that under Stephen Harper, Mr. Speaker. Under this administration, we have seen now 4 arrests and charges, where 2 led to ultimate convictions. And I understand that the other 2 are still in trial, and we're very hopeful and optimistic that those will come to fruition at some point in time in the not too distant future. Mr. Speaker, contrast that to what we saw when Stephen Harper was the Prime Minister. We heard the number 60 being banted around on several occasions. You see, under the former government, rhetoric was very loud, Mr. Speaker. The press statements were numerous, where they would talk very tough on terrorist actions and the whole idea of those who that leave Canada and come back, Mr. Speaker, and what was the consequences of those individuals. But the reality was, and is, and the facts speak for themselves, Mr. Speaker, that there were no charges under the Harper regime. You know, we had one member from the Conservative caucus stand up and say, oh no, I think there was 3, might have said there were 4. Some dead guys got charged, and there was someone else that was charged from abroad that never actually came to Canada, Mr. Speaker. I don't know how factual that is, but what I do know is that this government takes this issue very seriously. The Minister of Public Safety, on numerous occasions, when asked on the issue, has addressed it head-on by trying to reassure Canadians that not only are we looking at arrests and charges, prosecutions, but we also believe in those agencies, those security services, that play an absolutely critical role at ensuring that Canadians can feel safe in their homes with respect to terrorist acts, that they have a government that is genuinely moving forward on this file. Mr. Speaker, I look at, again, the former Prime Minister when he had the majority government of 2011 and 2015. Think about those security service agencies. These are the ones that are on the front lines. And what you'll find is in that time in which he had the majority government between 2011 and 2015, Mr. Speaker, that there was some serious cuts that had taken place. The RCMP, in excess of $500 million, over $500 million in terms of financial resources taken away from our RCMP while there was a Stephen Harper majority government. There was $390 million that was taken away from Canada Border Services Agency, Mr. Speaker. We had serious cuts that went into the millions for CSIS. There was the Canadian Air Transport Security Authority, Mr. Speaker, that also had $150 million plus in terms of cuts. So I find it somewhat hypocritical of the official opposition to try to give an impression that this government is not moving forward on this important file, when in fact the Conservatives, if anything, sat idly back and could have done so much more, but rather, instead of dealing with it in a proactive fashion, in fact administered serious cuts to the services that assisted the government and our society in ensuring that terrorism was being treated in a more serious fashion. Then we hear a lot today about the Yazidis. And again, when I sat in opposition benches, Mr. Speaker, we heard very, very little. We didn't hear the Conservatives, while they were in government, talk about the plight of the Yazidis. And no one should be surprised that you could count on one hand the number of Yazidis, women victims, that were actually came under the former regime. Today, Mr. Speaker, within 3 years, we've increased that number from under 5 to well over 1,000. Mr. Speaker, the government understands the importance of this issue. One of the things that, in reading the motion that we're debating today, Mr. Speaker, is a quote. And the quote is from Nadia Murad in a book. And Canadians, members will know that, that Nadia is a recipient of the Nobel Peace Prize laureate. And it is a wonderful quote from a book that she had wrote that encapsulates what I believe is the sentiment of people around the world. And that is that we want to ensure that there is a sense of justice, that this criminal behavior that's been taking place will not be put to the side, that it won't be forgotten, that we'll look to those and find and seek those individuals that have put or taken these sort of hideous actions against human rights and human beings, Mr. Speaker. And I believe that people would do well by reading what it is that Nadia had actually written, because there is so much in this wonderful hero, modern-day hero. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for York Centre.
So, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Honourable Member for his remarks. And in my riding of York Centre, I've had the opportunity to meet with a number of recent Yazidi immigrants that came in under the program the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary mentioned. Their stories are horrific. I had the opportunity to attend a rally in the middle of the summer where I got to meet and discuss with families who still have Yazidi families who still have family members over there suffering in the most awful of ways. And I think I just want to reflect and comment on the bravery, the voice that Nadia Murad has been, given voice to so many people in the Yazidi community. And I just, I want to ask the honourable member, Canada has been at the forefront of dealing with this population that has been devastated by terror. I'm wondering if he can reflect on the opportunities that we've given so many in that community and how Canada can continue doing more in being committed to standing with the Yazidis and making sure that we are helping where we can.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, the short answer, because I would like to go right to a quote, is well over 1,000 victims of Yazidi heritage are now call Canada home. And the stories are many, and they're very horrendous in their nature. Let me just quote Nadia, and again, a Nobel Peace Prize laureate, and this is what's in today's motion, Mr. Speaker. I dream about one day bringing all the militants to justice, not just the leaders like Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi, but all the guards, the slave owners, every man who pulled a trigger and pushed my brothers' bodies into their mass graves, every fighter who tried to brainwash young boys into hating their mothers for being Yazidi, every Iraqi who welcomed the terrorists into their cities and helped them thinking of themselves. Mr. Speaker, there's no way I could give justice or anyone could really give the type of justice in terms of really explaining the type of situations that hundreds, if not thousands of these women had to endure. But at the very least, to do what we can, and I believe that Canada as a government is doing what we can by opening our doors, trying to provide that comfort and provide strong international leadership on what is a very important file.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to clarify that the word radicalization from the outset is one thing when the Liberals use it, and it's different when Canadians use it because it is an important reality here. Now, there are some over 100 Canadians who went abroad to participate in this ideology. Their objective is to create an Islamic State. So there's also a political will there, political aspect. Now, Canadians didn't go there because they were brainwashed or not thinking. No. They went there aware of what they were going to do. It was objective for them. They wanted to get involved and participate in a political anti-capitalistic movement, an anti-Christian movement. So, Mr. Speaker, it's important for the member from Winnipeg North to take note of the fact that some Canadians went there not out of craziness or because they were radicalized, but for rational reasons, because they were opposed to our system here. How can he explain their position regarding those people?
35 seconds or less, please.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I understand the term radicalization. I know what it means. I understand. Most Canadians can comprehend and understand the fact that you have individuals in Canada that are radicalized. They leave Canada. They work with terrorist organizations. They do all sorts of horrendous, appalling activities. And it'd be very clear, very, very clear, under the Harper regime, no returned terrorist was actually ever charged. None. Zero. To be very clear. And this is the difference. We have looked at ways at arresting, charging, and we've actually got convictions, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, l'honorable député.
The honourable member for Alfred Pellan. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to have this opportunity to rise in the House today to debate the motion standing in the name of the member for Charlesbourg-Saint-Charles. We are all here to to debate an issue of crucial importance, national security. And one fact is crystal clear. Leaving Canada to join a terrorist organization abroad is a reprehensible act. Our objective is to stop those people, arrest them, bring them to justice so that they are held accountable and found guilty for the crimes they commit. Members of Daesh and other terrorist organizations must face the strict and severe consequences that are in accordance with the reprehensible acts they commit. Returning to Canada, each person will be submitted to Canadian justice and be held accountable for their actions. And we will ensure the safety of Canadians by not making past mistakes, the mistakes made by the Harper Conservatives, who simply use rhetoric to make Canadians afraid, instead of taking tangible action to fight terrorism. I'd also like to clarify a fact. As the government confirmed in the past, we are aware of Canadian citizens being held in Syria. However, it's very important to bear in mind that reports discussing an agreement to bring these people to Canada are completely false. I'm happy to have an opportunity to speak today in this House to reiterate that an agreement of that nature has never been negotiated, nor has one ever existed. It's also clear that Canadian officials have not made any promises to return any of those individuals to Canada. It is false and inappropriate to suggest the opposite. It's also important to remember that the Canadian Embassy in Syria has been closed since 2012 and that Canada has no diplomatic presence in the country. It is therefore impossible to offer those services on the ground. We must also take into account the fact that Syria is a very dangerous environment, highly unpredictable as well. Many military operations underway by different organizations are affecting several areas of the country. That makes the situation on the ground extremely dangerous, and the risk level is extremely high. We will never take steps to jeopardize or endanger the lives of our personnel. That is why Canadian officials are not traveling to Syria. Our priority remains protecting the safety of our Canadian citizens abroad, Canadian officials, and as the Minister of Public Safety has said on several occasions, the dangers and risks associated with sending Canadian officials in on the ground would be completely unacceptable because of the absence of diplomatic support by Canada in Syria and in light of the extremely difficult situation on the ground. The Government of Canada, therefore, does not have direct access to people being held in the country. That means that our ability to provide services, consular services to Canadians in Syria is extremely limited. However, when people detained in that area choose to contact consular officials, those officials have a duty to respond. And it's important to point out that it is in the interest of our national security to have as much information as possible regarding the identity of those persons and their locations. I hope that my colleague opposite will agree, and will agree with the fact that our priority must be protecting Canada, and that knowing where those Canadians are located, those Canadians who chose to travel abroad to join a terrorist organization, is essential for our national safety. However, it's clear that if those Canadians return to Canada, they must face the consequences of their completely irresponsible action. That is why, if they return to Canada, Canadian law enforcement officials will conduct investigations and lay criminal charges where there is evidence to support that. Where evidence or proof does not make it possible to lay charges, the Government of Canada will turn to a host of tools to fight terrorism in order to confront the threat. Those tools include monitoring, investigations, the gathering of information, and the communication of information. Peace bonds, flight bans, the revocation of their passports, as well as threat mitigation actions authorized under the Act. I'd also like to reiterate that the best way to protect our communities is to address the situation on both sides and to work upstream. By that, I mean having our law enforcement forces able to use all tools available to them alongside prevention and de-radicalization services. That is why our government put in place the new Canadian Centre for Community Engagement and for the Prevention of Violence in order to support local initiatives which fight extremism in all its shapes, deal with terrorist propaganda and recruitment efforts online, intervene early to help young people move in a different direction and to provide assistance to families. The Centre also supports research for the development of a database regarding the many approaches to counter radicalization in the Canadian context.
Facilitates the sharing of best practices and supports research to develop an evidence base about what works best to combat radicalization in the Canadian context. According to Dr. Lauren Dawson, an expert at the University of Waterloo, all the G20 nations are convinced of the need to move into prevention programming because in the long term, it's our best bet. You can't arrest your way out of this problem. It's too big and pervasive around the world. Unfortunately, Canada has a lot of catching up to do because, according to Dr. Dawson, the previous Conservative government had little or no interest in following up on this. During its final term, the Harper government cut over $1 billion from Canada's security services. That includes $530 million from the RCMP, $390 million from the Canada Border Services Agency, $69 million from CSIS, $42 million from the Communications Security Establishment, and $171 million from the Canadian Air Transport Security Authority.
I'd also like to reiterate that when those people come back to the country, we take strict action, and our record shows that. 4 terrorists have returned to Canada and have faced criminal charges. 2 led to convictions. 2 remain before the courts. And the police and prosecutors are seeking evidence.
Maybe the wives and children of Daesh fighters. In those cases, as in every case, Canada's security agencies will examine the threat, take the measures they deemed appropriate from a security perspective, and lay charges if there is evidence to support them. Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, I'd like to reiterate that the Government of Canada condemns action taken by Daesh and takes the threats seriously. Our absolute priority is the security of Canadians, and that is exactly precisely what our government is working on tirelessly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député de Louis-Saint-Laurent.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je remercie le collègue pour son...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague stated that his government would act promptly when it comes to the arrival of these terrorists. These terrorists who have endangered those who are wearing the Canadian uniform and who are endangering the lives of others. Does he think poetry lessons should be a part of that? The Honourable Member for Alfred Pellan. I'd like to thank my colleague opposite for his question. Not at all. I do not agree with what he said, and I just want to underscore the fact that our government has taken legislative steps when it comes to public safety, and I'd also like to point out how important it is to be proactive. A prevention strategy is absolutely essential in order to prevent radicalization. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comment. The Honourable Member for Ristigouche. Mattawa Ristigouche. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask my colleague from Alfred Pellan a question. I'd like to know what he thinks about the comments the Conservative opposition are making. I'd like to know what he thinks about their comments about the border and those who are coming back. Under Harper's Conservatives, more than $1 billion was cut to our border agencies, and the Conservative government never prosecuted or even charged terrorists coming back to Canada, versus the fact that the current government has prosecuted 4 since then. So what does he think about that hypocrisy on the part of the Conservative opposition? The Honourable Member for Alfred Pellan. I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. Yes, concrete measures have to be taken in order to prevent and fight terrorism. And more importantly, it's important to apply these measures throughout the country. I'd also like to recall that under their previous mandate, the Conservatives cut by more than $1 billion the Border Services budget. That was over $530 million to the RCMP, the same for Border Services, millions of dollars to CSIS, had been cut to CSIS, and over $160 million from the Air Transportation Agency. So we're doing the opposite. We're there to act. We're there to take the right steps in order to tackle terrorism. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Lethbridge.
Mr. Speaker, I have a question for the member opposite through you, and that is, in his speech, one of the things that he said is that they, meaning the ISIS terrorists who come back to Canada, they must face the consequences of their actions, direct quote from the speaker opposite. Now, I'm curious then, if they must face the consequences of their actions, and I agree with that statement very much so, I wonder how he would respond to a recent scenario that took place in Toronto in June. And that was, there was actually a Yazidi woman, a young woman, who has 2 young children. And she was on a bus in Toronto where she came face to face with her ISIS terrorist. Now, this is a militant who was active overseas, who has now been brought to Canada. He took this woman, he sold her into slavery, he raped her multiple times, he put her through excruciating torture, and now she was face to face with him on a bus in Toronto. This is not an individual who has gone through due process to be prosecuted for his crimes. How would the member opposite respond to that?
Member for Alfred Pellan.
Merci.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague opposite for her question. Mr. Speaker, hate knows no borders.
Must face severe consequences for the atrocities and inhuman actions they have committed. Our security agencies are doing their work despite over $1 billion in cuts by the Harper Conservatives. Our utmost responsibility and priority is to keep Canadians safe. But we will do this by remaining true to our values, respecting human rights, and trusting in our legal system. We will certainly not repeat the mistakes of the Harper Conservatives, who opted for a divisive, inefficient position that only ignited fear in Canadians. We are putting our actions where our mouth is.
Reprise du débat, resuming debate, l'honorable.
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm so pleased to take the floor today. I'd like to acknowledge all the viewers from Beauport-Limoilou who are listening now or will be listening later. Today we're debating a very important motion on a very sensitive topic that is sensitive for all Canadians, because we're actually talking about other Canadians. And I'm talking about Canadian fighters who joined the Islamic State in 2013, mainly, and over the past few years. More than 190 Canadians went over there to fight. And they took the solemn decision, an very unfortunate decision, but they took anyway. And they took it in a decisive manner. They decided to go overseas to participate in Daesh's campaign, or the Armed Islamic State's campaign of terror. Now, even though their territory has shrunk significantly, given the efforts of the Western coalition, they still were able to fight throughout the Middle East. So more than 190 Canadians went overseas to fight alongside with members of the Islamic State against Western values, against democracy, against gender equality, against values that are dear to us here in this parliamentary democracy. I heard the member for Winnipeg North, a Liberal, and many of his colleagues today come back to the point that the 190 Canadians had, one way or another, become radicalized, either through an intermediary, either through reading, perhaps they'd been approached over social media. So they'd been actually convinced to do this through propaganda. And the Liberals have said over and over again, well, we have to reach out to these Canadians who went over there to fight against Canadian people in uniform, who went over there to fight against democratic values. And, Mr. Speaker, they went over there to fight and destroy a democratic political system. But Liberals keep saying over and over again, oh, poor them, we have to reach out to them, they've been radicalized. Well, perhaps that's the case for some of them. But for a vast majority, I would say this, and that's why we brought forward our motion. I would say for the vast majority of those, they went overseas to fight with Daesh, not because they had become alienated or radicalized, but because they believed, they had these political beliefs, and they perhaps wanted to even end democracy completely. They wanted to end gender equality. And they went over to join the ranks of the Armed Islamic State. And they weren't necessarily crazy. How do we respond then to those Canadians who want to come back? These Canadians who didn't leave because of mental health issues or because of any sort of alienation, they left by their own free will to fight against military members in uniform, including Canadian uniforms, alongside the Islamic State. And today again, I heard the Liberals say, well, the Conservatives are pulling these fictitious numbers out of a hat. But I have numbers from the Devoir this morning. Ms. Cornelier wrote an article, and this is a well-known journalist, a very professional journalist, and she says at the very beginning of her article, approximately 190 Canadians, especially in Syria and Iraq, have been active in terrorist group like the Islamic State, Daesh. About 60 of those have already come back to the country, and to date, only 4 have been prosecuted. End of quote. So here we have a professional reporter who has to check her facts before she writes them. She writes
in a well-known, high-quality newspaper, and she is quoting the exact same numbers that we've been quoting today. These are real numbers, 190 Canadians left, 60 of these terrorists who committed deliberately atrocious acts, raped women, killed children, etc. 60 of those people came back to this country. 4 have been prosecuted, and we don't know where the others are. And so what we're asking is perfectly reasonable. It's perfectly normal to ask for something like that in a country where we have the rule of law. We're calling on the government to bring forward a plan within 45 days in order to make sure that those 56 terrorists, known or not known, and all those who will be coming back are known, are prosecuted, and that their whereabouts are identified. They have to be brought to justice based on what they did. Many of those did it for objective political reasons. This is their crusade. It's a campaign that they brought and that they participated in. And I'm going to again quote from Ms. Cornelier. She says that Daesh corresponds to the definition of a terrorist organization under international law that Canada has contributed to. A country can prosecute anyone who's committed these kinds of crimes, anyone who's on their territory, regardless of where the actions were perpetrated. Canada actually adopted in 2000 its own legislation following the Rwandan genocide. And she says, according to the director of the Montreal Institute on Genocide and Human Rights, Kyle Matthews, Canada must not allow the return or the repatriation of these Canadian fighters without holding them responsible for the atrocities that they have been complicit in committing. They must be brought to justice to discourage others from perpetrating these crimes. So Ms. Cornelier and the director of this institute are saying exactly what we have been saying here in the Royal Opposition. We are saying that these people have to be brought to justice and punished. And I'd like to bring another quote from this article. She says that even though it's difficult to find proof, it's important to find a solution. It's important to respect the legal system and to overcome any constrictions or constraints within the system, because otherwise justice will not be done. And this is Ms. Cornelier who has been saying this. She is part of the press gallery here. She writes for Le Devoir, a left-leaning newspaper. We're not talking about conservatives here. We're talking about a professional journalist who has said this, like we have, that these are barbaric acts committed by these 56 other terrorists who decided to go and fight in Iraq or Syria on behalf of the Islamic State. And she's saying that it's absolutely essential that these individuals, when they come back, be brought to justice because of fundamental principles. Now, I'd also like to read our motion, and a motion that the Liberals agreed to support. Now, in many cases, they've supported our motions but have not followed through with concrete actions. But we're saying in our motion that the House support the sentiments expressed by Nadia Murad, Nobel Peace Prize laureate, who in her book entitled The Last Girl, My Story of Captivity and My Fight Against the Islamic State, stated, I dream about one day bringing all the militants to justice, not just the leaders like Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi, but all the guards and slave owners, every man who pulled a trigger and pushed my brother's bodies into their mass grave, every fighter who tried to brainwash young boys into hating their mothers for being Yazidi, every Iraqi who welcomed the terrorists into their cities and helped them, thinking to themselves, finally we can be rid of these non-believers. They should all be put on trial before the entire world, like the Nazi leaders after World War II, and not given the chance to hide. And so we call on the government to refrain from repeating the past mistakes of paying terrorists with taxpayers' dollars or trying to reintegrate returning terrorists back into Canadian society, and that be tabled within 45 days after the adoption of this motion, a plan to immediately bring to justice anyone who fought as an ISIS terrorist or participated in any terrorist activity, including those who are in Canada or have Canadian citizenship. So, to my citizens in Beauport-Limoilou, that is the motion that will be voted on very soon. And in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I would like to say that what we want to see here in the Liberals' plan, as of next week, if possible, is a focus on prosecutions for terrorist acts and to make sure that the courts have access to evidence from these suspected terrorists and that they protect Canadians against those who are suspected of terrorist acts here in Canada. Like the Conservative government, you see, when there were attacks in Canada, and I'm telling you, there were attacks in Canada here on the Hill and in Saint-Jean-sur-Richelieu, we brought in Bill C-51. And we want the Liberals to encourage the use of more tools in order to be able to prosecute those who are accused of terrorism or acts of genocide, as we had in Bill C-51. We want the Liberals to have a process to bring these criminals to justice. We want it to be done faster. It's way too slow right now. And we call on the Liberals to support initiatives that were proposed by Doug Ford in order to make sure that these terrorists cannot benefit from any benefits that are available in Canada. Do you know, I've been to many community suppers. I've gone to all kinds of community events. I've knocked on doors. And wherever I go, I hear day after day from my fellow citizens that they're wondering why the Liberals are helping people who aren't necessarily citizens or Canadians who helped fight against our own military. They're saying that we should be helping Canadians here who are having a hard time making ends meet, who are having a hard time finding jobs, or other Canadians who are having a hard time integrating the labor market. These are the people we should be helping. So we hope that above and beyond supporting our motion, the Liberals will implement a real plan that tackles the issues of Islamic State fighters returning to Canada. Because these are people who decide to fight against our Canadian values. It being 6:15, pursuant to order made earlier today, all questions necessary to dispose of the opposition motion are deemed put and a recorded division deemed requested and deferred until Tuesday, October 23rd, 2018, at the expiry of the time provided for government orders.
Harry has a point of order.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, Spectre would canvass House should find unanimous consent at this time to call it 6:30.
Do we have unanimous consent of the House? It's 6:30. In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In May, I asked the government a specific question about how they respond to foreign policy challenges. And in particular, I compared their response to events which took place in Gaza and events which took place in Iran. And the striking contrast between the government's response in these cases was and is quite revealing. You see, in response to events in Gaza, the government called for an independent investigation into those events. What happened in this particular case was the so-called return march, where at this Hamas-organized events, people tried violently to cross the border and come into Israel, and there was a response from the Israeli military, and there was debate internationally about the nature of that response and the appropriateness of it. And of course, like any free democracy, Israel subjects itself to criticism and has its own domestic investigative mechanism to review the kinds of activities that the armed forces undertake. But the government made a choice at that time in their response to call for an international investigation, implying a lack of trust in the domestic mechanisms that existed.
Now, meanwhile, around the same time, there was a Canadian citizen who was killed in an Iranian prison. And the government said in response to that they want the Iranian government to conduct an investigation. So my simple question for the parliamentary secretary, for the minister, was why in one case, in the case of our friend and ally, a free democracy, did they call for an independent international investigation, and why in the other case did they call for a domestic investigation? We didn't hear an answer then. I'd like to hear an answer from the government now.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Thank you to my honourable colleague. Mr. Speaker, our government has an unwavering and steadfast commitment to the security of Israel and its right to live in peace. Canada and Israel have enjoyed a continuous and mutually beneficial partnership that has advanced the shared values and interests of our two democracies for almost 70 years. This has been irrespective of which Canadian political party is in power. This continued support has been a vital aspect of Canada's bilateral relationship with Israel. It means that when we need to have a frank and honest discussion with Israel, we can do so as friends. And I believe that it is incumbent upon the members of this House not to politicize this issue. Making support for Israel into a political football to throw back and forth undervalues the importance of Canada's relationship with Israel. There is no better recent example of our strong ties than the essential support that Israel provided, along with other partners, as part of the operation to rescue more than 400 brave White Helmets family members from Syria this past summer. This was a collaborative effort that we undertook together to save the lives of humanitarian workers who have frequently braved the dangers of putting themselves in harm's way to help Syrian civilians. As a result, they were targeted brutally by the Assad regime, but working together, Canada and Israel were able to help many escape the forces of the Syrian government. Our government also works to cooperate closely in areas such as public security and defense, innovation and education, trade and investment. In 2018 alone, the Ministers of Public Safety, Transport, International Development and Trade Diversification have all visited Israel. We have also made further efforts to strengthen our commercial relationships. Israel is a longtime trading partner, and our free trade agreement has contributed to better opportunities for business and economic prosperity for people in both of our countries. With the inclusion of new elements on small and medium-sized enterprises, as well as labor and environmental protections, the signed, modernized free trade agreement signals our commitment to growing these opportunities. Mr. Speaker, I want to be very clear on one point. Without hesitation, we strongly condemn all acts of terrorism, including those by the terrorist organization Hamas. The actions taken by Hamas are entirely reprehensible, and we firmly reject them. It is despicable that Hamas used terrorist acts as a means for achieving political ends. Mr. Speaker, from trade and investment to security and to culture, the arts and science and technology, the Canadian-Israeli partnership has grown stronger every year under our government, and we remain a committed friend of Israel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
You know, Mr. Speaker, I think the Parliamentary Secretary said a lot of good things, but the implication of her opening comments that because we're a friend of Israel, we should not ask questions about the government about their policy with respect to Israel is absurd. It is our job in this House, as the opposition, to ask the government questions about particular decisions they make. And by asking questions about policy decisions and statements they make, we're not in an unhealthy way politicizing an issue. We're engaging in constructive democratic debate. When the government fails to answer questions, they are not engaging in constructive democratic debate. I did not ask the Parliamentary Secretary to talk about in a general way how great Israel is. I think that's a great exercise for another time, but I ask a specific question about the times in which the government calls for an independent investigation, about the cases in which they trust domestic investigative mechanisms. Will the Parliamentary Secretary clarify whether or not they trust Israel to do an independent investigation, and if they don't, why do they trust Iran to do an independent?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, our government supports Israel's right to live in peace with its neighbours within secure boundaries. We also support the right of Israel to protect the security of its citizens from attacks. Our government is continuing the long Canadian tradition of remaining close friends with Israel. I hope the Conservative Party will realize that this steadfast friendship based on our strong, growing bilateral relations is too important to be used to try and score political points. Instead, we should be committed to furthering that relationship. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour to rise tonight in our adjournment proceedings to revisit a question that I asked on May 29th of this year. To read it now is not only to have deja vu, and I'm certainly not going to ever say I told you so, Mr. Speaker, but it's really a rather interesting exchange. On May 29th, I asked what the Government of Canada was thinking, and I put it this way. The Government of Canada apparently just bought a pipeline for Kinder Morgan for $4.5 billion. I mentioned that Kinder Morgan had paid $550 million for it, but the main point of my question was there are 15 different court cases right now that have not yet been resolved, and, quote, when the Federal Court of Appeal rules, if the court rules that the permits are invalid, what is the government's plan? The response came from the then Minister of Natural Resources, who was quite certain that my question was entirely hypothetical, and looking at the history of what the government had actually done, he said, quote, we do know that through this process there was unprecedented consultation with Indigenous peoples. Well, what we now do know is that government should have paid a bit more attention to the risks that they were taking with public funds for a project that was still before the courts and which had not yet been found to be in possession of valid permits. We now know those permits were invalid and that the consultation with Indigenous peoples violated the Constitution. So the real question now for tonight's adjournment proceedings is why on earth did the Government of Canada persist and continue the purchase of the Kinder Morgan pipeline, the 65-year-old Trans Mountain pipeline, for $4.5 billion? The court case to which I referred in adjournment proceedings in May, rather in the question period in May, was quashed. All the permits were quashed on August 30th. And it was less than 24 hours later, on August 31st, that the Government of Canada proceeded to hand a check for $4.5 billion over to Kinder Morgan. Now, some might think, well, they had to. They have a contract of purchase and sale. But, Mr. Speaker, I went through that contract of purchase and sale carefully. There was no closing date. There was something called the outside date, by which if we didn't finish the contract, we didn't provide the money, the whole contract would have been null and void. That outside date was December 31st, 2018, a date that has not yet arrived. There was no reason in law, contract law, or otherwise to give Kinder Morgan a check for $4.5 billion for a 65-year-old pipeline, the purchase of which did not create a single additional Canadian job, did not bring any wealth to Canada, in fact, for which we vastly overpaid. Why did the Government of Canada go ahead and give that check on August 31st? Particularly, and this is significant, Mr. Speaker, had the government lawyers spent some time reviewing the Federal Court of Appeal case, it's very clear that the court found that not only did the Government of Canada violate Indigenous rights, so too did Kinder Morgan. So as a matter of contract law, with the fundamental breach of all the conditions that were in place when the Government of Canada recklessly, foolishly, hypocritically, given a commitment to end fossil fuel subsidies, offered up $4.5 billion, why did we not study the Federal Court of Appeal case and get out of the purchase of a 65-year-old pipeline? And to this day, especially given the report of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change that we must immediately reduce our emissions, why are we still thinking that we should spend $10 billion more to expand the pipeline?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands for her question. It gives me the opportunity to remind Canadians how we got to where we are with Trans Mountain, and we'd like to inform them of what we intend to do. We intend to invest in the future of Canada, in something that will create good jobs, provide access to new markets internationally, and make sure that Canada gets a fair price on the world market when it sells its precious resource. These are the reasons why we approved this project after having studied it very carefully and consulting with the public and the broadest consultations with Indigenous people ever for any project. We intend to improve our processes. We acted with good faith. I would also observe that we have improved our efforts in two main areas. First of all, we had to consider the effect of increased maritime traffic, and secondly, the Crown had not really acquitted itself of its duty to consult Indigenous peoples.
Next, the Federal Court of Appeals decision, and we are already taking steps to follow its direction. This includes instructing the NEB to reconsider its recommendations concerning the effects of increased project-related marine shipping. As part of this process, our government will be appointing a special marine technical advisor to the NEB to ensure it has the expertise and capacity to deliver the best advice. Our government will also be presenting the NEB with detailed information on our recent actions to preserve Canada's oceans, coastal communities, and marine life. These efforts include measures to protect southern resident killer whales off the coast of British Columbia and a $1.5 billion oceans protection plan that represents the single largest investment of its kind in Canadian history. On our way forward also involves relaunching Phase 3 consultations with all 117 Indigenous groups affected by the project, and doing so in an efficient and meaningful way. This includes appointing former Supreme Court Justice, the Honourable Frank Iacobucci, as a special representative on legal and constitutional matters. Mr. Speaker, this is how we are moving forward the right way. This is how we will build a prosperous, sustainable, and inclusive future for Canadians. And this is how we will build a Canada that works for everyone. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In response to the Parliamentary Secretary, I could point out that there is no oceans protection plan. There is an oceans protection wish list. I haven't seen a plan, and $1.5 billion has been announced. We don't know how much per coast, much less how it's actually going to be spent. I could point out that the consultations with First Nations are rendered far less credible when the government continues to insist the pipeline must be built. But with my remaining 30 seconds, I would ask the Parliamentary Secretary this. Please present to the House of Commons a cost-benefit analysis of building a $10 billion expansion. Compare the number of jobs that will be created by that effort, which according to Kinder Morgan would amount to 90 permanent jobs, with the jobs that would be created if we were to refine the bitumen, upgrade it in Alberta, and use it within Canada. And please explain how buying and building new pipelines is possibly consistent with our Paris commitments.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I will repeat that the Trans Mountain extension is an investment in Canada's future. This is why our government has confidence in this project, and we intend to go forward stage by stage. We want a balanced approach in this century of clean growth. where the economy and the environment have to go together. We want not only we want to do a business that is good for us, but also intelligent.
Clerk Interlake Eastman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to be able to rise tonight and address a question I raised just last week when I asked the Prime Minister directly about the Vice Admiral Norman case and how on that Wednesday before the Prime Minister refused 24 times last week to answer any questions about providing the information that's required from Cabinet to the judicial system. And we also want to know how many times the President of the Treasury Board had met with Irving. And it was quite shocking, and of course, again, no answers from the government, but that the minister responsible for the Treasury Board has met 16 times with Irving. And those are the publicly disclosed meetings. That doesn't mean anything about how many text messages there's been, emails, instant messaging. We don't know how many unreported meetings have taken place between the President of the Treasury Board and with Irving Shipyard. Now, we need to keep in mind that we're not asking the government to violate the rules of jurisprudence. We want to make sure that Vice Admiral Norman is given a fair trial. He needs all the information that's been requested by his defense team. Of course, we have the government hiding behind the issue of cabinet confidences. That privilege of hiding information and documents as cabinet confidences can be waived by cabinet itself, and it has been done in the past. When Paul Martin was Prime Minister, he waived the privilege of cabinet confidence and turned over all documents as it's related to AdScam. I'm sure the Parliamentary Secretary is going to stand up here and say, well, you know what, we cannot be discussing this because of the rules of the House. Well, Mr. Speaker, first of all, the rules of the House are determined by you on whether or not questions are in order or not in order. And so it's not the Parliamentary Secretary's job to make those determinations, but yours. And we are talking about not the case, but we're talking about the documents that the government is sitting on and making sure that they are handed over to the defense team so that Vice Admiral Mark Norman can have a fair trial. Well, I'm not asking the government to renounce themselves on whether they believe in the guilt or the innocence of Mark Norman, but that did not stop the Prime Minister from publicly musing on 2 different occasions on whether or not Vice Admiral Mark Norman would end up in court after he was suspended on the issue of the leaked documents. Now, we know that there's been a charge brought before the courts of breach of trust against Vice Admiral Mark Norman, but that still doesn't excuse the government from not respecting his right to a fair trial. That he has the charter rights to ensure that he has due process. And all we're asking the government, Mr. Speaker, is to provide those documents. As I said in question period earlier today, when there's other issues that surround this case that need to be addressed that the government has been involved in, and I'll address that in my rebuttal when the Parliamentary Secretary has a chance to respond. But there is critical information that the government is sitting on, and we need to know who are they trying to protect? What are they trying to cover up? This government, the Liberal government, ran on the issue of being transparent, but Mr. Speaker, we're getting anything but that, and there's a stonewall going on here and definitely a cover-up.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for his question. But the answer is going to remain the same. Mr. Speaker, as members may know, there is a legal rule and a rule of convention called the sub judice rule, which restrains parliamentarians on statements made about ongoing legal proceedings, especially criminal cases, before the courts. This rule is part of the law relating to contempt of court and also a convention recognized by this House. Members are expected to refrain from discussing matters that are before courts or tribunals which are courts of record. The purpose of this sub judice convention is to protect the parties in a case awaiting or undergoing trial and persons who stand to be affected by the outcome of a judicial inquiry. It is a restraint imposed by the House upon itself in the interest of justice and fair play. As the Supreme Court of Canada has stated, it is a wise principle that the courts and Parliament strive to respect each other's role in the conduct of public affairs. Parliament, for its part, refrains from commenting on matters before the courts under this sub judice rule. The sub judice rule may be breached by public statements that risk prejudging matters or issues that are before the courts. A breach of this rule can include, for instance, statements urging the court to reach a particular result in a matter, comments on the strength or weakness of a party's case or particular issue, or comments on witnesses or evidence in a case. Respect for the work of our courts and the judiciary means we do not attempt to prosecute a legal proceeding on the floor of the House of Commons. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it is unfortunate that the Parliament Secretary has taken that position. She should be encouraging her government to release these documents. She is a proud member, or was a proud member of the Canadian Armed Forces. She's a veteran and served this country honorably. And you know, Vice Admiral Mark Norman has served with distinction. He's an honorable man, and he has been an amazing leader to the Canadian Armed Forces. And you know, we know that 2 people have been granted immunity in the Vice Admiral Norman case. You know, one of those persons is a lobbyist. The other is an executive in Davie Shipyards. Neither one of those are James Cudmore, who the defense minister has hired and put in his staff. So I want to know, who's paying? Are the Liberal paying for James Cudmore lawyer, yes or no?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, of course. It would be inappropriate for me to comment or speculate on any matter on an ongoing criminal trial. The member knows that committee studies and multiple speakers' rulings have found that this House should abide by the sub judice convention. As per the House of Commons Compendium of Procedure, quote, members are expected to refrain from discussing matters actively before the courts or under judicial consideration in order to guard those involved in a court action or judicial inquiry from any undue influence. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.